Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take a look at how the setup is today. We've got Shailendra Bhatnagar with us as always. And we had a quiet close, still hovering just below the 24,000 mark post the truncated week or the Eid holiday. Today is Friday. Let's wait and see how we close up for the week. It's been overall positive when it comes to global cues. Market breadth has been more or less intact and no major sideways news for the moment. And Nifty is up about just close to 1% this week so far. Shell, good morning.
Very good morning to you, Abha. Thank God it's Friday. Yesterday was a holiday, but then it would have been a lovely weekend if Friday were off.
Absolutely.
So you could have taken Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Be that as it may, it's the last day of the week, the last day of the month. More importantly, Abha, one very good news, oil.
Yes.
Lowest since April 21st. And it's now cracking on many charts on the lower side. And there's some news that, you just might have a deal fairly soon. So that's very positive for us. And it's working immensely well for Nifty and Bank Nifty. So today will be a quiet day because end of the week. You'll see a lot of NAV rebalancing for the month of May. Overall, as you mentioned, it's flat for the Nifty for the month of May after a 9% rally in April. So Nifty, Bank Nifty will be flat today, but thanks to oil and thanks to falling Japanese and US 30-year paper, bond yields are quiet. So it's a positive sentiment for equities on Dalal Street today.
We've seen the inflation numbers, Shell, when it comes to the US and the fact that they're feeling the pinch now.
Yes.
We all know that Trump has been on the Fed's case to kind of reduce rates, but given the current scenario, they're going to be in a tight position. Already in the last meeting, to of course make no change. So that is also going to have some kind of a cascading impact, isn't it, on how money flows?
Absolutely. Abha, I think you hit the nail on the head. If you have a 5% yield on a 30-year paper, remember, no US fund manager will look at emerging markets unless it's an AI-led rally. So what they're doing is they're pulling money away from countries like us, investing in US paper, earning 5%, relaxing and chilling.
Right.
There is also a rally on Wall Street on S&P 500, Dow as well as Nasdaq, even Russell 2000. After years, just look at what the Russell 2000 is doing. This is a small cap index. I'll try and show you a chart. So that's the main pain point. And Abha, it's like, the gin coming out of the lamp. So if you have a 10-year, 5-year, and 30-year paper yielding you, 4.5%, 5%. Emerging markets is a closed basket. Don't look at it.
Got it. So that is really the context, because it really means that we come back to domestic institutions, domestic retail. Even that, if I had to sort of split it up, Shell, how much would you say is being led by domestic institutions versus retail participation right now?
Abha, I think we are very fortunate for by all those people who continue with their SIPs. Now, how long will that continue? Only time will tell, but that's the reason why you still see the Nifty well above 23,800, almost at a kissing distance of 24,000. Remember, the all-time high is 26,200. But be that as it may, many indices are hitting record highs. Pharma, infra logistics, metals, mid caps, to some extent even the small cap index, all of them are at record highs. So we may see pain in Nifty and Bank Nifty, but broader markets, huge rally.
Okay. Vishnu Khan joining us this morning. Vishnu, good to have you with us. Let me get your view on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty this morning.
Hi, a very good morning. Well, so in fact, setup is positive apart from Gift Nifty, what we are seeing on a screen. But you just rightly mentioned about the crude oil prices, US 10-year bond yield, rupee appreciation, dollar index. So all these, developments are indicating that we might find some support from the lower levels. Apart from that, if you analyze the Wednesday's price action, then definitely you will see that although from the higher levels we witnessed some profit booking, but yes, prices managed to just trade above the breakout join of 23, 800, 23, 750 sort of levels, apart from the 21-day exponential moving average. So purely, talking technically, as long as we are above 23,750, which is most likely scenario to remain intact, we will see further appreciation in prices, and that appreciation should be containing around 24, 200, 24, 300 sort of levels. So basically, my view is, positive in Nifty, and apart from that, we are also, witnessing some sort of concrete development from the West Asia front. So that, all factors are all together, will try to take prices towards the north.
All right. All right, let's talk about stocks and sectors as well now. What's going to be on your radar today, Shell? And then I'll get Vishnu's view as well.
Okay. Abha, there's a very, very strong breakout that's happened on the Nifty Infra Logistics Index. I'll request the PCR to kindly show that chart. And every single MNC, the names that we grew up with, the ABB, Siemens, Cummins, all of them are showing very, very strong breakouts. So the infra logistics space along with the manufacturing space is in top shape, Abha. This is the infra logistics index. As I was saying, that you might see weakness in Nifty and Bank Nifty, but look at the strength in these indices, which are little reported but are showing very, very smart gains. Therefore, stocks like AIA Engineering, they are the ones that set up the cement infrastructure and factories in India. Cummins, amazing breakout yesterday. It's crossed above 6,000. This is the GCC play. Look at the sharp move that is coming in GETND, and therefore look at BHEL, look at HFCL. That is the sharpest. This is the Cummins chart. Look at the strength that you see. That's a single day bar post earnings, fresh record high, and of course the entire commodity space. Therefore, JSW Steel, Adani Power, Hindalco, and Vedanta. Metals, Abha, what a strong comeback.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And about a week ago, Shell, you had sort of given up on metals. Now, clearly, the strength is showing, that you can't ignore them right now.
Abha, what's really interesting, I do a lot of scanners. And there are two stocks that are coming up on FNO,
okay,
which are doing immensely well. And I'll request the PCR to kindly show the charts of NMDC and Tata Steel.
Okay.
They are to be watched.
Okay.
They are really, really
So
in
not
very
the
strong.
usual Hindalco, Nalco now, that's probably done.
Yes.
Move on to an NMDC or a Tata Steel.
Absolutely. So non-ferrous, which is aluminium,
Yeah.
which you
Yeah.
mentioned, Hindalco and National Aluminium, we've had enough of that. It's
it.
the time for ferrous. So
Got it.
JSW Steel, Tata Steel, NMDC to some extent, they make the ore for them. And of course, Steel Authority had a stellar session last week.
Yeah. What do you say, Vishnu, from the ferrous pack? What's looking good? I think you might be on mute, Vishnu.
Well. Sorry for this. So as Shailendra rightly mentioned about the all non-ferrous stocks are doing immensely well. So basically, if you look at a chart of Hindalco and JSW Steel, so basically stocks are trading, especially Hindalco is trading around all-time high, 52-week high. So I would say this rally will remain intact, in fact, in this company. And I believe on the higher side, stock is now all set to extend this gain towards 1230, 1240 sort of levels. But yes, if someone, wants to put money in Hindalco, so I think these levels are not a prudent to buy the stock at the current levels, because we have seen overextended gain in the counter. But yes, if someone already have this counter in the portfolio, then he or she can ride the stock with a trailing stop loss below 1080. So let the stock come down towards 1100 or 1080 sort of levels for fresh buy, and on the higher side 1300 sort of levels can't be ruled out, in fact.
Abba, one stock that I'd like to mark is Sempro. This is Sem India Projects. Very strong set of numbers, and what we do is we track 5 major business houses, of course the Adanis and the Ambanis, the Tatas, Reliance, and Mahindras. So all put together, they have about 72, 73 stocks, and one of them SEM India projects, which we known as, earlier it was called ITD cementation. Very, very strong breakout that's happened primarily on the back of very strong earnings that have come in for not only the Q4 but also for the full year of March 2026. I was talking about SEMPRO ITD cementation earlier, not ITDC. PCR, I think that would be incorrect to show that one. So very, very strong sales numbers have come in ABBA, and this is a stock to watch. We'll try and get that number.
Absolutely. All right. Vishnu, what about your top picks? Let's get some of the stocks that you're going to be focusing on today. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Well, so in fact, on Wednesday we have seen a very sharp, breakout from APAR Industries. So this stock, although this is a high ticket size counter, but in fact this stock will remain on my radar. We have seen a very crucial breakout from, we can say a multi-week resistance that were aligning somewhere around 13,000. The stock is now currently trading at a 13,400 sort of level. So it's a really looking a very good on a graph, and on the higher side I'm expecting 18,000 to 19,000 levels can't be ruled out. So one can buy the stock with keeping a stop loss below 12,900, and on the higher side 13,800 13,900 levels can be on card in a very short term period.
Vishnu, would you have a view on oil?
Oil India or oil companies, right?
No, I'm talking about crude oil.
Crude oil, yeah, definitely. So basically, for last many days we have been, watching that the oil prices were just oscillating between 115 or on the lower side 19 range, and for last, in fact this week we have seen a very good correction, 11%. I think oil prices are down, and currently it is trading a very close to its a lower range value. But the way prices are behaving, and it is just toppled below its a short-term moving averages. I'm quite confident that the prices are now all set to extend this fall towards 85 or 86 sort of levels. But yes, you also mentioned that the things are depends on the development in the West Asia. Although in fact currently we are seeing some sort of mitigation, and there could be a deal that can be struck between the US and Iran, but anything can happen from the Trump side. So let's keep the finger crossed, and I'm expecting oil prices to post further decline, and that decline should be containing around 86. And if crude oil prices declines further, that will be a very huge positive for the Indian benchmark indices and the all sectors that depends, or we can say rate sensitive sectors especially.
All right, we're heading towards the monsoon, so we may have, certain themes that sort of come back into focus. Still a while to go, but still, if I take a look at even from the auto pack, the tractor makers, so in a Ashok Leyland or an M&M, decent numbers for the past quarter, on track, margin growth, everything's looking healthy. What's the outlook going forward? And auto this week has had a very strong move, 3% higher on the auto index. Vishnu?
Sorry, can you please repeat your
On
question?
the auto names, and particularly the tractor makers, I'm just looking at an Ashok Leyland, for example, 3% higher this week, strong numbers coming in. What's your outlook going forward?
Yes, definitely. Stock is looking pretty good on a graph. On Wednesday, we have seen prices just, cross the cluster of all key moving averages, that is 21, 55, 100, and 200. And I'm expecting prices, just have started to form a higher, highs kind of pattern. So it is all set to extend the gain towards 180, which if broken decisively, 200 and 210 sort of levels can't be ruled out. So yes, one can go long in the counter because it's a very good risk reward from the present juncture. One should keep a stop loss below 155, while on the higher side first target will be 178, 180, which if broken 200, 210 sort of levels can't be ruled out.
Okay. Abha, a couple of stocks have broken out on a weekly basis. I'll request Vishnu to offer his views. BHEL, very strong fourth quarter. We've seen it hit an all-time high. And of course, a new kid on the block, Tata Technologies. Again, earnings led. Vishnu, first BHEL, and then Tata Tech.
Definitely, Shailendra. In fact, the stock is doing a very good. It's a continuously forming from the technical standpoint. It's a continuously forming higher highs, higher lows kind of pattern. Uh, all key oscillators, are printing in bullish. The stock is trading above all key moving averages. So I just say that the rally on the higher side cannot be ruled out towards 470, 460 sort of levels. So if someone already having this stock in the portfolio can trail the stop loss below 390 388 sort of levels, and on the higher side once 460 470 can't be ruled out. So if someone wants to buy fresh buying, so let the counter come down. I mean, let the stock post some corrective decline towards 396 or 400 sort of levels.
Okay.
Second share is a Tata Tech, right?
Yes.
Whereas a few days back, we have seen, breakout from the falling trend line resistance. And from that point, I mean, from a breakout point, the stock has given a return of around 13 to 14%. All technical setups are quite indicating that this, up move in Tata Technology can't be stopped in the near term. So the gain are likely to remain intact or unimpaired with a potential upsurge towards 780. So definitely one can go long or one can stay hold the counter with a target of 780, while on the lower side one shouldn't forget to put a stop loss below 670.
Okay, that's on Tata Tech. I think we've got like a bunch of other newsmakers as well. If we just take you through some of those, I think we've got, for instance, a few. We've got PC Jewelers in focus after a 61% rise in profit. Physics Wala as well on earnings. They've got a bit of a loss coming in, even though revenues have increased. Ashok Leyland, I just mentioned for you as well. Other than that, we've got Adani Total Gas that's been looking really strong. We've got Nippon India and SBI Mutual Fund buying about 272 crores worth of Pine Labs shares. ICICI Pru Mutual Fund has acquired a 1.5% stake in Indico Remedies. And of course, we've got Yashish and one other founder selling about a 0.8% stake in PB FinTech as well. So expect some block deals and action on that front today in trade. OMCs will continue to, of course, remain in focus while we track crude and how it's moving. And pharma is the other theme we've, of course, been talking about lately. Not in the last couple of days, but overall. So Vishnu, let's get a perspective from you as well. We're also tracking a few earnings today from the pharma pack.
Definitely. From a pharma pack, in fact, there are few stocks that are looking quite good. In fact, with the disclaimer that we have given call and these recommendations to our client as well. The stock name is Granules, in fact, The stock name is a Granules India, and the stock is looking quite good. If you see a daily chart of the stock, after spending 4 to 5 days in a very tight consolidation band, on Wednesday we have seen a very good breakout from that horizontal band. The stock settled the day with a gain of around 3.5%, and I believe this journey, this winning journey, is likely to remain intact with a potential gain towards 830, 840 sort of level. So one can go long in Granules, maintain stop loss below 750, or on the higher side 830, 840 sort of levels can't be ruled out.
Abba, one more index that I'd like to mark, and something that you and I have discussed earlier, is from the mid-cap space. This is the junior Nifty, the Nifty Next 50. The larger mid caps, which have the potential to get into the blue chip, the large cap space. And this is very, very strong on the weekly charts. Remember, just about 4 or 5 weeks ago, this was at a low of about 59,000. We are now almost at 72,000. And two stocks from this space, Jindal Steel and Power, 1200, 1225, and Hindustan Zinc. These are the two stocks which possibly have the potential to outperform their broader peers in the month of June. Hindustan Zinc somewhere at 648, and Jindal Steel and Power, that's already at a record high. So we'll just show the chart for our viewers, but keep an eye out on Hindustan Zinc. Maybe Vishnu can also contribute on his chart checks as far as Hindustan Zinc and Jindal Steel and Power are concerned. Vishnu.
Well, definitely, if you look at a chart of Jindal Steel, Hindustan Zinc, that stock is currently, trading out the cluster of all key moving averages, and it is also forming a sort of inverse head and shoulder kind of pattern. Apart from that, if you see the chart of silver, which is trading a very close to its, very critical horizontal support. So we might witness some, gain in silver as well. If silver prices goes up, definitely Hindustan Zinc will, perform very well. So from, purely technical front, if I look at a chart of Hindustan Zinc, their stock, are likely to, extend this gain towards 680. That is the first resistance, which if broken decisively, which is quite possible scenario, then 720 sort of levels can't be ruled out. But, maintain the stop loss below 620 in any buy positions. Second stock we have discussed is Jindal Power and Steel, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a JSPL.
Till the time Vishnu looks at the screen, it's Jindal Steel.
Jindal Steel.
Vishnu.
Well, well. So in fact, stock is also trading in with a very bullish trajectory after declining something around, and I would not say it's a declining, it's a corrective dip of around 9%. It's a forming a sort of flat kind of pattern. Stock is continuously forming higher highs, higher lows of pattern. So I'm quite bullish on the counter as long as prices are trading above 1190, 1180 sort of levels. One can go long for the target of 1290, and above that, if that resistance zone breaks on the higher side, 1350, 1360 sort of levels will be definitely on card. So yes, Jindal Steel is looking quite good. One can go long with keeping a stop loss below 1190.
Vishnuji, would you have a view on silver and gold at this point of time?
Definitely, definitely. So, if you look at a chart of gold on MCX, right? So, yesterday we have seen some, sort of very sharp recovery from lower levels in yesterday's trading session. And, MCX gold closed the day above its 21-day exponential moving average. So the way prices behaved or reacted, yesterday, it is quite indicating that whether keeping the stop loss below yesterday's low, that is, something around 1,52,965 sort of levels, one can go long. And on the higher side, I'm expecting 1,61,000, 1,62,000 sort of levels can't be ruled out. So gold and silver from the technical standpoint is looking quite good. And in silver, let me just give up my view. Silver is also forming a same pattern. It is also closed the day above its 21-day exponential moving average, and it has also formed a very Marubozu kind of candle. So on the higher side, I'm expecting 2,80,000, 2,81,000 sort of levels can't be ruled out. So one can also go long in silver as well.
Vishnu, a thought that you might want to share on HFCL and of course the strength that we are seeing in counters such as GE Vernova Transmission and Distribution. Two stocks, HFCL from the optic fiber space and of course GE Vernova T&D from the India manufacturing space.
Well, so Surendra, let's first discuss about HFCL. So the stock has performed immensely well in past. After giving breakout from a very steep horizontal resistance of 79, 78 sort of level. So since then prices increased 120, 130% in fact. So undoubtedly, but the thing is that the stock is in overbought trajectory, and if my view is if someone already have this counter in the portfolio, then he or she can ride the counter with a trailing stop loss below 137. But if someone planning to buy the counter, then one should ignore, because the stock is currently deviated too much from their key moving averages. So let the stock come down towards 148, 149 sort of level, which is the vicinity of 21-day exponential moving average. Then from that price zone, one can go long in the counter. So
Okay.
my view is positive, in fact, as I've shared. While let's talk about the G Nova. So this power, space stock is looking quite good. On the higher side, 5300, 5500 sort of levels can't be ruled out. It's a continuously forming higher highs, higher lows kind of pattern. So with keeping a stop loss below 40, 900, one can go long.
Okay. Before we bid you goodbye, Vishnu, a thought that you might want to share on Reliance and L&T. These are two stocks which are quiet on the charts, but at least show signs of value buying, especially Reliance. The long-term chart is fairly below 200-day moving average, but it being Reliance.
Well, Helender, so Reliance, has been stuck in a very broad horizontal band of 1475 on the higher side and 1300 sort of levels on the lower side. And fortunately, the stock is a very close to its a lower range of value. In fact, moving averages are currently not working, because when the stock goes sideways, so usually EMAs or SMAs does not work properly. So I'm not giving too much weightage to the EMA, because the stock is currently trading below its all moving averages. As I'm not giving too much weightage to these EMAs, I'm just wants to take my view based on the price action. So the stock is a very close to its a lower range value. One can go along with keeping a stop loss below 1300. On the higher side, 1460 and 1470 sort of levels can be seen in the stock. And second stock, LNT,
L&T.
right? Well, so Larsen and Toubro is also doing good, but the thing is that the stock is currently trading in the proximity of its a crucial horizontal resistance, that is a 4100 sort of level. So, in fact, the stock is showing a strength, and it is trading up the cluster of all key moving averages. Also, some oscillators are printing in positive. So, I am expecting prices will take out this resistance area 4100. So, if for a conservative period, let the stock cross above 4100. But if you are a little aggressive, one can go long and maintain a stop loss below 3900. On the higher side, if 4100 levels breaks, on the higher side, 4300 and 4350 will be on card.
Okay. Thank you, Vishnu, for this lovely commentary. We look forward to welcoming you again. The Nifty, ladies and gentlemen, in pre-open is down about 162. This will, of course, improve for the better. Stocks that are doing wonderfully well in the most active part of trading so far is JP Power. We'll try and show that to you. GMR Airport, Wipro in particular. These are three stocks that are clicking fairly well and in strength as far as the initial trades are concerned. We'll quickly shift focus to the F&O space. That is where most of the action is. Look at the strength that is coming into GVTND. This is something that I've already discussed with you. Strength in counters such as Fortis Healthcare. This is post earnings, almost now 4 digits, 4% higher, 999 for you. Marico in strength. Tube Investments doing pretty well, 2.5% higher. Bharat Forge 2% higher, 1980. And of course, across the board, you have strength in HDFC Life, 1.7% higher, 620. And if you look at the most active counters apart from the gainers, Bharti Airtel slipping a bit, 1.4% lower, 1821. Wipro, the ADR shot up dramatically, and this is the first upper circuit that you see in F&O, which is 10%, 221 for you. Please keep an eye out on this future. There is a reverse circuit, 10% on PG Electroplast, 428. We'll keep an eye out on this one as well. CG Power, 0.5% higher, 1/3% higher on MCX. These are the gains that I see in early trade. Losers, let me just also take a view. Bharat Dynamics, there's a downtrade on by Goldman on Bharat Dynamics, and therefore 5% lower. Disappointment on quarterly earnings as well. 1209 for you. Bajaj Finance 9045, down 2.8%. Bank of India down 2.7%, 143. Lodha Developers down 2.5%, 900. Of course, profit booking in Apollo Hospitals, nothing to be worried about, 8107. We'll again go back to the most active list. HDFC Bank, major investigation by the Indian Express on a particular audit committee report that had come in. 4% lower now at 732. That itself is a huge negative for the Nifty, because it's the heaviest weighted counter on the index, but the Nifty, ladies and gentlemen, is in the green. 14 points higher, 15 points higher in trade. What we'll do is we'll take a short break at this point of time and be back with you shortly.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only
on
on India Today.
It's the sixth budget to be presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the 12th by the NDA government at the centre, capping an eventful, action-packed 10 years of Modinomics. But with general elections likely to take place in April and May, the budget will have to be an interim one, a traditionally scaled-down version in the run-up to a full post-election.
Aggressive, resourceful, organizationally sharp. D.K. Shivakumar today is more than just Karnataka's next CM. Inside the Congress party, he has always been known as Mr. Problem Solver. From reviving the Karnataka Congress machinery before the 2023 Assembly election to managing legislators during political crisis, DK's biggest strength lies in organization and execution. He is viewed as a leader who can mobilize workers, resources, and alliances quickly. The Congress leadership also trusts his ability to negotiate difficult political situations. His recent involvement in Tamil Nadu Congress affairs is being seen as another example of the High Command relying on him beyond Karnataka.
You are going to take part, sir. What could be the agenda?
But D.K. Shivakumar's rise also comes with complications. The biggest, his power tussle with incumbent CM Siddaramaiah. Despite being credited for Karnataka Congress's electoral revival, DK had to settle for the Deputy CM post after intense negotiations before the High Command intervened. Corruption allegations and past ED investigations also remain as a political baggage the BJP repeatedly targets him over. For the Congress High Command, DK offers something.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. Co-presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Good morning, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take you through the headlines of this hour. Wall Street at a record high, S&P 500 and Nasdaq hitting fresh lifetime peaks, led by tech and strong AI sentiment after the snowflake boost. Asian markets gained despite Iran tensions, and Brent slips near $93 a barrel as US-Iran truce hopes extend. The US economy slows further, GDP growth revised lower to 1.6% as inflation hits a three-year high at 3.8%. Rising fuel and food prices amid President Donald Trump's Iran war pressure. Americans hurting household budgets and consumer spending. Reliance Industries to hold their 49th AGM on the 19th of June. Mukesh Ambani-led conglomerate fixes 5th of June as dividend record date for FY26. The final dividend of 6 rupees per share. Street eyes big updates on Jio IPO, AI push, green energy plans and future retail expansion led by Jio platforms. Wipro ADR surges 18% in US trade as investor optimism around AI initiatives and digital transformation strengthens. Street cheers the expanded partnership with ServiceNow to roll out agentic AI across IT, HR, procurement and cybersecurity functions. Anthropic nears $1 trillion valuation. Dario Amodei-led AI giant raises $65 billion, taking valuation to $965 billion and surpassing OpenAI for the first time. Backed by Google, Amazon, Samsung and SK Hynix, Anthropic emerges as the new AI leader. As always, a look at the currency. The rupee opening stronger, up 14 paise against the dollar today, 95.5 versus 95.69, still hovering at that mark, and we haven't really seen an appreciation back towards the 94 mark yet. Gold, silver trade mixed this morning. MCX gold up about 300 rupees right now, and silver's down about 900 rupees, so no major movement on either of those either today. It is Friday, likely to be a quiet Friday, it seems. Shailendra Bhatnagar and Mayuresh Joshi joining us. Completely flat in the pre-open as well. It looks like it is going to be range-bound. Mayuresh, good morning. How's the setup looking to you?
Morning, I think seems optimistic, and let's see how the real de-escalation from the happens. And if that really goes through over the next few days, I think the markets will take it with both hands. Obviously, I think the markets have moved significantly higher over the last few weeks in the hope of this coming through. And therefore, I think as the announcement happens as and when over the next few days, the markets will take it in its full stride. But then again, as I'm repeating time and again, it might then start consolidating, looking at earning sectors and stocks.
Okay. Oil prices may cool off in the coming weeks, according to the big message that we had come in from the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He says that crude prices are already down nearly 10% in May, with almost 2,000 ships waiting to leave the Gulf region. Bessent believes the oil market could soon see strong supply coming back, especially after the UAE's exit from OPEC. Here's what he had to say on fuel prices and global oil markets.
Oil prices are down about 10% in May. There are almost 2,000 ships waiting to come out of the Gulf, and I think the oil market is going to be very well supplied on the other side of this, and that we could see prices come down very quickly. We saw the UAE leave OPEC, so I would expect on the other side of this that gasoline prices will follow.
All right, so still keeping an eye on crude. Shell, good morning. It does seem like the worst is over and we've been waiting to see 24,000 back on the screen. Of course, you've been saying the action is even beyond the index, but first let's just take a look at the overall trend and what you're observing.
Well, Abha, good morning and a very warm welcome to Mayuresh as well. Strength. Crude oil is slipping to its lowest since April 21. Around a 50-day average is what the price you see at. And that's having a very, very nice positive feel on the market. We've talked about so many indices hitting record highs, in particular the Nifty Infra Logistics Index, strength in metals, strength in pharma. So now Nifty and Bank Nifty will also participate in this bullish rally that we are having on the markets. And that's really, really good news for H2 calendar 2026, Abha.
All right, looking like perhaps momentum is back. But Mayuresh, in the context of what's happening globally and the kind of inflation figures we're seeing, the fact that FIIs are also continuing to pull out H2, do you feel we will still see the pinch of the cost pressures play out in the next quarter, at least, if not in the entire second half?
So, up to a large extent, I think the markets have gestated the fact that Q1 is going to be a very abysmal quarter as far as India is concerned. Input costs for most industries are going to be significantly higher, whether they are directly consuming crude or crude derivatives. Along with that, logistic costs have also moved higher in the past few weeks. And therefore, I think Q1 is expected to remain extremely subdued as we speak. Q2, again, typically seasonally a weak quarter as far as monsoons are concerned and the spread of monsoons, which impact a lot of business operations across product manufacturing companies. And therefore, I think the hope now rests in terms of recovery in the second half or H2 as we speak. So Q1 expected to remain extremely soft. The markets are expecting that and accepting that as well. But if the de-escalation happens, I think the markets will look beyond and into H2 as we speak.
All right, fair enough. A few themes that have been playing out, and I want to pick up ferrous metals because Shell was pointing this out earlier, that while we may have seen the aluminium majors top out, but on the ferrous side and some of the names like Steel Authority or NMDC, we are seeing some very strong traction. What's your view on this part of the market in the metals pack, Mayuresh?
Selective, but in my opinion, again, I think the numbers have been relatively stronger. The expectation of domestic demand remaining robust continues to be a base case scenario. Input costs have moved higher, so Q1 again will be soft. But beyond that, I think as volumes improve for these companies, domestic demand remains strong. My own sense is that numbers will remain constructively better for some parts of the metal industry, ferrous and non-ferrous.
Okay, almost back up at 24,000. We're at 23,992 on opening. Nice strong start actually. Fair amount of green on the screen, about 70 points up on the index, so not entirely flat, up about 0.3%. And we're just pretty, I'm sure, Shell, it looks like we'll probably touch 24,000 at some point in the trading day.
Well, Abha, I'm hoping that you will have a close above 24,000 for not only the week, but the month as well. And that's a positive thing to look forward to. Sensex up 270. Bank Nifty is also in the green. A very, very quick look at what the advance decline ratio is telling us. You have strength across the board. 1454 shares in the green, 835 in the red, Abha. Out of 19 indices, 18 are in the green. And as you pointed out, Wipro, that's leading the Nifty IT index higher. 2.5% uptick on the IT index, the top gainer. Pharma, PSU Bank, autos, all in top shape. Abha.
Fantastic. Let's take a look at Wipro in particular. Mayuresh, your view. ADR, of course, saw a huge surge this morning. Again, a fantastic move. It's really those AI partnerships that are kicking in for, for the heavyweight. Numbers weren't all that to go by, but the news sure is, exciting the stock.
It sure is, but again, I think it should translate to the numbers at some point of time now, and it never really has. I think constructively, how do these AI partnerships actually translate in numbers in the coming few quarters? I think it's something that the street will watch out for. But largely, I think over the past few weeks and years and quarters, I think earnings delivery has disappointed to a large extent as far as Wipro is concerned. So I think not too constructive at this juncture unless numbers show turnaround for Wipro.
Okay, the sentiment rub-off is across. I mean, it's hard to tell what's happening in IT these days because structurally there's no story here, but there's constantly these bursts of movement. And talking about AI, of course, we've got the news, overseas, and we've got Anthropic reaching that $1 trillion valuation almost and becoming the biggest. And the valuations there and the story there continues to be stronger. But, there is still talk about the AI bubble and how steep those valuations are as well. If we do see any burst in that bubble, Mayuresh, is it going to come for the US markets on the back of the AI valuations being brought down to size, or more because of the macroeconomic factors that are currently also sort of starting to cloud the prospect when it comes to US markets?
I think it might be a combination of both, right? But as far as the capex is concerned, I think three aspects. One, I think $1 trillion capex expected to come through over the next few years, leading to $3 trillion in terms of revenues. Are revenues being reported by all the hyperscalers, compute companies, chip makers, data center proxies in the US? Absolutely, yes. I think look at the phenomenal set of numbers that each company is probably reporting. And the guidance that they're probably giving into FY27 is actually, some of the companies have moved 800%, 900% in 3 months. So unbelievable price movements, unbelievable valuations that they're trading at. At some point of time, this is going to come down, assuming that numbers either stabilize or they start consolidating. But at this juncture, I think the momentum remains extremely strong, with guidances, with numbers getting reported, with the capex plans that are getting laid out. And therefore, I think the lack of AI trade in India is something that is hurting India to a large extent. How do we cope that up? I think, do we cope that up in terms of manufacturing? Do we cope that up in terms of more leniency that should be shown in terms of foreign investors? That is what the market's trying to do.
All right, and in the meanwhile, we're going to see these short bursts on some of the IT majors that, like Mayuresh also pointed out, earnings haven't been all that promising, so perhaps wait and watch in terms of what's happening on IT. But today, looking good, even an Infy up about 3% right now. What about Reliance, Mayuresh, counting down to the AGM? What are the expectations this time?
So largely, I think two broad things. What probably happens in terms of the retail businesses and some announcements thereof, specifically when it comes to Jio as a platform. And the second element in terms of the new energy initiatives, I think the core business, obviously, I think everybody tracks that in terms of how prices might be, whether it comes to petchem or refining. But for the retail business, the Jio demerger news surrounding that, and the new energy verticals, where are we getting at that? Because that is going to be an extremely new leg in terms of growth dynamics.
Okay, so that's what to watch out for on RIL. What else are you picking up from the broader markets, Shell?
Well, Abha, a fresh record high on Laurus Labs. You and I have been tracking this for a while. There is really no stopping Vedanta. After the demerger of all its subsidiaries, the parent still continues to chart a fresh course, 357 at 0.8% higher, fresh record high on CG Power. Hindalco, you and I have discussed so many times, 1148. Fresh high on Cummins India, no stopping Power India. We discuss it every day. And of course, from the infrastructure pack, KEI Industries, fresh record high here, 5403. Abha, good shape for the market. Nifty in the green, 54 points higher. And would you believe it? This is after a red tick on HDFC Bank.
All right. All right. I'm just looking at Bata. Net profit is actually slumped. That's why you're seeing the impact on earnings, even though they've otherwise had revenue increase. But the net profit earning is the kicker here. 95% decline in consolidated numbers coming in this time around. And there are a few one-time costs, including a VSR cost of 28 crores, which is to bring greater capability in the long term. There's also a non-cash forex loss coming in. So these are some one-time, losses that they've posted. But top-line growth has been intact. Mayuresh, what are you making of the earnings? Because I'm just wondering whether to read anything into this in terms of a consumption mood right now. For the last 1 year, also Bata has not been performing.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think you probably look at its peers, right? Metro Brands, very strong set of numbers. I think the entire premium story when it probably comes to Metro. and their offerings thereof in terms of product mix has really built up in terms of reported margins in excess of 30%. Campus also had a very decent set of numbers, obviously well-integrated operations that Campus has in terms of soul making, which they do completely in-house, and expectations of more products getting introduced. And that is where I think Bata has really lagged its peers to a large extent, both in terms of the premiumization aspect and the product mix in terms of how the entire volume-led Gen Z or the millennium kind of offerings have probably got probably laid out, which probably have been lacking in market. And I think these two factors are probably getting reflected in numbers. So the peers have done well. I think some issues that probably Bata need to address in-house as we speak.
All right. We've got Delta Corp also. Let's just pull that one up because, slightly a volatile one, this one, but today it's down about 12%. And it's a small cap in the leisure sector, but today you're actually seeing it down about 12% right now. A few different news triggers coming in, and it was also up about a day ago. So numbers were intact, but perhaps it's either some correction or some other news that's playing out on this one, but just marking it for now. We were talking about how the broader markets, Mayuresh, perhaps is going to be where the action is, but we were discussing how much of room there is for retail right now. How much of a risk profile do you feel that the retail investors are going to have given what they've been through the last couple of months?
Also, I think when it comes to equity markets and investing there, risk always remains our lives. One really has to presume that when they enter the markets per se. Mid-caps have done well the past few weeks, but is there room for more as we head over the next 4 to 8 quarters? My own sense is that selective mid-caps in select sectors might still continue doing well because they have got both the sector tailwinds behind them. And certain mid-caps hold niche product offerings or leadership positions in the areas that they operate out of, given that edge in terms of earning stability and outperformance when it comes to its peers as well. I think select stocks and select sectors within the mid-cap universe are still poised for greater growth as we speak.
All right, so get increasingly selective. That's the story coming in there. What about auto, Mayuresh? That's the one that continues to look incredibly strong. And going forward as well, we're hitting monsoons and, some of the tractor makers will be in focus. From the auto pack, what's looking good to you right now?
I think if you probably break this up into PV players, CV players, and the tractor players as well, I think PV players might have some element of a consolidated growth. Input prices have moved higher. Maruti has high prices as we speak. The others might also probably take the same stance. For two-wheelers, I think specifically, how the monsoons play out is going to be extremely critical because we're looking at an El Nino year again. And if monsoons lag, I think there might be some element of demand patchiness that might come through as we head into Q2. Again, I think as festivities come through and a large part of this vegetation crisis getting resolved over the next few days and weeks as we speak, input costs might start stabilizing. And if monsoon lag is not worse as we fear, I think the demand might not get destructive as one probably presumes, leading to a second half recovery. And therefore, leadership stocks as somebody is holding might continue holding. But as a space, our own sense is that auto ancillary is a tad bit better placed. Replacement market acts as a hedge in terms of auto numbers or OEM numbers going down with better margins. Second, I think the EV agnostic portfolio that they are developing without creating leverage on their balance sheet is obviously going to aid their volume and revenue growth as we head into FIIs.
All right, so lots to continue to keep an eye on as we move ahead. We've got a few other movers this week, Adani Group stocks, Adani Total Gas in particular. We were keeping an eye out on some of those counters as well. Shell, just to summarize on some of the Adani names, I think, and then we can wind up with that today.
Well, Abha, one industrial group that's done immensely well is the Adani set of stocks. Look at the absolute rally that's unfolding on Adani Power, fresh record high. We haven't missed ports at all. Fresh moves are coming in on the long side on Adani Enterprises. And of course, the new age businesses, Adani Total Gas, Adani Energy Solutions are also doing pretty well on the charts. These 5-7 stocks in top shape. Sempro, something that you and I were discussing, is also an Adani Group company. But apart from cement, which is ACC and Ambuja, the entire Adani stable is thick with gains, Abha.
All right, Shell, thanks so much for that. Mayuresh, always a pleasure. Have a good weekend. We're going to leave it there. We'll be back with you at 3 p.m. for market closing.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God it's Friday, the last working day of the week. As also for the month of May, the Nifty is flat, 16 points lower. That's mainly because of the downtick that's coming on HDFC Bank, down about 1%, Bharti Airtel down about 6%. But overall, the mood is fairly strong on Dalal Street. Just take a look at how strength is coming into many indices, in particular the Nifty IT index. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the long-term chart of the Nifty IT index, 2% higher, 2946. This is now at a 1-month high. Last time you saw this price on the Nifty IT index, it was 21st of April, and this is the gains that you are seeing in. Apart from the Nifty IT index, pharma is in good shape, 0.5% higher. Realty, 0.3% higher. A bit of profit booking coming in early part of the transactions within the Nifty. Let's look at the top gainers. You have strength, which is coming into counters such as Wipro. Strength, which is coming into spaces such as the Nifty Infrastructure Index. Look at Infosys. This is the top contributor to the Nifty. 25 lakh shares have been traded. Let's just look at the most active list. You have strength in Reliance in the green. Infosys is 3% higher. ICICI Bank is 0.5% higher. TCS up 1%. State Bank of India 0.25 percentage point higher. Hindalco, Bajaj Finance, L&T. These are the gains that you see on the index. Amongst the top gainers on NSE 500, it's a space led by the IT index. Look at HCL Tech, 1.3% higher. Tech Mahindra, 1464, 18,25,000 shares have been traded. Strength here as well. Apart from that, it's the manufacturing space that is doing really well. Ultratech Cement, 0.3% higher, 2,40,000 shares have been traded. L&T, 0.5% higher, 16 lakh shares have been traded. In terms of strength on volume buzzers, look no further than Coal India. Yesterday, the OFS was announced by the Government of India, and you had a downtick of about 4.5% in opening quotes. That was bought into. Today, very strong volumes coming in the first 15-17 minutes of trade. 2 crore 66 lakh shares of Coal India have been traded. Already 125% of 5-day average, and we are on the 17th minute of trade. So please keep that in mind. At lower levels, you see a lot of support coming into Coal India. Look at strength which is coming into Bajaj Finance, which we've already discussed. We'll also shift focus to FNO. Remember, the June expiry has started, and you have Alchem Labs 4.8% higher, 5,713. This is on very, very heavy volumes. 2x 5-day average. And the number of shares that have been traded are 1,80,000. So that's the strength that is coming in. 9:32, we will shortly be joined by Kunal Parar. Let's see when he comes in. Strength in stocks such as Bosch Limited, 4% higher, 3750. I'd also like to mark the record highs in the market. No stopping Adani Power, 253.8. This is 1.2% higher. 1 crore 10 lakh shares of Adani Power have already been traded at a fresh record peak. Strength that you see in Polycab, 0.5% higher, 9,708. BHEL in the green, fresh record high, 423. And of course, you have stocks such as Laurus Labs, Hindalco, and Cummins India. These are all stocks which are at all-time highs. Let's look at from the pharma space, Wockhardt. It's up 6%, and they've received a marketing go-ahead for their Zenich drug. Let's look at the charts of Wipro and see the strength that is coming in this particular chart. Zenich, of course, is used for diseases such as it's an antibiotic and treats gram-negative bacterial infections. So keep an eye out on Wockhardt. Of course, this is a very, very high beta stock, and this particular drug is used in killing superbugs. That's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. We will also look at stocks which in the month of May have outperformed the market. So in FNO, the top performers are Vedanta, 31% higher in the month of May. Laurus Labs up 26%. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the monthly picture of these charts. Laurus Labs is the daily chart. Yes, 26% higher, record high. From the Adani stable, Adani Green, 24% higher. Adani Enterprises, 24% higher. And of course, strength in Adani Energy Solutions, 17% higher. Adani Power, of course, is a very, very strong outperformer, but within the group, it's ranked 4th, 14% higher as far as prices are concerned. Other winners are Samman Capital, 21% higher, BHEL, 20% higher, and stocks such as BSE, Yes Bank. Look at how Yes Bank has rallied, 15% higher. I'm talking about FNO stocks. Now, let's shift focus to the NSE 500 and look at the 50% appreciation that has come in HFCL, 175 rupees. It essentially means that in the beginning of May, this stock was somewhere in the vicinity of about 110, 112, and from there it has rallied. Wockhardt Pharma, we've already discussed, 35% higher. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the rally that I'm talking about. Mid caps and small caps, top shape. Nifty is flat. Nifty is flat for the month of May, but look at the Nifty mid cap, up 4.5%. Kunal is with us, Kunal Parar joining us on the show. Good morning to you, Kunal. A view on the month of May and what brings you in terms of hope as far as the month of June is concerned?
Well, good morning, Shailji. And if you talk about June month, no doubt we may witness some kind of good upside momentum, but still, this discussion is going on related to hormones and all. I don't know where it will get stopped, but let's say if it happens, then we will see a very good upside momentum, and Nifty may run till 25,000 run also. And apart from this, if you talk about mid cap and small cap during last trading session, we saw some 52 weeks race high, all time high in mid cap and small cap index as well. Now Nifty is lagging behind this index, so we may see same run in Nifty as well during upcoming trading session. So we have to wait till 1 to 2 months and clearance from this hormone side as well. Right now Nifty is trading 23,930 level. Downside strong support comes at 23,800. If Nifty breaks this level, then further downside will be there. However, chances are very less to break this 23,800. Whereas if you talk about upper side level, then 24,400 to 24,600 are there, where Nifty March its upside momentum. So overall view at present level looks very attractive for a bullish momentum only.
Okay. Kunalji, stocks that you look at in terms of strength for the month of June?
Well, 1 to 2 stocks are there. Say the first stock is Hero MotoCorp itself. The way stock has been trading on its daily chart, I think we may see some further upside momentum in this counter. And if you talk about Target and SL, I think pretty much upside momentum would be there in this counter. Right now trading at 5,126. One can get into the stock at present level. That's fixed stop loss of 4,900. Whereas if you talk about target wise, first target comes at 5,300, and if stock break this level, then further upside would be there even up to the level of 5,500. So Hero MotoCorp looks very attractive at present level from the auto segment.
Okay. So that's the chart strength that Kunal is talking about. Kunal, a view on HFCL and Work Pharma?
Well, if you talk about these counters, the way these stocks are trading on its daily chart, I think for the upside would be there. Right now, stock is trading at 175 level, up by 0.5%. But if you talk about overall daily and weekly chart, then it looks very attractive on its weekly chart. Stock has already given a breakout of its previous top. Not only this, stock has been trading about 100 and 200 days moving rates in an uncharted territory. So further upside would be there. One can get into stock at present level with 6 stop loss of 170. If you talk about trading perspective target, then first target comes at 182, and if stock break this level, then 195 would be there. However, if you talk about long-term target, then even if the march towards the level of 225, so HFCL looks very attractive at present level. Now, if you talk about Walk Pharma, even Walk Pharma is performing very well. We have seen a decent return that company has given to its traders and investors. Right now trading at 1,898 by 7%. If you talk about daily and weekly chart, this stock looks very attractive on its daily and weekly time frame. For the upside would be there, and upper side it may march towards the level of 2,100 to 2,200. However, I am not suggesting to go long, go fresh long at present level, because risk reward is not that much of favorable. But yes, if you have this stock in your portfolio, then hold the stock. 2,200 would be there.
Wockhardt, ladies and gentlemen, is about to break out of its highest level in 2013. So this will be a 13-year breakout that we see on the charts. And why is this essential? Because the Zenith opportunity is worth about $6 or $7 billion in the US and about $1 billion in India. All put together, very conservatively, the Zenith opportunity is worth about 60-70,000 crore rupees in terms of the addressable market size. उसमें से कितना walkout को मिलेगा ये तो समय ही बताएगा, but very strong breakout. And as I was just saying, this is the second best performer in the month of May as far as the NSE 500 is concerned, and you have a very strong view which is on the charts. A 13-year breakout is something to be looked forward to, provided it happens, and the close of today will be very, very important as far as markets are concerned for Wockhardt Pharma. We'll try to call it time here, and before I end the show, we'll mark MCX. There is a downgrade that has come in from UBS. It has actually raised the target and downgraded the stock to neutral, down about 3% in trade today. Kunalji, before we bid you goodbye, a view on MCX?
Well, if you talk about MCX, I am trading at 3040 7 level, and since last 1 week, stock has been trading in a downward momentum only on an early chart. Further downside would be there, further pain would be there up to the level of 2850. Now, this would become a good buying opportunity if stock approaches this level. So one has to wait till 2850.
Okay. And a final comment on Nifty for June. What do you think is the view ahead? We've had flat May. April was 9% higher. And what is June looking to you in terms of possibly a weak monsoon in the background?
Well, yes, big monsoon concern is there, but I think discussion is going on related to this tax on FII and all. And if it happens, then one way rally would be there. However, if we talk about June particularly, then 24,400, 24,600 would be there. However, the downside 23,300 is a strong support. So overall, we may see some kind of momentum between the range of 23,300 to 24,600.
Okay, okay. We'll pause it here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last day of May and the last day of the week. The markets are weak as far as indices are concerned. Flat trade on the Nifty, 28 points lower. Nifty Bank, 60 points lower. Nifty 500 index, the broadest measure, is down 21 points. It's the IT index that is creating a lot of strength in the market, helping the Nifty as well. But very, very strong shows that are coming from the likes of Wockhardt Pharma, 7% higher, fresh record high. Sempro, 2.3% higher, 1016. Kirloskar Engineering. These are all stocks that are hitting fresh record highs. In the Nifty 500 alone, I have about 18 fresh record highs in the market. Thank you for watching. We'll be back shortly.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Aggressive, resourceful, organizationally sharp. D.K. Shivakumar today is more than just Karnataka's next CM. Inside the Congress party, he has always been known as Mr. Problem Solver. From reviving the Karnataka Congress machinery before the 2023 Assembly election to managing legislators during political crisis, DK's biggest strength lies in organization and execution. He is viewed as a leader who can mobilize workers, resources and alliances quickly. The Congress leadership also trusts his ability to negotiate difficult political situations. His recent involvement in Tamil Nadu Congress affairs is being seen as another example of the High Command relying on him beyond Karnataka.
You are going to take part, sir. What could be the agenda?
But DK Shivakumar's rise also comes with complications. The biggest, his power tussle with incumbent CM Siddaramaiah. Despite being credited for Karnataka Congress's electoral revival, DK had to settle for the deputy CM post after intense negotiations before the High Command intervened. Corruption allegations and past ED investigations also remain as a political baggage the BJP repeatedly targets him over. For the Congress High Command, DK offers something increasingly rare and an effective regional strongman with organizational control. If Congress expands further in the south, DK could emerge as a key strategist beyond Karnataka. His growing role in alliance management and interstate coordination may strengthen his claim within the party's national power structure. But the higher DK rises, the tougher the political terrain becomes. Managing internal Congress factions while balancing personal ambition with party discipline will remain his biggest challenge. Any instability in Karnataka, alliance friction in the south, or electoral setbacks could directly impact his standing with the High Command. BJP too continues to project him as a symbol of Congress's alleged corruption politics. For now, DK Shivakumar remains indispensable to the Congress. A mass leader for some, a master political operator for others. But one thing is clear, whenever the Congress faces turbulence, DK Shivakumar increasingly finds himself at the center of the response. Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
CBSE Class 12th Board Exam Evaluation, riddled with flaws, has sparked nationwide outrage. Over 4 lakh students are reviewing their answer sheets. The digital on-screen marking system introduced by the CBSE is under scrutiny after many students claimed the answer sheets they got were either not theirs or not properly marked. And now, Coempt EduTech Private Limited, the company that provided the software to CBSE, is facing the flak. The controversy dates back to the 2019 Telangana Intermediate Examination Results case. At the time, the Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education had awarded the contract for processing examination results to Globe Arena Technologies Private Limited. After the results were announced, large-scale discrepancies were reported, including students allegedly being incorrectly marked as failed, awarded 0 marks, or missing practical scores. A government-appointed inquiry committee later identified technical and administrative lapses and raised concerns over the company's software design and result processing mechanism. Globe Arena Technologies subsequently changed its name to Coempt Edutech Private Limited. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi posted a video questioning the selection of Coempt Edutech for the evaluation contract.
For some hidden reason, the CBSE chose the same company again. It took us 30 seconds to figure out that this company was earlier called something else. I'm absolutely certain that the people in CBSE and the Government of India were aware of this company's background.
The major concern here remains where the students and the parents are demanding and transparency and accuracy in the digital evaluation or CBSE exam evaluation, where lakhs of students have appeared for this particular exam.
The CBSE rejected allegations of irregularities in awarding the contract for digital evaluation to Coempt Edutech. In a statement, the CBSE claimed the entire tendering process was carried out in accordance with the general financial rules. Coempt Edutech CEO VSN Raju also denied the allegations in an interview to a newspaper. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan accused Rahul Gandhi of playing politics.
उनकी एक आदत, उनको एक बीमारी आ गई है। भारत में कोई भी परिवर्तन को सह्य नहीं कर पाते हैं। बाकी रहा कोई स्पेसिफिक कंपनी के बारे में वो कह रहे हैं। मेरे शाम तक मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, उन्हीं के शासित 2 राज्यों में कर्नाटक और तेलंगाना में वो संस्था 5 शिक्षानुष्ठान की OSM काम कर रहा है। अच्छा, उनकी वेबसाइट चला रहे, उनकी सॉफ्टवेयर पोर्टल चला रहे। इसलिए तो ये तो कोई कभी राहुल गांधी कोई विषय कुछ बोलते हैं तो फैक्ट चेक तो करते ही नहीं।
Rahul Gandhi, however, has hardened his stand. He is demanding the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan. Coming close on the heels of NEET mess, the CBSE class evaluation row has thrown up a fresh challenge for the Narendra Modi government. With Anmol Bali and Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ನಾಳಿದ್ದು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
The long-standing leadership tussle in Karnataka has finally reached its climax. The baton is set to pass from Siddaramaiah to DK Shivakumar. And the transition, at least on camera, appears smooth, cordial and carefully choreographed. Siddaramaiah has stepped down as Karnataka Chief Minister, clearing the decks for the Shivakumara Sarkara. He submitted his resignation to the Governor's Special Secretary in the absence of Governor Thawarchand Gehlot and confirmed the inevitable. DK Shivakumar will be the Chief Minister.
Whatever legislative party takes a decision, Congress legislative party takes a decision, and High Command takes a decision, he will be the Chief Minister of the state.
He also thanked the Gandhi family for the opportunity he got to serve as CM.
2 ಬಾರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Siddaramaiah also rejected High Command's Delhi Darbar offer, insisting he has more to give in Karnataka politics.
ನನಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ವಿನಮ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಾನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, I will continue in active politics.
The resignation was preceded by a breakfast meeting at Siddaramaiah's residence, where he informed cabinet colleagues of his decision. For now, the Congress High Command appears to have pulled off what many believed would be impossible: a smooth transfer of power without open rebellion, resignations, or a split in the Karnataka unit. Bureau Report, India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What Sort, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. Today on the show, we're going to be focusing on the stock market trends, the global cues, and of course, all the stock-specific action that we are seeing post the earnings as well, as a lot of news flow is also, being seen in a lot of stocks today. So we are going to be focusing on that as well. Remember, we will also be focusing on the falling crude oil prices and what does that mean going forward from here. That's another space that we are going to be focusing on, and we have a special guest who's going to be joining in. Gaurav Sharma, Associate Vice President, Head of Research at Globe Capital, is now with us. But before I come to you, Gaurav, on that, there's a breaking news that we're going to be starting off this show with, viewers. This is with regards to IMD coming out with its next forecast of the monsoons 2026. IMD has said that they see below normal monsoon in 2026. India monsoon rainfall they see at 90% LPA. Earlier, IMD had pegged the monsoons at 92% LPA. There's a further dip of around about 2% here. LPA is the long period average, and the June rainfall, again, they expect to be below normal. Again, IMD has cut the 2026 monsoon forecast, and therefore, they also expect central India may see weak rains this time around. That's a very, very important update that we are getting, viewers, with respect to the India's Met Department that forecasts what it could bring in when it comes to southwest monsoons. These southwest monsoons are critical not just for agriculture but for the entire economy as a whole, viewers, because about 60 to 70% of the rainfall in India is seen during this period. and it has a direct impact on the kharif crops, and therefore in case there is weakness in the monsoons, there could be an impact on the crops output, and therefore further lead to impact on inflation as well for you and me. That's something that you have to keep in mind. Let's quickly go across to our guest. We have Gaurav Sharma joining in on the program to share with us what exactly he makes of this new statement that's coming in from the IMD. Gaurav, good morning to you. Before we start off with the markets, this is an essential, a very important update that's coming in. We're inching closer to 1st of June. Every year, economists, agriculturalists, and even, consumers look at this data point to find out whether the monsoons will be normal this time. Remember, the entire North India is facing a lot of heat wave, and some kind of a respite was absolutely needed at this point in time. But these fresh updates indicate there could be further weakness than earlier expected from IMD's own estimates in the upcoming monsoons.
Sakshi, very good morning to you. Monsoon is a concern among other concerns that are impacting equities and other factors negatively impacting the Indian economy. Now there is an added factor as well that has to be taken into account, which will eventually lead to the crop being disturbed and higher prices of the crops that will be cultivated in the due course. And if that is so, again, inflation will go up, which is eventually going up any other way. Therefore, I think this further strengthens our belief that we are having stressed time ahead. There will be a possibility going forward of an interest rate hike, because inflation is nowhere stopping. Continuously, we are seeing the gas prices being hiked for the 4th time. I am expecting a further hike in petrol diesel prices as well. The WPI figures are already at 3 years highest points. A further peak in those levels is pretty much likely, and I firmly believe it is inevitable now. Therefore, this will have a negative impact on domestic equities. What is most warranted is a steep slide in the crude oil prices and a clear-cut announcement of the US, Israel and Iran conflict settling down, smooth passage for crude and gas. So I think that is most warranted, and this will actually nimble some of the negative impacts.
Gaurav, on the crude oil prices also, we have an update today. One, of course, the crude oil prices have ebbed lower and are below $95 a barrel as well. That is seeming to be a big positive for Indian economy as well. But the US energy giant ExxonMobil has warned about how global oil inventories are set to fall to record low levels, and that could happen just within weeks from now. Now potentially triggering a sharp spike again in the crude oil prices. Right now, viewers, you're seeing on your screen 1% lower impact on the Brent crude prices. It slipped below $93 a barrel as well. This was auguring well after weeks of seeing crude oil prices above $105 a barrel. This was a welcome move, and Brent crude prices were actually lowering because of the US-Iran truce getting reported and ceasefire getting reported as well, and therefore there was some cool off. But in case the inventory levels fall to record low levels, prices could surge once again when these inventory levels hit critically low levels as well, and that could eventually curb the demand and of course help rebalance the market. What is your own understanding of these various moving parts which are determining the crude oil prices right now, Gaurav?
Sakshi, this is I think the very much obvious. When the supply chain logistics part is disturbed, countries will be forced to utilize their inventories. That's what exactly is happening. Therefore, that will have an impact. They will refill and they will be encouraged to refill it faster because there are uncertainties, and that will further lead to increase in crude oil prices. So I think these are cascading impacts of the ongoing rift and the supply chain disturbances. So this is something which is very much unavoidable and pretty much expected as well.
Absolutely. So, within the current scenario that we are looking at, what is your own expectation of the markets? There was a dire expectation that we could slip below 20, below the critical levels of, what we are seeing right now onto the Nifty, even, leaving around 23,800 at risk. But because there was some truce news that came in, that elevated the levels today. Because as of yesterday, it was the market's holiday, but the gift nifty trends were indicating to a sharp 3,400 point downtick. It got recovered, thankfully. We are at 23,950 right now, 0.18% higher. So we pulled off from those low levels as well. But what is your own understanding of where are the markets headed?
See, when we look at a trading standpoint, yes, specifically levels do have their weightage, and one has to go about it. So from now, 23,800 is a very important support. If that is taken out, market will drift towards 23,400, 23,200 odd levels. But from a broader perspective, 23,200 is a very, very, very important point to look at. I am not very much optimistic on the markets. 80 to $90 a barrel is the new normal for crude oil prices. We all have to bear it. I think we should have to bring this out of our minds that the crude prices will get down or come to the previous normal levels anytime soon. I'm talking about within India also. The government is nowhere in a position to reduce the prices, neither they are in a position to hold on the price increase, because if they do so, the current account deficit figures will mount. That will eventually impact the market. If they go on increasing the prices, the inflation figures they won't be able to keep under check, and eventually have the broader economy will take a hit, which is already going on. So things are not at all good. Caution is what I am clearly advising. This is not the time to be all in. This is the time to have some cash portion as well.
Important statements coming in from Gaurav viewers that you need to have some caution in place. Don't go all in. Have some cash position also in this current market. Things are not looking hunky-dory right now. Things could change from the current situation and worsen very quickly. If the situation turns worse, then there could be multiple impacts in the economy that we could see, and that could result in the stock market's underperformance as well. So be cautious is clearly what Gaurav is talking about. But let's talk about some of the sectors and some of the stocks that are in focus also today. IT stocks are clearly outperforming in the session today. We are yet again seeing that the IT index has taken it upon itself to buck the trend, 2.78% higher today. And we are looking at all of these stocks from large caps to mid caps that are in focus. Especially, we'll start off with Wipro, where we saw a smart move in the morning session. Also, it's continuing with 2.3% move today. Remember, it was Wipro's ADR that surged 20% on Wall Street. It also marked its biggest single day jump since 2008, and Indian listed stock also gained about 5% in the initial trade. And this rally was triggered by ServiceNow partnership. And right now, ADR shares are up in 8 of the last 10 sessions already. This bet, on agentic AI is helping the stock to also move up. The expansion of AI partnership with ServiceNow is in focus. That could focus on enterprise workflow automation, targeting telecom, procurement, cybersecurity, and the aim is for faster execution, lower manual work, and AI-led governance and audit systems integrated as well. So that's what really pulled up the Wipro stock higher. And of course, we've seen the entire space come into focus as well. Gaurav, your sense on the IT stocks and what should one do with Wipro after a long haul? A big positive news has come in for Wipro.
You have rightly said, Wipro has been underperforming its peers from quite some time. It's over 2 years the stock has been underperforming now. Some good things, some good news coming in on the technical side. Also, there is a double bottom formation visible here. Some good news as well. I'll still wait for a breakup of 212 to take a position as the stock has been a grave underperformer. So the reversal need to be really strong. Some bit of a buying interest on the volume front is also visible. As far as my take is concerned on the broader IT segment, I'm bullish on those companies that come up and drive their volume revenue from the BFSI segment. OFSS is one of the outperforming player. It generates about almost all of it, 90% of its revenue and income from the BFSI space. Coforge and Emphasis are the two Indian listed companies which also drive over 50% from the BSFS FSI space globally and domestically as well. Therefore, this is some areas that one should be concentrating at, especially from a medium to long term perspective. Trading must be avoided.
Okay. Let's also focus on the MSCI rebalance. That's, of course, bringing a lot of stocks into focus. We have this shake-up happening wherein a Federal Bank, MCX, Nalco, Indian Bank have been added now, and Hyundai Motor India, RVNL are among the exclusions. The MSCI changes are effective starting May 29th, and the sharp passive inflow action is expected on those stocks that have been finally added. But all those index related stocks, there could be some volatility as well, viewers. So remember that. We also have this big winners and losers would include Adani Power, BPCL, Nykaa. They're getting higher weightage now. And Trent and Oracle Financial Services have also seen some weightage increase. But TCS, Infosys, HUL, they have faced weightage cuts. We've seen Bajaj Finance, HAL, and ONGC that could actually see some outflows, and pharma, PSUs and large caps are something that we will also focus on. But your own sense on the MSCI rebalancing, how much of the impact do you see there? Especially, we used to see MSCI rebalancing impact that happens twice in a year to largely get impacted with the FII inflows. This time it's a tricky situation. The FIIs have been constantly pulling out from the Indian markets. So, will these additions truly get the kind of inflows that we are expecting? Because initially it used to be the FIIs that used to contribute to a large part of inflow because of this rebalancing.
What I very well remember from the past experiences of MSCI rebalancing is just one word: huge volatility. This time around, when you have rightly pointed out, FIIs are missing. They will be missing. There are very bleak areas, very few stocks and sectors where we have seen FIIs increasing their flow of late. Majorly, they have been reducing and offloading their positions, and their DIIs have been continuous buyers. Nothing negative as such in that, but yes, it'll be very good if FIIs comes back to business, but that it doesn't seem a picture coming back to action anytime soon. Not a surprise to see RVNL from the railway pack, an underperforming segment, a reduction. Not at all surprised to see Hyundai as a part, because this particular company has come down from second position to fourth position now as far as sales are concerned. So they're not at all surprised to see stocks like Trent and Oracle. Oracle has done really well. We have already discussed about it. Trent is at very good levels. It is on my radar as well. Came up with very good set of numbers in the March 26 quarter. A possible candidate of a reversal. Yet little early to say, but yes, this stock should be on radar.
Okay, got that. Let's also focus on one more stock that is in my radar today, and that is MCX. And we are actually seeing some downgrades on the stock today. UBS has come out with its report on MCX. It has downgraded the stock to neutral rating. The target price has, however, been raised to 3600 from 3200 early, but they actually believe that the peak earnings momentum may be over. Commodity trading volumes are normalizing after Q4 surge, and stock trading is at nearly 50 times forward earnings. So that's something that is on their watch list, and the strong volume growth is already priced in, is what they are already marking in. The stock is down by 4% after this report today. Your own sense on MCX?
Won't be commenting on the broker's report here. My own sense is I'm very much bullish on both the exchange listed entities, MCX and BSE. The kind of momentum and the kind of traction that we have seen of late from gold, silver, crude oil, uh, aluminium, base metals, I'm talking about all the base metals. I think this is actually culminated into the quarterly numbers. And I would say that numbers speak louder than any other thing. And if they continue on the path that they are continuing, I really find this as an opportunity to enter. Any price close to 2800 is a good place to actually get along MCX for especially those who have missed the bus previously.
Okay, got that. So I hope that viewers, you've got some clarity there on the commodity exchange. We'll also focus on commodity plays like Coal India from the power plays in focus. Why? Because of its offer for sale and for retail investors as well. This is opening up, and that's something that we will be focusing on. Today the stock is up by about 1.2% odd, and we'll try and understand what exactly this offer for sale offers for all the retail investors at large. It's already drawn strong institutional demand, bids worth 19,000 crore rupees as well. And the big question is, should you as an investor participate in this OFS or not? The government aims to sell 6.16 crore equity shares representing 1% of Coal India's total paid up capital as the base offer size. And of course, the government retains an oversubscription option to sell additional 6 crore shares, taking the offer size to 12.32 crore shares or 2% of the equity at the floor price of 412 rupees. This would be worth more than 5,000 crores. Let's try and understand, what exactly retail investors have to keep in mind here. Gaurav.
Sakshi, I'm afraid I won't be able to comment on Coal India.
Okay.
Our firm does participate in some of the OFS and other corporate actions. I would, due to compliance issues, I'll refrain.
Okay, fair point. But anyways, viewers, we'll give you an understanding of what you should remember here. Remember, the floor price implies a 10 to 11% discount from the current levels, but the stock has soon erased all the losses, and it also has moved up to 468 rupees per share as well. And what we are given to understand is that already on the first day, we saw 19,000 crores by institutional investors, and now we are actually seeing the non-retail or the institutional subscribed about 45 crore shares. That's over 8 times much higher than what was expected there. At this indicative price, the bids of over 45 crore shares amount to 19,000 crores. That's how we have come to the number. Out of the total size, 10% or about 1.23 crore shares have been reserved for these retail investors starting today. And additionally, about 25,000 crores have been reserved for eligible employees of Coal India under the employee reservation category as well. So employee eligible category employees can actually bid for shares worth up to 5 lakh rupees is what we are given to understand at this point in time. So those are some of the details that you should definitely know in case you are interested in finding out what you should be doing on Coal India OFS. Well, you should definitely consider speaking with your financial expert on the same too. Let's move forward and focus on some of the other key aspects as well on the markets. We're also looking at the real estate stocks also move up today. Large part of the sectors are although down, but let's try and understand what's happening in some of the momentum sectors. Real estate, have you been looking at lately, Gaurav? What are the triggers that you're penciling in here? Is this a space to be in FY27?
Real estate has always been a very volatile space to be in. Not at all for those who want subtle and consistent returns, but certainly for those who want quick action in their portfolios. Lodha, DLF, and Sobha developers are some of our preferred stocks from this space.
Okay, got that. So that's the real estate space that you should focus on. Some more earnings that we can focus on from the new age tech space. Physics Wala is in focus. Wednesday evening is when it came out with the results, and today the stock is getting a reaction on the stock markets. Today the stock is up by 3.5% at 115. The company's losses have narrowed to 74.8 crores in the March quarter. Remember, the company had reported a 293 odd crore rupees of a loss in the year ago period. And what we do know is that in the preceding quarter, the company had posted a profit of 100 crore rupees as well. So, but again, we have seen some losses getting reported this quarter. The revenue from operations have jumped, however, 50% to 918 crores. Sequentially, the revenue has also fallen by 15%. Your understanding, Gaurav, of physics wala?
Yes, the revenue front, the company has witnessed a very good smart uptick from on an year-on-year basis. Similarly, the loss has also reduced quite considerably on an year-on-year front. This gives us hopes that in the next year or the next quarters to come, the company would be in a position to post profits. As far as short-term trading is concerned, one should consider taking a position closer to 122 odd levels. That is a breakout point. Good, handsome consolidation in a narrow range close to 105 to 115 has already been witnessed. A break above 120, 122 levels will quickly take it towards 140, 145 zone. And that is where one should be eyeing at.
Okay. Let's also focus on some of the other stocks. We have one of the popularly tracked stocks from auto space that's in focus today, Ashok Leyland. A lot of retail investors keep asking questions on this. So this is a heavily tracked retail stock. The company's reported 11% surge in its consolidated net profit at 1,381 crores this time in the March quarter. Of course, strong revenue growth also we have seen for the company being seen. In fact, the company has also posted its consolidated profit surge in the corresponding period of the previous fiscal also. And what we are given to understand, the revenue has come in at 17,246 crores. Again, this is a jump from 14,695 crores in the year ago period as well. But the company has also talked about how the board has provided in principle approval for raising 300 crores through issuance of non-convertible debentures on a private placement basis as well. That's something that the company is in focus for. But the stock has declined by almost 2.4% today after the earnings. Ashok Leyland again is one of the stocks that has been very volatile, Gaurav, since we are talking about a lot of volatile segments. Your suggestion here, but there's a lot of retail interest. Post the earnings, what is it that continues to be on the watch list here?
There are certainly few points to talk about. Their monthly sales figures are good. Their quarterly performance is good. Annual basis, also the company has reported very good set of numbers. And another highlight is, as I've talked about in the opening commentary, there are very few nook and corners where we have seen FII interest. This is one of those. So Ashok Leyland has been able to attract FIIs. So fresh and some addition was seen in this particular quarter. Therefore, considering the kind of numbers the stock has, the company is posting, I think this is the time to just be in, hold on to your position and utilize dips to add up more. Any decline towards 140 is a very good opportunity to add it to your portfolio.
Okay, got that. Let's also talk about the pharma space, which of late has caught the attention of a lot of people. From last couple of months, we've seen considerable improvement in the pharma sector. A lot of stocks have outperformed, and most of the technical analysts are also talking about how pharma as an ETF should be looked at consistent levels. There are a lot of improvements that we are seeing. We'll also talk about one stock here, and that is Wockhardt, which has substantially moved higher today by about 6 odd percent. This is after the company has received the Central Drug Standard Control Organization approval for making its marketing its newly developed antibiotic Zenic in India. And the drug has been approved for treating complicated UTIs, including kidney infections, and for adult patients. The stock is now up 8.3% higher at 1918 odd levels. We'll talk about Wipro, Wockhardt, sorry, and we'll also talk about the entire pharma space as a whole, Gaurav, as to what are the key triggers here we are watching out for those who do not have adequate exposure in their portfolios to the pharma space. What should they do right now?
Let's talk about the overall pharma space first. The Indian pharma segment, the sector has reported a 6% up move on a monthly basis, over 11% on a quarterly basis, clearly outpacing the momentum of the overall markets. The revenue, the Indian rupee depreciation against the USD is actually blessings on disguise for the pharma space, which indulge into export business. A larger chunk, and I mean, almost all of the Indian pharma companies are driving some or the other way from the US. This becomes a very fine opportunity for these players. Many of the Indian companies are leading players of API suppliers to the US pharma companies. Therefore, they are also on a sweeter spot. Now, when we specifically talk about Wockhardt Pharma, very good set of numbers from the company, subtle performance. Yes, it is a volatile stock, but as far as their performance is concerned, the performance is pretty much consistent. So if someone is having there in a portfolio, they must hold on to it. The company is doing all the good here. On an year-on-year basis, the company has reported reasonable set of numbers against the loss that the company has been reporting from the past. Consistently from past 2-3 years, the company managed to post a profit of close to 200 crores this year, reasonably 10% uptake on the revenue front as well. Things moving on well for Wockhardt Pharma. Hold would be the suggestion.
Okay, all right. Gaurav, we'll leave you at that note. Thank you so much for being with us on the show. And we've touched base upon so many sectors, so many stocks that are in news, and of course, where the opportunities also lie. Appreciate your time with us as always, Gaurav.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, Shanti.
Thank you. All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note as far as What Sort is concerned. This was the show that focused on everything that's buzzing, all the stocks, all the sectors which you need to keep an eye out on, and what's truly happening in the markets today. But up next, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with a special focus on EPFO. Employees Provident Fund. And of course, in case you are an EPFO contributor, what you should be knowing about what are the new changes that are coming in, what to expect in EPFO 3.0, how is it going to make your life simpler when it comes to your own money in EPF, and how can you start giving it more attention now to make the most of your EPF investments for your long-term retirement benefits. Stay tuned. Up next, we're going to be decoding everything you need to know about EPF.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is our special edition where we focus on everything you need to know about EPFO and EPFO 3.0. India's retirement savings system is on the verge of its biggest ever digital overhaul yet. Imagine this: no forms, no employer approvals, no waiting for about 10 days or even more. Just scan a QR code, authenticate it via UPI, withdraw your EPF money instantly. That's exactly what EPFO 3.0 promises. The Employees Provident Fund Organization is preparing to roll out a fully paperless system that could fundamentally change how over 7 crore subscribers access their retirement savings. And under the proposed system, this EPFO and all the members within it may soon be able to transfer your PF money directly into your UPI linked bank accounts using UPI apps and even withdraw funds through UPI enabled ATMs without any employer intervention. Remember, there's also a fact that we're going to be discussing about how the auto settlement limit has already been increased from 1 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees, potentially allowing faster access to your own funds for medical emergencies, for education, for marriage, for home purchase, and many other conditions as well. But while the move is being hailed as a massive leap in convenience and financial accessibility, it is also sparking some important questions like, will easier withdrawals anytime weaken the long term retirement discipline? Then, can people accidentally compromise their own pension benefits under EPS? How secure will QR based withdrawals really be? And also, with crores of workers depending on EPFO's 28 lakh crore rupees corpus, can the system handle such massive digital transformation and that too safely? Those are the questions that we will also be focusing on in today's conversation. We have with us to decode all of this our special guest who's joining in. We have Ketan Das, business head at FinRight Technologies, joining in on the program with us. Ketan, welcome to you. Thank you so much for taking the time out. This, of course, is a topic that goes across so many people to try and decode what truly is happening. And now we are talking about the massive digital overhaul of this traditional retirement benefit of EPFO 3.0 being described as game changing. Do help us and our viewers understand how significant is this shift going to be compared to how EPF traditional withdrawals process used to be?
Thanks, Sakshi, for having me on the show. And you're right that this is a major change that is happening in EPFO. And the EPFO 3.0 system has been coming for about a year now, where slow and steadily they have been rolling out new changes. It started last year when they started saying that your transfers, your EPF transfers will no longer require employer's approval. Earlier, when you initiate a transfer, your employer was supposed to be in the picture. They have to approve it, right? That's how it started. And now they're saying that 94% of your transfers will no longer require any sort of employer approval. Then they moved on to talk about your increasing your withdrawal limits. So earlier the auto approval limit was for 1 lakh, which has then been increased to 5 lakhs. And very recently, we've started seeing that this has also been implemented across various PF offices on the ground. And we are seeing claims being settled within 2 to 3 working days.
Wow.
And that's a major relief for people. And apart from this, very recently they had announced the new withdrawal rules, wherein they
UPIs and through ATMs, that became the biggest headline. People were like, okay, finally, I don't have to stand in queues. I don't have to like wait for days for withdrawing my own PF money just via UPI, which every one of us has got so used to. And ATMs is as accessible to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns as well, almost to the remotest locations. So people even there will be able to probably withdraw their money very easily.
That's correct. See, earlier people had to go to the EPFO website, then log in with their UN numbers. If they don't have the UN number, if they don't have the password, half of them would not have been able to access the website and then get inside and apply the claim. So this solves the massive problem of accessibility of your withdrawal funds, right? And having it very conveniently within an UPI app, which everyone has been used to now and has a massive distribution, will definitely benefit the people who are trying to access. However, it comes to mind that UPIs comes with a specific limit on how much money you can withdraw using UPI. So that is something that is to be seen on how exactly will that play out, how much time, when it will get implemented, and what will be the final amount that you'll get in your accounts. That is something that we'll see once it gets rolled out.
Yeah, that exactly is what my next question is. How ready is EPFO for this nationwide rollout of 3.0? How feasible will it be digitally? We have seen how, UPI has become such a big success, and we do see how digital payments is something that the world looks at India for. Will it be possible to implement a successful digital rollout of what is being seen right now and what is being aimed for? And by when, do we see that happening?
Right. So this is, to be honest, a little bit of a mixed bag because last year EPFO 3.0 was supposed to come. ATM withdrawals should have happened in the last year, but finally we are seeing that some of it being tested this year. Recently, Mansukh Mandavia, the Labour Minister, announced that they have done some trials and they have been able to succeed on this. But again, this year in April, we are supposed to get the new withdrawal rules. And we got to know that some of the withdrawal rules got implemented on the back end side of it, but they were not able to roll it out to the members yet. And till date, all the old rules of the withdrawals are still active. And EPFO tends to does, when it comes to technology, the budget that they allocate to, if you compare the budget that IT spends on, the income tax department spends on their IT budget, right? That's massive compared to what EPFO spends on their infrastructure, right? So because of which we know that legacy systems, they take time to roll out, and that's being, piloted across various PF offices, and we are yet to see some concrete timelines to, for when this will get rolled out. I'm still expecting that the new withdrawal rules, which we can talk about later on, will definitely help people, and it should definitely come out faster so that more people are able to access a larger sum of their retirement savings.
Absolutely. So this auto settlement limit has been raised from 1 lakh to 5 lakh you talked about. So what impact will this have on claim processing and subscriber convenience?
So, see, earlier, like I said, you had to go through the entire process. You had to select like which form, which reason, how much can I technically withdraw from that reason. All of those barriers were there. Very recently, with the new rules, I'm expecting that this barrier goes away. And all you have to do is just go and apply your claim, and then you get your money in your bank account within 3 days. Earlier, this timeline used to be about 25 working days. So, about a month, right? You raise a claim, there's no clarity on when you'll get the funds. But this within 3 days, raising the limit to 5 lakhs, and it has already been implemented. So that's the great thing about this new.
Okay, there's also a lot of confusion that people had along with the kind of news flows that kept coming. The rule still requires 25% of the PF corpus to remain in the account. So why is there this mandatory retention? What does it mean when you have already talked about that, about 100% of the PF balance can be withdrawn? It has been raised from 50 to 75% of the balance. So many numbers are coming in, but there is very less clarity as to how much can I finally withdraw.
Right. You're right when you say that when you said 100% of the eligible balance, people mistook it that they can withdraw the entire PF balance in one go. So essentially in the new withdrawal rules, what they've done is they've categorized 13 different reasons earlier into 3 different categories, which is essential category, housing category, and special needs category. Now they've also raised the number of times that you can access. For example, in marriage, you can access it 5 times now. And for education, you can access the reason 10 times. Earlier, it was a combined limit of 3, but from now it will be 15 combined. Right? That's a good thing. And also they decrease the eligibility criteria. For example, earlier for education or marriage, you needed to have 7 years of continuous service. Now that has been decreased to just 12 months. So the 12 months limit across the board for all withdrawals is also a great move. But like you rightly pointed out, 25% of your PF balance must remain. So technically, every rupee that you put into Provident Fund, 25% of it will be kept in a separate account and 75% of it will be kept in a separate account. With that, what happens is whenever you try to withdraw, that 75% balance which is sitting in a standalone account will be withdrawn. The 25%, they're trying to lock it in for retirement, because if you look at the numbers, there's a lot of the frequency of withdrawals has gone up, especially in the lower category or the lower limit, like where people are withdrawing. A lot of them are withdrawing less than 1 lakh PF amount. And they also said that there's an interesting stat where they said 87% of the full and final withdrawals are less than 1 lakh. which is also a concerning number, right? Only 13% of all EPFO subscribers have a balance of more than 1 lakh when they're trying to retire. So basically, you can see that the frequency of withdrawals has increased, and as a result of which they have introduced two things. One was the 25% lock-in, and the second thing that they have done is you cannot withdraw your full and final withdrawal unless you have 12 months of waiting period. So earlier this used to be 2 months. If I leave a job after 2 months, I can access the entire fund. Now they have moved that timeline to 12 months for your PF. And you also mentioned EPS earlier on, which tends to create a lot of trouble for employees. For EPS, they have increased the limit of withdrawing the EPS to 36 months, that is 3 years. So with these two interventions, what they are trying to ensure is there is at least some balance remaining inside your account and you're not able to access the 100% amount. And eventually I'm expecting with this move that a lot of more people will have a decent balance when we are trying to retire.
Absolutely. There is this then concern that easier withdrawals may encourage people to dip more into their retirement savings, and that too quite frequently. So is that a genuine risk that you're looking as an expert?
Yes, this is what we've also seen this behavior across different, especially in the blue collar segment where people, they tend to access whatever funds they have left in their account. I've seen people doing 50 withdrawals just under the illness category, right? Every month you will be able to do it. So people just wait for that 30-day period to cool down and then they immediately apply for that fund. So now with the introduction of special category where there is no specific reason that you have to provide, people could be withdrawing their funds, left and right. And earlier, people could only access the employee portion of it, which was 50% of the balance. They could not access the employer share of it. But in the recent withdrawals, recent rules, they've said that you can access 100% of the eligible balance, which is including your employee plus employer share. So if both the employee and employer share is accessible, people will then have more frequent withdrawals. And also there is a risk of, when they reduce the limit from eligibility limit from 5 years to 1 year, what they also bring in is, EPF is a tax saving retirement product, right? But the tax saving kicks in if you have invested for more than 5 years. But if you reduce the eligibility from 5 years to, let's say, one year, then what happens to that funds that you're trying to access? Does that become taxable? Because that is something that is still not clear in the new rules. So we'll have to wait for clarity because EPFO says one thing, but the income tax laws still, make EPFO a retirement product and tax-free product if you invest for more than 5 years. So that also might come into picture for people who have a decent sum that is going into EPF every month.
Absolutely. And now with the new labor law changes and with the basic pay rules that have come in, we're already seeing that the contribution has gone up for PF for a lot of employees there with their new salary structure in place. So what are you observing there? Will all those people now have the risk of further, giving out more to PF, and therefore with the taxable income increase going forward? What exactly are you making people understand here?
So you're right. Under the new labor laws, what they have provisioned is 50% of your salary will become now the basic salary, right? Whatever salary you're getting, 50% has to be basic, and then you're contributing 12% of that basic salary into PF. As a result, your contributions have gone up and your in-hand salary has gone down. This has happened to a lot of people. Now, there are a couple of considerations that you should look out for. First is you have to calculate what is your total yearly contribution under the new rules, under the new labor laws, right? And if it exceeds 2.5 lakhs, then there's a little bit of a trouble, because if you exceed 2.5 lakhs, whatever you contribute, right? For example, let's say you're contributing 5 lakhs into PF in a year, then that 2.5 lakhs extra that you've contributed, whatever interest you get on it will become taxable, right? So that is something that people have to keep in mind. Like with the new labor code revision, am I exceeding that 2.5 lakhs limit as an employee, whatever contribution I'm making into PF? That is something that people should consider. And the second thing that people are not aware of is technically you can contribute as per the minimum requirement into EPFO. So EPFO requires you to contribute at a minimum of at the wage of 15,000, and the minimum contribution, 12% of that 15,000 comes out to be 1,800 per month. So as an employee, as long as you are contributing 1,800 per month, EPFO systems allow that. right? A lot of different people come and ask that, can I just opt for the minimum contribution? I don't want to get into a system where, my PF withdrawals get rejected and all of it. And that's why people say that I'll contribute to bare minimum and I'll keep the rest of my funds. And people also have different needs, right? People want more in-hand salary. Who doesn't want a higher in-hand salary, right?
Why not?
So if you're someone who cares for the cash flow and the liquidity, definitely you can ask your HR and negotiate that your salary be restructured and you get a higher in hand by contributing just 1,800 per month. So that is still an option.
That's still an option. That's something that a lot of viewers will definitely want to look for at this point in time. Ketan has clearly suggested, in case you have seen, because of the new labor law changes, because of those salary structures getting changed for you as well, in case your contribution yearly, your annual contribution for PF, this is only for the employee that you're talking about?
Yes, for the employee, because for the employer, there's a different limit of 7.5 lakhs, which includes both the EPF and the NPS, all superannuation contribution. They should not exceed 7.5 lakhs. So that's a separate issue. The employee contribution has to be less than 2.5 lakhs for tax-free interest.
In case you are looking for tax-free interest on your EPFs, your annual contribution to EPF has to be less than 2.5 lakhs. There is a possibility, if you negotiate with your own HRs and bring it down, look at the minimum category that you can still be eligible to apply for in EPF, then please go ahead and do that. That's what Ketan suggests. That will help you, one, increase your in-hand pay, two, reduce your taxable interest component as well. So keep that in mind. This is very, very important, and I'm sure a lot of people have been looking for ways as to how to really maneuver this entire new tax structure at this point in time. That truly helps, Ketan. Thanks for giving our viewers that clarity. Now, one more clarity a lot of people have is they always find confusion between what is EPF and EPS. Can you help just break that down, and what is the maximum people's EPF and EPS confusion here? You must be coming across so many clients that must bring out this confusion for you.
Sure, yes. So see, EPS is an employee pension scheme. It's a separate scheme from the provident fund. You earn interest on your provident fund, and the pension is just a retirement product where you get a fixed monthly amount when you retire at the age of 58. Right, I'll talk about how the contributions are, what the eligibility is, and what you should keep in mind. So back in 1st September 2014, when the concept of UAN was introduced, they also introduced this new revised EPS scheme. So one thing that you have to understand is, if you joined before 1st September 2014, like 99% of the people would be a part of the pension scheme. Okay, but if you've joined to the formal employment, very first time you're getting a salary and contributing to EPF, and that has happened after 1st September 2014, what you have to check is whether your basic salary, what was declared to EPFO, was that above 15,000 per month. Right? If the basic salary was above 15,000 per month, you will not be a part of the pension scheme. The pension scheme specifically was designed for people who have a lesser salary. So people need to check their first 3 months contribution and check their wages. This has to be checked for the first organization that they've joined for, right? And that's where your eligibility gets determined. Once you are eligible, you will continue to contribute to pension scheme irrespective of whether your salary has gone up above 15,000. You will still have to contribute. And anyone who's before 2014 has been contributing to PF, they will continue to be a part of the pension scheme and contribute to that pension scheme. This is the eligibility and the continuity criteria of EPS. So the contribution part of it, the 12% contribution that you are giving from your salary goes into your employee share into the provident fund, and you will continue to earn interest on it. Whatever the employer provides as a PF contribution, it gets divided into two parts. Part of it goes into EPS and the remaining part of it goes into provident fund. At the EPS, there is a maximum capping of 1250 per month. Every month, maximum of 1250 will be deposited into the pension scheme, and the remaining amount will be deposited into provident fund, and you will continue to earn interest on your provident fund.
Okay, got that. So this I'm sure a lot of people would have got some clarity about as well. Of course, like here we've heard our expert talk about how before 2014 and after 2014, that's where you need to see, where exactly you were contributing and what is the difference between EPS, what's the difference between the interest that you earn there. All of that has been made clear over here. So I hope this helps you out. We can also do a separate show on EPS and EPF to further detail on this later as a second part, since a lot of you may have some questions. But we are also going to be addressing one more interesting aspect here. A lot of people look forward to this interest of 8.25% that EPF offers, that remains attractive and tax efficient. At least look at that factor that we've highlighted before. But I still want to understand from you, would you still say that in this current environment, EPF is still one of the longest, safest long-term retirement products for salaried employees, looking at the interest that we get?
Yes, definitely. See, 8.25% interest tax free is a great. I tell people that you are investing in your equities. It's a separate segment, but you also should have a balanced debt portfolio. And EPF is probably one of the best debt funds that you can have. So consider this as part of your debt portfolio. You're getting 8.25% tax free income. That's great. And in the short term, right, EPF does beat equities because you're not able to, for a 5-year period, if you need higher compounding than EPFO to at least make a difference there. And the interest, a lot of people have queries about, the interest credit gets credited late and is it still safe and all of it. So I want to clarify that, even though the interest has been credited a little later on, but your interest is still safe. What you have to keep in mind is you have to make sure you are merging all your PF accounts into the last account. This is very critical because people switch jobs but always forget to transfer their provident fund from the previous account. And as a result of which, when they retire, it gets complicated about,
But
transferring it, getting the interest.
isn't it automated now? When people
Right.
switch over jobs, I was under the understanding now it automatically comes to your new
Right.
new job accounts as well.
So it's true, but it only transfers the previous account. So for example, if you switch a job now, it will transfer your previous one. But if you've worked in different organizations in the past, it is not going to get automatically transferred. You will have to initiate a transfer manually. The second thing that you have to keep in mind is this is a request. They are raising a request automatically. It doesn't necessarily mean that the request will get approved and the money will move. You still need to track whether the request is accepted or not. The request get accepted or rejected based on various different other factors. We discuss EPS being a part of it. There are other contribution related stuff that could, hamper your transfer. So even if it gets auto initiated online, you still need to track it whether it has been actually settled and the money has been credited into the newer account. Because I've seen cases where people's money has been transferred from the old account but hasn't yet been credited into the new account, and then that creates a lot of anxiety in people, whether my money is actually credited and it's safe. So do definitely track your transfers. It's very critical.
Very important. Okay, also on the fact that you were talking about how people are coming to you and saying that the interest has been credited late or has not still been credited annually on March 31st is when we usually expect the interest of the financial year to get credited to the accounts. And even I have come across various cases where people are talking about how their interest is not, yet credited to their accounts. What should they do right now?
So what we have to do is all of us have to just wait for June, July to come in, because every year the interest gets credited. It's a separate process where, the ground reality is that it's still a manual process where the entire PF office, they'll shut off operations, where they will shut off claims, transfers, approvals, all of it will get shut, and all they will do is just close the accounts of the previous financial year and credit the interest. So it's a month-long process, and it happens company-wise and PF office-wise. So when this process goes on, just a friendly tip that your claims and transfers might get delayed. If it is not an auto approval, there might be a slight delay because EPFO will be in the process of crediting the interest. So before to last year, what used to happen is the interest would have been credited somewhere between September, October. But last year they improved the system and it was done in June and July. So I would recommend everyone to wait for June and July and see that your interest has been credited.
Okay, well, we'll have to probably wait till June and July to see whether the interest has been credited. But this has been a fantastic conversation, Kitan. I want to thank you for bringing a lot of clarity to our viewers when it comes to EPFO. And we promise to get you back of course, clear more doubts for our viewers on EPF. As we continue to do this as a series now, we will do many part series on EPF. And Kitan, we hope that you'll be here to dispel all the kind of confusions that a lot of people still have with regards to EPFO, and we are keeping our fingers crossed to see a much easier, tech savvy, more digital friendly, EPF process developing and coming to us very, very soon. Thank you so much, Ketan. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Sakshi. Yes.
All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note on this special edition. If after watching this, you still have a lot of doubts about your EPFO investments, please do send us all those questions on the comment section below. We will try and address those questions in our next conversation with Ketan to try and decode for you what exactly you should know about your own EPF investments as well. Thank you so much for being with us on this special.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ನಾಳಿದ್ದು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವಂದು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
The long-standing leadership tussle in Karnataka has finally reached its climax. The baton is set to pass from Siddaramaiah to DK Shivakumar. And the transition, at least on camera, appears smooth, cordial and carefully choreographed. Siddaramaiah has stepped down as Karnataka Chief Minister, clearing the decks for the Shivakumara Sarkara. He submitted his resignation to the Governor's Special Secretary in the absence of Governor Thawarchand Gehlot and confirmed the inevitable. DK Shivakumar will be the Chief Minister.
Whatever Legislative Party takes a decision, Congress Legislative Party takes a decision, and High Command takes a decision, he will be the Chief Minister of the state.
He also thanked the Gandhi family for the opportunity he got to serve as CM.
2 ಬಾರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Siddaramaiah also rejected High Command's Delhi Darbar offer, insisting he has more to give in Karnataka politics.
ನನಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ವಿನಮ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಾನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, I will continue in active politics.
The resignation was preceded by a breakfast meeting at Siddaramaiah's residence, where he informed cabinet colleagues of his decision. For now, the Congress High Command appears to have pulled off what many believed would be impossible: a smooth transfer of power without open rebellion, resignations, or a split in the Karnataka unit. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and a warm welcome to all our viewers who are watching us on BTTV in different parts of the world. It's the last working day of the week, Friday, as also for the month of May, where the first 5 months of 2026 have rolled by. April and May have seen very, very sharp rallies in the mid-cap and the small-cap universe. Many indices such as the Nifty Pharma Index, the Nifty Infra and Logistics Index, as also the Metals Index, and several other indices such as the Mid-Cap Select and Mid-Cap 100 Index have hit record highs, while Nifty and Bank Nifty remain hostage to active FIIs selling and the weak rupee. Dalal Street broadly is partying. How do we look at the markets from now on? To discuss this and a lot more, I am joined by Mr. Amit Goyal, the Chief Strategist at Pace 360 and a very well-known watcher of the markets. A warm welcome to you, Amit ji. How are you reading sentiment at this point of time? Are we sitting in Delhi or are you outside the country? Because it's baking hot in Delhi.
Firstly, thanks for having me on, Shell, and for your warm welcome as always. Right now, I'm in San Francisco, and I'm here for a few days setting up meetings with our investors, because we do have an investor community in California who invest with us in India as well as globally. So I'm here for a few days, Shell, and it's still Thursday in San Francisco. So it's Thursday night, about 11 p.m. right now.
What's the temperature there, Amit ji?
So the temperature outside at this point would be about 12 or 13 degrees. So San Francisco is, of course, unique in its weather patterns. Where unlike the rest of California, for example, LA would be, LA, it's already beginning to get hot. But in San Francisco, right up till July first half, it is still essentially winters. And they have a summers, which is more like a couple of weeks when temperatures go up and you actually need air conditioners. Otherwise, for the rest of the year, you do not need any air conditioners at all in San Francisco.
So, Amit ji, for your information, when you come back to Delhi, it will be baking 44, 45. And my PCR was just telling me that Amit ji is sitting in a jacket. And I was really wondering, kya ho gaya? Matlab, I hope he's well. But you are in a different city and therefore all is good. Now tell us, Amit ji, how are you looking at the markets at this point of time? Honestly, it's a party that's going on as far as the mid-cap and the small-cap segment is concerned. Yes, Nifty sideways to weak, but very, very strong phases in the mid-cap and the small-cap space. Is it here to stay?
I think so, Shell. I think while, of course, Nifty and some of the larger cap indices have underperformed because FIIs have been mostly net sellers in the last few months. And domestic money usually does not go that much into large caps, except, of course, for institutional money, which would essentially buy what FIIs are selling the most. So they sort of keep things on an even keel, and they because of their buying markets would large cap indices would not go below a certain level. But as far as the small caps and mid caps are concerned, I think there was a big turnaround sometime in April beginning, and they've been on a tear since then. My sense is that the rally in small cap and mid caps is here to stay, but it's just that it might get more selective from this point onwards, because so far pretty much everything has gone up in the last 6 to 8 weeks. But it is quite likely that some of them may have gotten a little overstretched which means that the rally could become a little more selective from this point onwards. But I'm pretty confident that the indices, even the small cap and mid cap indices, have further room to run, and hopefully they will do that in the next couple of months.
Okay. Now, Amit bhai, when you talk about the selectivity of stock picking from now on, where would you focus your attention?
So, Shell, right now, while we do have some mid caps in our portfolio, and they have also done pretty well, but as of now, I'm betting more on the large caps. And we have, in fact, over the last few days, we have booked some profits in some of our mid cap bets, and we have basically transferred that money into Nifty and predominantly, I would say, Bank Nifty ETFs, because my sense is that FIIs would become buyers at some point, and banking stocks, considering that they are now very fairly valued, I just think that there is a good enough room for them to run. So if you are a great stock picker, you could still bet on small cap and mid caps, because maybe those stocks will outperform the market by a huge distance. But if you are not a stock picker, then my sense is that the diversified large cap indices, particularly the ones which focus on banking, will probably do better than the diversified small cap and mid cap indices.
Okay. Now, for the benefit of our viewers, let me paraphrase this. So, mid caps and small caps is where Amit's Pace 360 PMS has booked partial profit and moved it away into the ETFs of the banking sector. I would presume, Amitji, you've looked at the private bank ETF.
Actually, both. So we have a private bank ETF, and we also have Bank Nifty, which is, let's say, about 20% PSU banking. And my sense is that PSU banks have suffered quite a lot in the last 2, 3 months, basically because the yields went up, INR lost out, and in that environment, and when people are talking about RBI rate hikes over the next 6 to 8 months, typically that is an environment which does not work well for PSU banks, even more than it doesn't work for the private sector banks. So my sense is that once there is clarity as to what's happening in the Middle East, and once the Strait of Hormuz opens and crude oil prices go down, the conversation is going to change from RBI hikes to a more neutral policy, and INR could appreciate by a couple of percentage points. And in that environment, it is very likely that PSU banks will also do well. So which is why of late we have been preferring Bank Nifty instead of private banks ETF.
Okay, fair point. So that's one part of the answer. Amitji, we are fortunate that you are sitting in San Francisco, and that brings me to my second question. Now, what are FIIs and foreign investors telling you about Indian markets? There's been a massive sell-off in India, and that money has transferred itself to Taiwan as well as Korea, as well as the Japanese stock markets. Our valuations have also corrected substantially, as you point out, on Bank Nifty and the banking sector. What is the general feel, pulse that you are getting from the US geography about Indian markets?
Shell, from my conversations that I have had here, clearly they are not looking at Indian markets the way we would have wanted them to look. So while they do understand and appreciate that the valuations have corrected, because we have from our peak in September 24 in dollar terms, we are down more than 25%, while earnings have been I would not say they have been stunning, but they have been more or less, they have been on an even keel. And while we would have liked them to say that while the other markets have run up a lot and Indian market has underperformed, so maybe Indian market is a great value story at this point. But that's not how the conversations are panning out as of yet. And right now, the focus is on AI, the focus is on chips, and unfortunately, we in the listed space we do not have too many stocks, which are on the which piggyback on AI or which piggyback on chips. So because of that, I think they are not looking at Indian market very kindly at the moment. But my it might be a bit of wishful thinking on my part, but my sense is that at some point, the rally in the likes of Samsung, SK Hynix, and Microns, and ASMLs, and so on and so forth, they would start looking very, very expensive at some point. And my sense is that once crude oil prices come down and Middle East becomes a lot more normal for business than what it is right now, my sense is that India could be back in favor. But till that point, I think Indian indices will be somewhat sideways, and we are not expected to break out till the time there is absolute clarity that Middle East is going to be back in business. So till that time, I think stock specific and index specific, there could be action. But we should not expect Nifty to be at 25,500 or 26,000 till the time Hormuz opens up.
Basically, Amit, from what I gather is that we are waiting for others to either slip up or correct, and then us becoming attractive because their run-up is through, rather than something constructive happening organically in the Indian market. Is this what you're trying to imply?
I would say that largely yes, but of course there are bits and parts of the Indian stock market which as a theme foreigners and foreign investors do like. It's just that some of those chosen sectors and stocks are also the ones which are the priciest. So if you look at those category of stocks outside India, they could be available at 50% of the price earning ratio that you would find them in India. So largely speaking, there are parts of the Indian market which are trading at very, very economical valuations after many, many years. But as a theme, they do not like them. And then there are parts of the Indian corporate world which they like, but they are not very enthused with the valuations that they find them at. So because of these two, let's say, different reasons why Indian market is not at the top of their radar or their pecking order at the moment. So largely speaking, what you're saying is right. But my sense is that things would look different once Hormuz opens up and when crude oil trades at, let's say, about $15 to $20 lower than where it is trading right now.
Okay. I was meeting a common friend of ours in Delhi. This was yesterday. And he made a wonderful observation. He said 3 years ago, 4 years ago, India was the toast of the world, investing world, and now we are toast.
Yes.
So that's the state of
yes.
That's the state of play, ladies and gentlemen. Taiwan, South Korea, Japanese markets have given multi-bagger returns on the index itself. Forget stocks. Many stocks have gone up 10x. Our markets, on the other hand, have trended downwards. Whatever is good in India is available. A similar stock is available at 50% valuations overseas. So that part of the market is not looking good for us. We have no AI trade, we have no GCC trade, we have no crypto, and that's the reason we are where we are. Be that as it may, Amitji, both of us have seen many a bull and many a bear market, and this too shall pass. Do you think that the pain that we have seen on the Indian rupee, that is behind us?
Yes, I'm an optimist on the Indian rupee at the moment. In fact, 97 was the level where we thought that one way or the other. One is, of course, that the Middle East logjam starts clearing up a little, and it has in the last few days somewhat. And secondly, we just thought that the FIIs are probably, they would get exhausted with the sheer quantum and the speed of selling which has happened in India from them over the last 2 to 3 months. So, considering all these factors, we thought that 97 is a great level to go long on INR. And my sense is that we have, of course, appreciated a little. It's not great even at this point of time, because since the war started, we are still down by about 6 odd %. But my sense is that once things normalize geopolitically, we should be going somewhere close to 93. For me now, 93 is like what 81 used to be till a few years back, when rupee was hovering in the range of 82 to 85. So 92 to 93 is pretty much the level that we should not expect dollar to break down below from those levels. But my sense is that another 3 to 4% appreciation from here is not unthinkable. In fact, I would say that the probability is better than 60 to 70% that we would, dollar INR would trade below 93. But of course, I don't see it going below 92, because RBI at some point is going to step in, and the dollar reserves which they have lost over the last 3 to 4 months, there is a good chance that they would want to pick up some of those dollars and fill up the reserves which they have lost recently.
Fair point. What is the investing community in the US thinking about the Iran war? Suddenly, Israel has been removed from the equation. It's a US-Iran fight, which originally was the Israel-Iran fight. What do you think is the groundswell of opinion because of rising gas prices, rising inflation in the US? What are the people generally thinking about Donald Trump there?
So, Shell, I think there are a couple of things about US, which of course I know that you appreciate them a lot, but I would still want to talk about them. So, in US, their stock market and the prices at the pump, and of course, grocery. These are some of the things which really
Move up.
affect public opinion a lot. Not just public opinion, but their perception on their president and the administration also is a function of some of these factors. So believe you me, from whatever conversations we've had so far, people are not so much bothered about Iran or the situation in the Middle East. So, compared to the situation in India, where literally every Indian is, waiting for the Middle East situation to get better for various reasons. Some could be looking at it from the stock market perspective, and some could be looking at it from the perspective of diesel and diesel and petrol prices, and some may be looking at the LPG availability situation, which is right now not so good in India. So, but here, because of the fact that the stock market is doing well, so essentially the top 20 to 30% of the US consumer base, they are actually not even bothered so much about what's the prices at the pump or the grocery, because they have literally made a killing in the last 9 weeks because of what has happened to the US markets. Yes, the bottom 30 to 40% are hurting because those are typically the segments which are not exposed much to the stock market. And for them, the extra money which is leaking out of their pockets on the pump and at grocery stores is really hurting them. So they are the ones who are, of course, voicing some bit of negativity about way things are going and even about the administration. But pretty much I can assure you, Shell, that it's not a burning issue here. A lot of people are not even tracking what's happening in Iran. An average Indian would wake up and want to know exactly what's going on in Iran, and they would check at least a few times in a day. I can assure you that most of the people are not doing that in US, and definitely not in San Francisco, where people have made even more money because of private equity and venture capital, and of course, public markets have been absolutely stunning.
Well, I think they have the luck on their side, which is sorely missing at the point in our geography. What about bond yields? 30-year paper in the US is at 5%. Japanese bond yields are also surging. This has been a very happy hunting ground for you in particular and your clients at Pace 360. What is the general feel about US bond yields in their part of the geography?
I can assure you, Shell, that I have seldom seen this kind of pessimism on the long-term bonds ever. And I've been trading US and European bonds now for about 30 odd years. And I have not seen this kind of pessimism. Literally, almost everybody has given up on this asset class, Shell. And I must point out that when we started talking about gold in 2016, when the price was $1,000 an ounce, and right now, of course, gold is 5 times of that price. And the kind of pessimism which I saw on gold in US and in most parts of the world in 2016, the pessimism right now on the long-term bonds is even worse than the pessimism on gold that existed in 2016. And you and I have lived through a lot of cycles, and we've had the good fortune of trading these cycles over the last 31 years. And I can safely say that long-term bonds in US and in most parts of the world are going to do extremely well over the next couple of years. But it's just that they may not just take off suddenly. They may sort of be sideways for some more time, but at some stage in the next few months, a breakout is coming. And I can assure you that the next 2 years, this is going to be one of the best asset classes in the world. 30-year US bonds, 30-year Japanese bonds, 30-year UK bonds, 30-year French bonds. These are some of the best investments that one can have for the next 2 years. But right now, of course, the focus is too much on technology, AI, chips, and the like. So they would probably need to sort of go through this process a little more time, maybe a few more weeks, a couple of months before they start breaking out.
Wonderful. On this very optimistic note, Mr. Goel, we'll call it time. Enjoy your trip in that geography, and whenever you return, we'll again reconvene to discuss the state of play of Indian equities. Thank you for your time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Shell. Thank you so much.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Amit Goel, Chief Strategist and Co-founder at Pace 360. It's a very well-known PMS in Delhi. And Mr. Goel at the moment was sitting in America talking about how the AI trade, the bond markets, the gold markets has also the general perception of the Iran war is in the US geography. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned and be with Business Today Television. Hello and welcome back on Business Today Television. The mood, at least in the markets, seems to be absorbing the price hike that has come into petrol and diesel prices for the fourth time in the last 10 sessions. The rupee has also shown signs of strength after the Reserve Bank of India's governor said that the rupee, after its recent fall, seems to have reached its fair REER value, as also appears undervalued. And of course, you have oil price hike, oil prices dipping substantially. To discuss what the markets hold from now on, we are joined by a very well-known market analyst. Ms. Devina Mehra joins us on the show. She's the founder and CMD of First Global. Namaste Devina ji, a very warm welcome. What a wonderful smile. Is this a smile that is a harbinger of good things on Dalal Street? We've had terrible first 6 months of trade. How are you watching sentiment? I hope this is a harbinger of good things.
नमस्ते शैल और आपके दर्शकों को भी नमस्ते. As far as the market is concerned, I mean, my view has been that overall the sentiment has been so negative. I mean, for the first time, I see my fellow fund managers no longer selling the India growth story. Abhi sab log risk ginwa rahe hain, everybody is enumerating the risks, and sentiment is a contra-indicator. So this is not my opinion. This is research studies all across the world, not just India and US, but wherever they've been done on whichever continent, the conclusion is the same, that when sentiment is very negative, the next period returns are below normal. When sentiment is very positive, as it was for the first 8 months of, let's say, 2024, and then the next period returns are below normal. It's a probability game. I'm not saying that I know what the index will be a year from now, but probability-wise, it is that it should do better. In terms of the market itself, you would have noticed that the market breadth has been broadening. So
absolutely,
if you look at 2025, it was a very, very narrow market. So calendar 25, most of our Indian indexes were up 5-6% or so, but the average stock was down. The median stock was down. 40% of the stocks were down more than 10%. And in normal markets, you see something like a 40% stocks outperforming. At kind of one point in 2025, only 10 to 15% stocks were outperforming. So it was that narrow. So now that that is expanding, which is a good sign. In terms of valuations, I don't think, if you go sector by sector, because there's no point looking at index valuation, because the index composition itself changes so much. You go back 20-25 years, at one point there weren't banks in the index. I mean, it's hard to believe now when they are the highest weightage, or PSUs at one point used to dominate. So if you look, but sector by sector, the valuations are not at extremes. So I don't see, a big. In many cases, they are below average. PE ratios of certain sectors are below average. Yes, Shall, you were saying.
What I agree with you completely is how the broadening of the market is happening. The kind of sectors that keep on popping up on a lot of statistical methods is very, very surprising at a time when, pretty much everybody in India and in the rest of the world has written an obituary for Dalal Street that nothing much is expected here, and money will flow out, and we are to be blamed for our own ills and sorrows, so on and so forth. We've seen this time earlier, and this too shall pass. But what are you making out specifically of this broadening of the market? What could be the possible reasons?
I mean, actually, that market being so narrow was the aberration. As I said, normally 40% or so of stocks do outperform. That's the long-term average. So that 10-15% was the aberration. But you are right that the world is just say, oh, there's that thing that the opposite of love is not hate; it is indifference. So a couple of weeks ago, Wall Street Journal did an article on emerging markets, and some they were positive on, some they were negative on, or whatever. But India didn't find a mention at all in the entire article. So you are like forgotten. So,
क्योंकि आप लखनऊ से हैं और ये आपसे बेहतर कोई समझेगा नहीं, कुछ तो है हम में कि हमारी हस्ती मिटती नहीं. 30-35 साल से तो मैं ही देख रहा हूँ that whenever a global obituary on India is written, three things happen. One, people have to eat crow. Two, the markets rebound very, very sharply, and everybody and his mother makes very serious money. Now tell us, how have...
एक चीज और मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, if you look at the narrative of why India is not doing well, see what happens is that whatever is happening, market is going up or down, you will find a neat little story to fit it. So right now the story is that India is not doing well because India does not have an AI play, or if you want to speak in consultant speak, India does not have an innovation story. That's how you put it. But all the people telling you this are saying that only thing that is running are all those companies that are big in AI. But that the Magnificent Seven, as it used to be called, it's still called in the US, which is the big 7 tech companies, Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, they were driving the S&P. I mean, but that was 2024 story when they accounted for 50% of the 55% or so of the S&P. Last year, it came down to 40%, but more importantly, 5 of those companies underperformed. It was only Google and Nvidia that drove it. This year, it has been Google and Amazon. And the important thing is that even in the US, the story has moved elsewhere. This year, the small cap index of the US Russell 2000 has done 2.5 times the returns that S&P has given. And every single sector in that index is positive. So that is that's the perspective that is missing. And even when the energy companies have done well, and they started doing well actually before the conflict, the Exxons and the Chevrons. But even things like Johnson & Johnson, Costco, real old economy companies are doing well. And even in that information technology, it is not the companies that are investing in AI. But, because they're investing so much in AI, it is all their suppliers that are going up. Semiconductor equipment, even, old-time electronic companies like Dell, the old-time networking companies have come back out of the blue. So, it's a whole different story. But the problem is right now, a lot of people who are selling kind of global products because they've set up a gift city structure do not have the depth even to analyze history. I'm not even talking what will happen. I'm talking this is what has happened, but they are still telling you the story that was true in 2024. So, India also, it is not as if that if you don't have AI, you have nothing. So that is not the way to look at it. That's the...
ये मैंने बहुत देखा है कि अगर आप कम दिमाग लगाएं बाजार में तो ज़्यादा पैसे बनते हैं, और सबसे बढ़िया तरीका है सॉर्ट ऑल रिटर्न्स इन अ सिंगल एक्सेल शीट. जो नीचे वाले 5 हैं वो 18 महीने बाद चलेंगे, जो ऊपर वाले 5 हैं बस भगवान का नाम लीजिए उनके लिए. अच्छा, अब बताइए, अब मेरे को बताइए कि यहाँ से हमें क्या करना है. Broadly, I think about 70% of the pain that we saw is out of the market. 30% बचा है. अब यहाँ से कहाँ पैसा डाला जाए भारतीय बाजारों में?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो ये है, which I repeat on your channel, I must have always said it, that don't put 100% in equity, but whatever is your equity allocation, remain invested. Because होता ये है कि आप गलत टाइम पे एंटर करते हो और गलत टाइम पे एग्जिट करते हो from the market or even from a particular strategy or whatever. I'll give you an example. So a lot of your viewers must have read or at least heard of this One Up on Wall Street by Peter Lynch. Now, he was a very successful fund manager in the US. So the fund that he was managing compounded something like, I think, 28 or 29%. And that was the highest return mutual fund, I think, ever in US history. But the average investor in that fund compounded only 7%, and a whole lot of them actually lost money. Lost money in the best performing mutual fund scheme ever because they entered at the wrong time and exited at the wrong time. वो बड़ा outperformance आया एक साल तो you entered. Next year there was an underperformance and you exited. So don't do that kind of stuff. So as long as you're following a sensible process, remain invested, because no one has this. No one. I cannot tell you. You cannot say it. Nobody in the market can tell you what will be the equity market return in 1 year or 2 years. So equity could be money you don't need to look at for 7-8 years. It doesn't mean that you remain invested in the same stocks for 7-8 years. That's a whole different thing. So, I mean, we, for example, look at our portfolio from base zero every quarter. That if we had cash today, where would we be invested? And that is to get rid of certain inherent biases in your thinking, that where you want to hold on to whatever you are holding on to, you value it more highly than you should, something called an endowment bias. So, I mean, but of course, it's not as if every quarter the whole list changes, but that's a discipline. So last almost more than 2 years, actually, we've been overweight auto components to an extent, autos and pharma. So that still continues. I mean, surprisingly, we thought in this rebalance, maybe some it may not look as good, but still, I mean, more companies, in fact, came up in these same sectors. One sector which also is throwing up little more companies is industrial machinery, capital goods, especially power equipment. So overall, the power sector, maybe because of all the data center demand or whatever, is beginning to look better. So both power utilities and power equipment. Otherwise, there are always bottom-up picks in FMCG, in chemicals, and so on. So that's broadly where we are right now. And we do not believe in very concentrated sector bets. So you will never have 40% in a single sector or something like that. But this is the broad areas.
Ma'am, when you talk about rebalancing every quarter, this was within First Global. When was it last done?
So we just almost finished it, just about, we do it every quarter. So, the data comes in. So we did it in this month itself.
Correct. So the reason why I ask is because I see industrial machinery and cap goods and power, and it's absolutely right. I mean, some of these rallies and some of these gains have been fantastic in the month of May. Devinaji, when you look at how within this rebalancing, the private sector banking is coming up, PSU banks have also come up. Pharma has been a blowout in the month of May, mainly because of rupee depreciation. Given the way how forward covers are moving on the rupee, do you think this pharma bet has more steam?
So pharma for us, as I said, we have been overweight since beginning of 24. So it had a good run in 24, kind of was treading water for 25, didn't do that much in 25. But we had more domestic-oriented stocks. So now we do have some exports, but it is not completely an export bet. So it's kind of a mix. And I was you talked of rupee depreciation. I was just looking at a clip of a podcast I did in February 25, which was on global investing. At that time, the rupee was 86 rupees. And since then, I was looking at our global product, which is not a high risk product at all. It is all geographies, all assets. So it's not even equity only. It has still returned almost 25% in dollar terms and 35% in rupee terms. So, I mean, right now, so don't do things in a knee-jerk fashion. India has not done for the last 1 year, so now let me go global. And then, next year India does well. Oh, why did I go global? So that, do a proper asset allocation, and global should also be a big part of your investing. I always give this data that when I started working, the dollar was 12 rupees. So you can't do financial planning without accounting for the fact that this is how the rupee behaves. So 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, if you are saving for those goals, you cannot forget this. So that's the big picture. So getting the big picture right is the more important thing, rather than exactly ye stock liya ki wo stock liya. That's the whole point.
Ma'am, in our case, most of our viewers and most Indians are domestically oriented. What is
that's a cause for me that should change. I mean, the liberalized remittance scheme has been around for 2 decades. 20 saal ho gaye. So
but
so
a lot of people have invested in Nasdaq ETFs. These are very popular products. They've made supernormal money there as well. Many mutual funds have launched lots of geographically focused funds, for instance.
Yeah, but that is again, that's the problem. That's why, I mean, just as in India, we do a base zero allocation. Globally also, global is not the US. I mean, right now, our global products have less than 40% in US equity. And our last rebalance, we added countries like Mexico and Malaysia, which are not even on anyone's radar, I think. See, the problem again is that it is not just true of the investors, it is also true of the fund houses, that oftentimes the products are launched simply because that's where they can gather assets. Not because that's the best time to invest in those products. In fact, I was looking at all the Gift City global products. I mean, unfortunately, most of them have done terribly. I mean, if you look at 6 months, 1 year.
We will leave that discussion for some other day.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that that is the thing. So I mean, your viewers should also look globally.
In our case,
now 3% of the world market cap. That's the data.
See,
so there's no reason why 100% or 90% of your investment should be here.
I just wanted to keep this discussion very simple from the point of view of practicality of investments. All of us have this idea about the US economy for various reasons, whether it is Hollywood, whether our cousins working there, we have a fair idea. And by and large, Indians who have invested in US-focused funds in India, in rupees, have made a lot of money. That is true. Right. Now, I want to understand from you, from your previous question when you talked about the broader picture, what is the broader picture in India? We know the negatives. हर पेपर में वही दिन भर चलता रहता है, 3-4 महीने से वही पढ़ रहे हैं. I want to understand from you, as a long-term watcher of Dalal Street, as an investor globally, what is India as a percentage of your portfolio? उससे पता चलेगा.
See, India has for a long time never been more than 20% of my portfolio, and that too mostly because you hold some things historically, so they are still there. So I mean, if I had to do an allocation today, I would probably not even have that. As I told you, the world's as a percentage of the world market cap, it used to be 4.5 plus. Now it is, I think, 2.7% or so the last time I saw. So, but of course, I mean, from here, it can go up. I'm not saying, 2.7 ka 2.7 hi reh jayega, but that is the thing that's the landscape. That's why I was talking global. I mean, we can all keep talking India because we've always talked India, but that's not the right advice, that you should be all in on India. And you should not, I mean, again, as you kept saying US, but US is not the world. We have been underweight US for about a year and a half now. And we've continued to go further underweight. So, that's not the world. So that's the other term. Because if you remember the last time some Nasdaq funds aaye the, that was 2021. And in 2022, they were down 40% and people were panicking and a lot of people exited. So,
Ma'am, I should not be, taking sides of people who even switch funds on a 2-3 year basis. वो भी उसमें भी पैसा नहीं बनता. I am looking
The
at
SEBI data shows more than 50% of the investors don't remain invested for even 2 years for the single scheme. That's a SEBI data.
हाँ, वो अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी
Majority of
मार
the people.
मेरी बात सुनिए देखिए
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
हमें उन लोगों को पैसा बनवाना है who are sensible. You and I cannot change the psychology of the people who want to get in and out of mutual funds on whims and fancies and indices making record highs and record lows. We are looking at sensible people who would like to invest money in the long term and make 15-17% CAGR. Basic baat, ठीक है? Now, with this background in mind, what are the sectors you have mentioned? Industrial machinery, capital goods, power, auto and pharma. Anything else that catches your eye? Maybe domestic IT has bottomed out. Maybe banks are at a risk because of interest rate hikes around the corner. Maybe, FMCG might be looking good. What is that broader view for India?
See, first of all, whatever I tell you may not hold 6 months or 1 year later. So with that caveat, banks, I must have said it on your channel also that I'm a very nervous investor in banks.
Correct.
The last year and a half, we have not been as underweight banks as we used to be. So we have been closer to the market weight, though not overweight ever. And we started adding PSU banks. So towards the end, we also added some private sector banks. But I'm actually getting quite nervous. It's been a long time to have this much weightage in banks. I'm normally very underweight. But, 2025, the real call was that if you looked at the 5 years prior to 25, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, the bank Nifty hugely underperformed, barring 1 year, which was 2022. So it was just due for some performance. But that is, that may not last forever. Right now we have not really cut banking, but definitely that is something I'm watching. And FMCG, yes, we do have companies there. We may not be overweight, but I think we must be around market weight. IT, I think, the obituary has been written too many times of Indian IT. So it started Y2K, that after Y2K, they won't have work. Once SaaS, that software as a service started, now, they will get disintermediated. Digitization, cloud, all these were supposed to be the end of Indian IT. So I don't think, that is correct. These companies, while I have problems with the fact that they never moved up the value chain, within their defined thing, they can pivot and, move on. Now, if you look at AI also, AI, there have been research studies showing that if you kind of hand over the keys to AI, there was a research paper called Agents of Chaos. They really create chaos. They've wiped out databases, they've wiped out systems, they've lied. They will tell you, I've done this, but without doing it. So it's like a bad employee. No chief technology officer or CEO is going to hand over the keys to AI. So somebody has to be between the AI and the enterprise, and that somebody has to be IT services. So those roles will come about. What I'm a little more worried about is that IT and IT related services, and also then, the whole ecosystem around that, real estate, security guard, food delivery, that's been the engine for India's employment for the last 25 years. And that may not be the case, at least in the short term. Maybe after 2-3 years, that's what NASSCOM is actually estimating, that it will be a J curve in employment. Thoda kam hoga and then it will accelerate, which might well happen. But, for me, the concern more than for IT services is a more macro concern for India, that we don't have many employment engines.
Fair point. You and I have often debated on bond yields, and now even the longer term end, which is 30-year bond yields in Japan and the US, are showing signs of strength beyond 5%. If they weren't there, then Mr. Trump would probably be sitting in Tehran. What is your gut feel? Are the days of modest bond yields 2%, 3% now forever gone?
See, for US, it's kind of very important thing. So if I was just looking at, obviously the 10-year yield, if you look at is, at least before this, nowadays every day, according to what the news, if something changes. So I haven't looked at what happened just like last 2 days, but it was at a 10-year high. And it was more or less where it was 20 years ago, 2006-07.
Yes.
But since then, the US indebtedness has almost doubled. So there is a quote of this Bill Clinton's advisor, which I have posted often, which said that, if there is reincarnation, I thought I'd like to come back as the Pope or the President, but now I've decided that I'd like to come back as the bond market. You can intimidate everyone. So whether it was Trump tariffs or whether it is the deal with Tehran, as soon as the, bond yields go beyond a certain point, the president says, ouch, and there is change. So, that obviously their whole objective is not to let it go out of hand. So let's see how that plays out. This Tehran, this Iran thing was just, आप एक तरह से बोलिए तो self-goal था, मतलब you had no business starting this war in the first place. So you just, I still cannot figure out what the game was, why you started the bombing in the first place. And now you're saying that the objective is to get the Straits of Hormuz open. They were open in February.
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, the US might try as hard it can to tamp down bond yields for the short term. But we know for a fact that when the bill of an economic disaster comes, it comes. There is no stopping that. We've seen that happen in Japan. 30 years the market went off everybody's radar. Now, is the US, because of its indebtedness and all the other political issues that are there, have these bond yields come out of that proverbial box that now you can't put them back again?
I think we are there, but on the markets, yes, in the US, especially the sectors that were doing well, I think the risks are increasing because it's been a long period of outperformance for the US. So, that is why I always say global is not the US, because in the past also there have been long periods when the US has underperformed the rest of the world. Like 2003 to 2007, and when it wasn't even coming off a high, it was already down after the tech crash. But those 4.5 years were magic for emerging markets. India went up 6 times. The whole emerging market index went up 3.5, 4 times. And then again, the stories followed. Then the stories were that now US is over. And BRICS was coined at that time. Then the US started outperforming again. Then the stories were forgotten. So always remember the stories follow what's happening in the market. It's not the other way around. So, the risk have been increasing, especially in certain segments in the US market. So, as I said, but now, as of now, the old economy companies have kind of picked up the slack. And as far as the AI itself is also concerned, I don't think it is like now and if. In my mind, it's a when. That when this bubble bursts, that in the sense that all the money going into AI is not going to earn economic rates of returns. I'm quite clear that nearly $1 trillion of investment will not, this year itself, will not have economic rates of return. So there's going to be turmoil on all those fronts.
Right. मैम, अगर आपको AI का बबल बर्स्ट करना है ना, तो किसी भी एक AI एजेंट को take a monthly subscription. The thing will stop working immediately. So that's the way to burst the AI bubble. It's my own personal experience. 6 mahine I have tried all very good artificial AI software. They worked wonderfully. I chose one, paid money, it stopped working. It wants more money now, every single day. So that's a different story. But the other thing I wanted to understand from you is that as far as Dalal Street are concerned, are we in the market which is of the 90s vintage? Smokestack companies are working, pharma is working. When you look at gainers list, आपको कोई नया नाम नहीं दिखता. आपको सब पुराने नाम दिखते हैं. Century Textiles, Century Rayon, those kind of names.
I had not noticed that.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is that this broad basing of rally has actually brought our past back.
You said broad basing rally. I mean, your voice is cracking a bit. So
I'm
you said
saying
broad basing of rally.
Has brought our past back.
Right.
These names are of 25-year vintage. So you have, when you talk about industrial machinery and capital goods, you will see the Kirloskars of the world. You will see the ABBs, the Thermaxes of the world. These were listings of the 1990s, if not earlier. My point is that do we do away with the new economy in India?
So why do you want some novelty? I mean, that's okay. I mean, that if it is old established companies coming back, I don't see it as a negative. And capital goods, industrial machinery, we actually went overweight first time in October 21.
Yes, yes.
And that was after a 12-year period when these were the absolute dog companies. The sector compounded 2% from 2009 to 21. And ours, I think, was the only fund who actually started buying then. Most people discovered it late 23 when it had gone up 3 times, 4 times, because the human fund manager, carries the story in their head that ye to bekar hai, isko dekhna hi nahi hai. These are like not worth looking at. That's why the system forces you to look at facts.
Yes,
that's why we use a human plus machine system, because the machine forces you to look at facts. So, that this has changed. I mean, is there any reason to overrule it, or do you go with it? So that's the whole thing. That's fine. I mean, that there are always cycles that, and what else will come? I mean, your new listings have all been in the quote unquote new age companies, which are, which while you say it's tech companies, they're really, either direct to consumer companies or they are platforms. So they're not really, the moat is not their tech. It's not, that's not their thing. It's like building a consumer brand, which is what they have done. So they're not, in terms of the new kind of sectors coming in, that's been the, I think, only significant one. Can you think of anything else?
No, not for the moment, and my PCR has been repeatedly telling me that we've gone past time, although I wanted to discuss this industrial phase and capital goods and power ancillary space much more in detail with you, but I will have to listen to my PCR and unwillingly bid you goodbye, Devinaji. As always, it's such a pleasure listening to you. And let's hope that, the time cycle works in favor of Dalal Street for the remainder of 2026 and ahead. We've seen many, many bad days, many, many bad years, and let's hope that they are behind us. Thank you for your time. I look forward to meeting you.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Miss Devina Mehra, founder and CMD at First Global, a very well-known PMS is what she runs, and I hope you found her views interesting just as I did. Please continue with Business Today Television. Lots of interesting things happening.
Aggressive, resourceful, organizationally sharp. D.K. Shivakumar today is more than just Karnataka's next CM. Inside the Congress party, he has always been known as Mr. Problem Solver. From reviving the Karnataka Congress machinery before the 2023 Assembly election to managing legislators during political crisis, DK's biggest strength lies in organization and execution. He is viewed as a leader who can mobilize workers, resources, and alliances quickly. The Congress leadership also trusts his ability to negotiate difficult political situations. His recent involvement in Tamil Nadu Congress affairs is being seen as another example of the High Command relying on him beyond Karnataka.
You are going to take part, sir. What could be the agenda?
But DK Shivakumar's rise also comes with complications. The biggest, his power tussle with incumbent CM Siddaramaiah.
Welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock questions on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is on your screen. Send me your questions here along with your name, location, and your contact details, as we can definitely help you get all the key ideas as far as stock market experts are concerned on your stock portfolio, and custom made advice is what you can get here. So don't forget to mention your own contact details here. We can also help you understand your queries if you are joining us from our YouTube channel, Business Today. You need to go to Daily Calls Live, use the comment section there to send me your questions. I'll be happy to pick up some of those questions there. We have a lot of people who are already joining in early. We have Moria, Vinita joining in early. Welcome to both of you. We have also Satya joining in. Welcome Satya, Archana. Welcome everybody who's joining in early on the program. And we also have a lot of our WhatsApp viewers sending us your questions. So welcome to everybody. Let me now introduce our guest to you. We have our favorite on Daily Calls edition, Pradeep Haldar, joining in as he does every Friday, to share with us a fresh perspective on the markets and to answer your questions. Hi Pradeep, warm welcome, good afternoon. कैसा लग रहा है अभी ये बाजार आपको? उतार चढ़ाव के बीच में आप कहाँ पर अपॉर्चुनिटीज ढूंढ रहे हैं?
जी वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून मैम आपको, एंड थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी ऑन योर शो। 23,880 के लेवल पे अभी निफ्टी का प्राइस है। मुझे लगता है कि अब जब तक 24,000 एंड अबव सस्टेन नहीं हो जाता तो नेक्स्ट मूव पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा है। इनफैक्ट मार्केट एक रेंज बाउंड जोन पे फंसा हुआ है लास्ट कुछ दिनों से। अभी इमीडिएटली सपोर्ट देखा जाए तो 23,650 के लेवल पे है, एंड उससे पहले एक बार 23,200 के लेवल पे मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही बढ़िया सपोर्ट जोन है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हमने देखा है लास्ट जिस टाइम आज से कुछ दिन पहले 24,000 के ऊपर आया था लेकिन सस्टेन नहीं हो पाया, कहीं ना कहीं फिर से नीचे आ गया। तो 24,000 एंड अबव सस्टेन होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। रुपया ऑल टाइम लो के आसपास है। अगेन एफआईआई का सेलिंग प्रेशर, तो मार्केट जहां था वहीं पे है। बैंक निफ्टी कहीं ना कहीं 55,032 के लेवल पे अभी चल रहा है। बैंक निफ्टी में थोड़ा स्ट्रेंथ है लेकिन हाई पॉसिबिलिटीज है बैंक निफ्टी पे भी एक डीप जो कि 54,650 से लेके 54,300 तक मुझे लगता है कि पॉसिबल है। फ्राइडे है, फ्राइडे वाला फैक्टर काम कर ही रहा है। सैटरडे संडे कुछ भी हो सकता है, एंड मिडिल ईस्ट को लेके जो टेंशन अभी भी था वो अभी भी पहले जो था वो अभी भी चल रहा है। सो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक फोकस करना बेटर रहेगा, एंड थोड़ा स्मॉल कैप इस बाजार में आपको अवॉइड करके जाना चाहिए। और इंडेक्स लेवल पे अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं पॉजिटिविटी नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है। इनफैक्ट लॉन्ग टर्म में तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिखता, लेकिन शॉर्ट टर्म नेक्स्ट अगर 1 से 2 हफ्ते का मैं बात बोलूं, कहीं ना कहीं जब तक कुछ क्लैरिटी नहीं आ जाता, अगेन कुछ कंसर्न अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि मार्केट को लेके है। और 24,000 एंड अबव एक बार क्लोजिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा निफ्टी के लिए।
ओके चलिए, तो एक ओवरऑल बाजार के ऊपर आपको व्यू मिल चुका है प्रदीप जी की तरफ से। बाजार में कहां पर अब मूव नजर आ रहा है ये भी आपको पता चल गया है, लेकिन अब चलते हैं आपके सवालों की ओर। सबसे पहले मौर्य का सवाल आया है हमारे पास बेंगलुरु से। ये पूछना चाहते हैं आउटलुक टाटा मोटर्स पैसेंजर व्हीकल्स के ऊपर, खासतौर पर जून सीरीज के लिए। इन्होंने 405 का कॉल ऑप्शन ऑलरेडी लिया हुआ है ₹4.50 55 पैसे पर, और आपसे आप पूछना चाहते हैं कि किस लेवल पर अब आप टाटा मोटर्स पैसेंजर व्हीकल्स को जाते हुए देख रहे हैं जून सीरीज में।
देखिए ओवरऑल मुझे लगता है कि जून सीरीज के लिए पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में थोड़ा पॉजिटिविटी मैं देख पा रहा हूँ। 385 के लिए 85 के आसपास एक स्टॉप लॉस डेफिनेटली आप मेंटेन करके रखिए। अभी 401 के लेवल पे चल रहा है। पॉसिबल है एक बार आपको 435 से 440 तक ओवर द मंथ आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन स्टॉप लॉस कैश लेवल पे 385 पे आपको मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए।
ठीक है, विनीता गुप्ता का सवाल नेक्स्ट है। ये पूछना चाहती है आपसे कि फिनोलेक्स केबल्स पर क्या आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी, इनको आप रेकमेंड करेंगे? 1040 के लेवल्स पर इन्होंने खरीदा हुआ है। खासतौर पर रिजल्ट्स भी कंपनी के ठीक अच्छे आए हैं इस क्वार्टर में। उसके बाद थोड़ी सी प्रॉफिट टेकिंग आज के सेशन में नजर आ रही है। 1150 के आसपास अभी चल रहा है और उन्होंने 1040 पर लिया है। प्रॉफिट्स में तो है ये, लेकिन आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं आप यहाँ से क्या टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस लेकर चले?
देखिए कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉप लॉस तो 1040 के आसपास ही हो रहा है, लेकिन वो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट हो जाएगा। तो क्योंकि अभी आप ऑलरेडी प्रॉफिट में हो, तो यू शुड डेफिनेटली मेंटेन ए ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस। वो स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा 1125। 1125 विल बी योर न्यू स्टॉप लॉस। कभी भी हिट होता है एग्जिट हो जाइए, प्रॉफिट बुक हो जाएगा आपका। अदरवाइज अगर बाई चांस इससे भी नीचे आता है तो फिर आपका बाइंग प्राइस के आसपास आने का भी पॉसिबिलिटीज है, लग रहा है। और 1205 क्रॉस होने के बाद ये स्टॉक आपको 1450 1500 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। तो इसी वजह से, क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी प्रॉफिट में हो, 1125 विल बी योर स्टॉप लॉस।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है सत्या का। ये लिखते हैं, साक्षी गुड आफ्टरनून प्रदीप सर। सर केपीआईटी टेक को कैसे देख रहे हैं आप, और कोफोर्ज को भी कैसे देख रहे हैं? मेरे पास दोनों शेयर्स हैं पोर्टफोलियो में। मैंने दोनों में शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए एंट्री किया है। केपीआईटी टेक मैंने 740 पर लिया है, कोफोर्ज मैंने 1370 पर लिया है। इसमें क्या आप लेवल्स बता सकते हैं जहां मैं प्रॉफिट बुक करूं और निकल जाऊं?
देखिए कोफोर्स मुझे लगता है कि जो शॉर्ट कवरिंग मूव चल रहा है ये कंटिन्यू होना चाहिए, और अप टू एटलीस्ट 1530 1530 तक ये मूव आपको कंटिन्यू होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एक बार वेट करके जाइए। केपीआईटी में भी शॉर्ट कवरिंग मूव चल रहा है, क्योंकि ओवर द पास्ट फ्यू वीक्स एंड मंथ्स हम लोगों ने आईटी में एक कहीं ना कहीं डाउनफॉल देखा है, वीकनेस देखा है। 790 के लेवल पे चल रहे हैं, आपको 815 टू 820 के लेवल पे एक बार प्रॉफिट बुक करके जाना है। शॉर्ट टाइम में शॉर्ट कवरिंग के अंदर ही आपको प्रॉफिट बुक करने का सलाह रहेगा। ये कोई ब्रेकआउट नहीं है, बस एक नॉर्मल डेड कैट बाउंस है, क्योंकि इतने टाइम से कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रेशर में रहा है। तो अगर आप शॉर्ट टर्म वाले हो तो इसी जो शॉर्ट कवरिंग मूव है, इसी मूव के अंदर अंदर आपको एग्जिट करना चाहिए। बाकी थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए, इट विल टेक सम टाइम कंसोलिडेशन, उसके बाद फिर से आपको ओवर द टाइम ब्रेकआउट आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का, जी वेंकटेश राव हैं, ये हैदराबाद से हैं। हिताची एनर्जी के इनके पास शेयर्स हैं, 31,000 पर इन्होंने लिया हुआ है। और इन्होंने पूछा है कि क्या मैं अभी भी वेट करूं अगले 2 साल के लिए? कैसे देखते हैं आप इस शेयर को? खैर ये बहुत ही बड़ा वेल्थ क्रिएटर रहा है इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए, और पिछले तिमाही में भी बढ़िया नंबर्स आए हैं। अब 38,390 पर पहुंच गया, यानी कि जिन लोगों ने हाई लेवल पर 31,000 के प्राइस टैग पर भी खरीदा, उनको भी प्रॉफिट यहाँ पर अच्छा खासा मिला है। अब ये शेयर ऑलमोस्ट 40,000 के करीब जाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं आप हिताची एनर्जी को, जिन लोगों के पास अभी भी मौका है अगर 2 साल के लिए रुके? पिछले 6 महीने में 70% से ज्यादा का मूव हमें इस शेयर में देखने को मिला है ऑलरेडी।
देखिए स्टॉक का चार्ट तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बढ़िया है, लेकिन 2 साल में क्या क्या होने वाला है, क्योंकि 2 साल एक बहुत लंबा टाइम होता है। एंड उससे पहले मुझे लगता है कि एक बार जो आपका बाइंग जोन है 31,000 30,000, हाई पॉसिबिलिटीज है यहाँ पे भी रिविजिट होना चाहिए एक बार। तो इसी पर्पज से ना मैं आपको एक ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस दे रहा हूँ। ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा 36,406। अगर कभी भी इसके नीचे सस्टेन होता है या 36,400 ट्रिगर होता है, आपको एक बार एग्जिट हो जाना चाहिए पार्शियल प्रॉफिट बुक करके, क्योंकि मैटर है 2 साल का। 2 साल में मुझे लगता है कि फिर से एक बार 32,000 33,000 के आसपास आना चाहिए। अगर आप प्रॉफिट नहीं बुक करते हो और फिर से 33,000 32,000 के आसपास आता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि या तो एवरेजिंग या तो फ्रेश बाई मैं अभी नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी स्टॉक चला हुआ है, तो रिस्क रिवार्ड रेशियो फेवरेबल नहीं है यहाँ पे। तो 32,500 33,000 के आसपास आता है तो फिर से आप बाई कीजिए। उस टाइम पे स्टॉप लॉस 27,500 के आसपास मेंटेन करना चाहिए। अगेन स्टॉप आपको 45 से 50,000 तक मुझे लगता है कि आता हुआ दिखाई देंगे।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ। और ये सवाल अब आया है हमारे पास संदीप का। ये पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे व्यू भारत इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर, बीएल और साथ ही साथ बीएचईएल पर भी। दोनों पर इनका 3 महीने का व्यू है। टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस दोनों पूछना चाहते हैं, बीएल डिफेंस स्पेस से और बीएचईएल कैपिटल गुड स्पेस से।
देखिए बीएचईएल में मुझे लगता है कि मूव कंटिन्यू होना चाहिए अप टू 480 500 तक। सो प्रॉफिट बुक करने का सलाह नहीं रहेगा. यू शुड डेफिनेटली कंटिन्यू योर पोजीशन. एंड बीएल अभी 415 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है, आपको यहाँ पे 525 530 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. बिफोर दैट एक बार 405 से लेके 400 के आसपास का पॉसिबल है, तो यहाँ पे या तो एवरेजिंग या तो फ्रेश बाई करने का भी सलाह रहेगा. स्टॉप लॉस 382 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए.
चलिए एक बार फिर से बाय सिग्नल्स नजर आ रहे हैं, बीएल पर भी खरीदारी का कर सकते हैं अभी आप करंट लेवल्स पर, हालांकि स्टॉप लॉस के साथ जरूर आप अपना पोजीशन बनाएं. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. ये सवाल हमारे पास व्हाट्सएप के जरिए है. तपन है कोलकाता से, लिखते हैं नमस्कार साक्षी मैम एंड प्रदीप जी, मुझे आपसे पूछना है शिल्चर टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में. करंट मार्केट प्राइस में क्या गुड बाय रहेगा ये?
मैम कौन सा स्टॉक बताया आपने?
शिल्चर टेक्नोलॉजीज, इसको खरीदना चाहते हैं करंट मार्केट प्राइस पर और पूछना चाहते हैं लॉन्ग टर्म इसका व्यू कैसा रहेगा. शिल्चर
आई थिंक मैं स्टॉक को ट्रैक नहीं करता, तो मैं इसमें व्यू नहीं दे पाऊंगा.
ओके तपन जी, अगर आपके पास कोई और सवाल हो किसी और शेयर पर आप जरूर पूछ सकते हैं. प्रदीप जी इस शेयर को ट्रैक नहीं करते हैं. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं. गोविंद हैं दुबई से, हमारा शो देखते हैं, एक रेगुलर व्यूअर भी हैं. लिखते हैं गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू साक्षी जी एंड प्रदीप सर. हाईटेक पाइप्स के ऊपर मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ. 400 शेयर्स हैं 110 के लेवल पर, यहाँ पर होल्ड या एवरेज या फिर सेल, क्या सलाह रहेगी? मैं लॉन्ग टर्म का निवेशक हूँ. आई ऑलवेज वॉच योर शो, इट इज अ वेरी गुड एंड नॉलेजेबल शो. थैंक यू सो मच डियर गोविंद फॉर राइटिंग इन सच वार्म वर्ड्स फॉर द शो. ऑफ कोर्स वी विल गेट यू अ व्यू ऑन हाईटेक पाइप्स. आपने 110 पे खरीदा है, आपके प्राइस से नीचे आया है, आज भी 7% नीचे है 87 पर. देखते हैं क्या बने रहने में अभी भी भलाई है या निकल जाना पड़ेगा आपको. प्रदीप जी क्या सलाह देंगे?
जी देखिए, अगर हम चार्ट देखेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं एक शूटिंग स्टार पैटर्न बनाया है और उसके बाद सेलिंग प्रेशर यहाँ पे आया है. मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि अभी तो यहाँ पे वीकनेस ही कंटिन्यू रहेगा. 80 यानी 78 तक जाने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है, तो इसीलिए फ्रेश बाय करने का तो सलाह नहीं रहेगा. अगर किसी के पास है तो आप देख लीजिए आपको क्या करना है. मेरे को एक बार 78 से 80 तक दिखाई दे रहा है. एंड अगर स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करना है तो थोड़ा लंबा ही होगा. 65 से पहले कुछ भी प्रॉपरली स्टॉप लॉस नहीं निकल के आ रहा है. जो भी स्टॉप लॉस होगा वो कहीं ना कहीं हिट हो जाएगा, तो 65 में स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए. अदरवाइज एक बार करंट जोन से एग्जिट हो जाइए.
ठीक है. आपको एग्जिट नहीं तो आपको देखने को पड़ेगा कि यहाँ पर थोड़ा और नीचे के लेवल्स देखने को मिल सकते हैं. 80 तक के भी लेवल्स नजर आ रहे हैं आपको. प्रदीप जी ने जो भी राय दी है इसे आप डेफिनेटली फॉलो करें. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हमारे पास आया है सुरेंद्र कौर घुमन का. कैरी सेल के ऊपर एक ये सवाल लेकर आए हैं. 175 शेयर्स है 840 के भाव पर. शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए क्या इस शेयर में अपसाइड आपको दिखता है या नहीं, ये पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे प्रदीप जी.
करंट जोन से मुझे मूव दिखता है कहीं ना कहीं. जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन यहाँ पे है, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि 1450 से 1500 ऑन द वे जाने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है. बिल्कुल कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगता. होल्ड कीजिए, बने रहिए.
ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्वेरी हमारे पास है और अब ये सवाल है ब्रिजेश का. लिखते हैं ग्राफिक मैम एंड प्रदीप सर, सर आपकी जो कॉल थी लेटेंट व्यू, उस पे अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? मेरे पास शायद 331 इन्होंने लिखा है, मुझे लग रहा है कि 331 पे इन्होंने खरीदा हुआ है. एक बार चार्ट उठा लेते हैं इसका लेटेंट व्यू का. 327 पर अभी चल रहा है, आज 3.5% ऊपर है. शायद इन्होंने 331 पे लिया हुआ है.
जी देखिए, बने रहिए. 330 331 के आसपास आपने लिया है. अब 327 8 के आसपास ही चल रहा है प्राइस. शुड डेफिनेटली होल्ड योर पोजीशन. 391 390 से पहले तो कुछ बड़ा रेसिस्टेंस नहीं है. सो थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए, 1-2 हफ्ता में लगता है कि स्टॉक हाईली पॉसिबल है. स्टॉक 390 अबव आने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है. एक स्टॉप लॉस आप यहाँ पे थोड़ा रिवाइज करके 300 के लेवल पे एक मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए.
ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्वेरी है गगन खेमानी की. ये आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं गोल्डियम इंटरनेशनल के ऊपर. 401 की इनकी खरीद है. शॉर्ट टर्म के निवेशक हैं और गोल्डियम पर आपसे अब आउटलुक जानना चाहते हैं.
कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के अंदर ही है ऑलमोस्ट. टॉप में आपको 448 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. सो बेटर होगा. इससे पहले भी हमने एक तरफा रैली देखने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं जो टॉप बना था फरवरी 2025 में 549, उससे उसके बाद एक कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है. बेटर है एक बार एग्जिट हो जाइए, क्योंकि स्टॉक उतना रडार पे नहीं आता है. और कहीं ना कहीं अभी अगर 525 एंड अबव सस्टेन नहीं होगा, जब तक यहाँ पे मूव सस्टेनेबल नहीं पॉसिबल है, तो एक बार एग्जिट होने का ही व्यू रहेगा.
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये है वरुण पारिक, अगेन यूट्यूब के जरिए जुड़ रहे हैं। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, आई एम फ्रॉम अहमदाबाद। मुझे जीई वर्नोवा टीएनडी के बारे में पूछना है। 50 शेयर्स मेरे पास ऑलरेडी हैं। मैंने पोजीशन ली है 4950 पर। इसमें अब मुझे आगे क्या करना चाहिए? डेफिनेटली वरुण विल हेल्प यू। प्रदीप जी, जीई वर्नोवा टीएनडी कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए ऑलरेडी स्टॉक बहुत चला हुआ है। आप देखेंगे लास्ट 6 महीना 1 साल से जिस तरीके का मूव आ रहा है, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि एक ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस आपको 4935 के लेवल पे आपको मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए। अगर कभी भी ट्रिगर होता है एक बार आप एग्जिट हो जाइए। एक बार आपको 5 अगर ट्रिगर नहीं होता है, जो मूव आ रहा है कहीं ना कहीं आपको 5450 से लेके 5500 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ। और ये सवाल भी हमारे पास आया है एक और दर्शक का। सुप्रिया लाइफ साइंसेस के बारे में शायद पूछना चाह रहे हैं। सुप्रिया लिखा है इन्होंने 860 के लेवल पर है इनकी खरीद।
ओके, आज तो देखिए अपर सर्किट आ गया एंड कहीं ना कहीं आज तो देखिए कुछ नहीं किया जा सकता। अभी आप बिल्कुल बने रहिए, होल्ड कीजिए। अगर कल मतलब मंडे अगर अपर सर्किट ओपन होता है इसके ऊपर, तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बार 1030 से लेके 1050 तक फिर से स्टॉक आपको यहाँ पे दिखाई देंगे। होल्ड कीजिए, बने रहिए और एक ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस ऑलवेज मेंटेन करके रखिए, क्योंकि अपर सर्किट में है और अगर प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आना स्टार्ट हुआ तो हो सकता है कि बहुत जोर से प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी आ जाए। 903 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए एंड बने रहिए स्टॉक के साथ। 1003 से 1050 तक जाने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है सीमा का। लिखती हैं, हेलो मैम, हेलो प्रदीप सर। सर, मिंडा कॉर्प के ऊपर आपका क्या व्यू है? 615 पर मैंने लिया है। शॉर्ट टर्म में मुझे क्या करना चाहिए मिंडा कॉर्प में?
देखिए रिसेंटली मैंने कॉल दिया था, इसमें प्रॉफिट भी हुआ है, अब टारगेट भी आया है, लेकिन स्ट्रक्चर बहुत ही यहाँ पे स्ट्रांग दिखाई दे रहा है। लगातार एक बहुत टाइम के बाद सितंबर 2024 में ऐसा प्राइस था 619 से लेकर 625 के आसपास। उसके बाद 630 के लेवल पे अभी प्राइस चल रहा है। मैं बोलूँगा आप एक बार वेट करके जाइए, क्योंकि मेक और ब्रेक जोन के आसपास ही है। अगर 630 को होल्ड कर जाता है, अगर फ्राइडे है, फ्राइडे वाला क्लोजिंग एक बार आ जाता है, तो आने वाला नेक्स्ट 1 से 1.5 क्वार्टर में मुझे लगता है कि 750 तक ये काउंटर आपको पॉसिबल है, दिखा सकता है। तो होल्ड करने का सलाह रहेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है, एक और हमारे दर्शक हैं लवीश इंदौर से। ये बीसीसीएल यानी कि भारत कोकिंग कोल, जो कि कोल इंडिया की सब्सिडरी है, इसके ऊपर जाना चाहते हैं। 500 शेयर्स हैं इनके पास 38 के लेवल पर। 1 ईयर का व्यू आपसे जानना चाहते हैं। प्रदीप जी, आपके पास बहुत ज़्यादा चार्ट्स तो है नहीं, क्योंकि हाल की लिस्टेड कंपनी है। हालांकि लिस्टिंग के बाद काफ़ी बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस भी दिखा है। फिलहाल इन्होंने 38 पर खरीदा है, क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए लिस्टिंग गेन के दिन में हम लोगों ने देखा था, बहुत बढ़िया एक मूव आया था और उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं 44 43 से जिस तरीके से एक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग इसमें आया है, उसके बाद कभी 43 44 का जो जोन है ना, वो जो है बेसिकली रिविजिट नहीं हो पाया। तो 38 के आसपास ही आपका बाइंग है। आप यहाँ पे 32.50 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए। जब तक ये स्टॉक 43 एंड 44 अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं होता है तो कुछ मूव नहीं आएगा। 44 के ऊपर सस्टेन होने के बाद इसमें जबरदस्त रैली पॉसिबल है, तो एक बार वेट करने का ही सलाह रहेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास चिराग पटेल का। ये अहमदाबाद से हैं। लिखते हैं, आई एम न्यू इन मार्केट। प्रदीप सर, कैन यू टेल मी वेयर टू इन्वेस्ट 12 लाख रुपीस इन दिस मार्केट? तो अच्छी रकम के साथ ये स्टॉक मार्केट में एंटर करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन समय देखिए, इस समय पर काफ़ी सारी अनसर्टनिटीज़ का दौर है जो कि बाजार में देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन अगर सही रणनीति से, सही गाइडेंस से, सही तरीके के स्टॉक्स और सही स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ निवेश किए जाएं, तो डेफिनेटली पैसा बनेगा। प्रदीप जी, 12 लाख रुपए अभी एक साथ निवेश करें, धीरे धीरे ओवर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम निवेश करें, किसी पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर में लगाएं, इंडेक्स में लगाएं, या फिर कुछ स्पेसिफिक स्टॉक्स में लगाएं?
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि ये तो डिपेंड करेगा आपका रिस्क प्रोफाइलिंग के ऊपर, बट हाउएवर मैं बोलूँगा आप 40-50% आपका जो अमाउंट है अभी आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करके जा सकते, लेकिन मेक श्योर थोड़ा डाइवर्सिफिकेशन यहाँ पे होना चाहिए। तो कुछ 2-3 स्टॉक का मैं नाम ले लेता हूँ। एक तो है अशोक लीलैंड का चार्ट मुझे बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। अशोक लीलैंड अभी 158 के आसपास का अभी प्राइस है। अगर कभी भी आपको 145 से 150 के लेवल पे मिले, 130 के लेवल पे एक स्टॉप लॉस आप मेंटेन कीजिए। अगेन आपको 180 एंड 200 का प्राइस आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। कैपिटल मार्केट से मुझे ग्रो का चार्ट अच्छा लगता है। ग्रो रिसेंटली हम लोगों ने देखा था 220 एंड अबव भी आया था, वहां से प्रॉफिट बुकिंग देखने को मिला। अभी 186 के लेवल पे चल रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ग्रो में भी आप 180 के आसपास का बाइंग करके जाइए। 165 का एक स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा। अगेन आपको 215 उसके बाद 250 एंड अबव प्राइस आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एंड आईटी अभी बहुत टाइम से नहीं चल रहा है, एंड स्पेशली आईटी में कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि आप आई थिंक अगर आप थोड़ा 2 से 3 साल का व्यू पे चलते हो, सो आईटी इतना नीचे आया है। सो आईटी इंडेक्स में जो निफ्टी आईटी 20 है, ओवरऑल निफ्टी आईटी 20 में आप थोड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करके जा सकते हैं। निफ्टी आईटी इंडेक्स अभी 29,540 के लेवल पे चल रहा है। इजीली 1.5-2 साल का व्यू है, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो एंथ्रोपिक वाला मामला चल रहा था, मैटर चल रहा था, कहीं ना कहीं ये सब कुछ रिकवरी आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 38,000 40,000 तक आपको नेक्स्ट 1.5-2 साल में आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। तो निफ्टी आईटी 20 थोड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करके जाइए, क्योंकि अभी एनर्जी एंड पावर का टाइम चल रहा है। सो ऑब्वियसली टाटा पावर वन ऑफ माई मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट एंड वैल्यूएबल स्टॉक लगता है मुझे। अभी भी टाटा पावर में इतना रैली नहीं आया है। मुझे लगता है कि टाटा पावर आपका रडार में होना चाहिए। टाटा पावर बहुत बढ़िया 425 के लेवल के है। अभी नहीं, आप एक बार वेट करके जाइए। 390 से लेके 398 400 के आसपास कभी भी अगर मिलता है टाटा पावर, आप बाई करके जाइए। टारगेट रहेगा 480 एंड अबव। करेंट जोन से भी 20-25% का मूव आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एंड जेएसडब्ल्यू एनर्जी का चार्ट भी मुझे बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। करेंट जोन से 20-25% का एक अपसाइड मैं देख पा रहा हूँ। मार्केट अगर यहाँ से नीचे भी जाए ऊपर भी जाए, लेकिन जो लेवल मैंने आपको बताया है, लेवल के साथ अगर आप थोड़ा डाइवर्सिफाइड करके चलेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं आपका एक बढ़िया रिटर्न आपको मिलने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है।
क्या बात है। तो चलिए, जो लोग भी प्रदीप सर की रेकमेंडेशंस के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं, आपको 3 से 4 नाम जो दिए गए हैं, इसे आप डेफिनेटली निवेश के लिए रखें। हालांकि जो हमारे दर्शक ने सवाल पूछा था, एक साथ सारा पैसा ना डाल के 40-50% निवेश आप स्प्रेड अक्रॉस कर सकते हैं, एक वेल डाइवर्सिफाइड पोर्टफोलियो बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से स्टॉक्स यहाँ पर आपके लिए चुने गए हैं और आपको एडवाइस यहाँ पर मिल रही है। टाइम टू टाइम आप इस पर एडवाइस भी ले सकते हैं डेली कॉल्स पर और प्रदीप जी से आकर हर फ्राइडे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। सवाल हमारे पास आया है नेक्स्ट सत्यन का, ये केरला से हैं। शेल्बी के ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं। 230 के लेवल पर इनकी खरीद है और पूछना चाहते हैं कि क्या बुक लॉसेस करने चाहिए या स्विच कर लेना चाहिए, इनके लिए बेहतर ऑप्शन क्या रहेगा शेल्बी में।
अब देखिए, स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे बहुत ही कमजोर है, एंड 230 भी आना यहाँ पे थोड़ा मुश्किल मुझे लग रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं 207 के आसपास भी एक रेसिस्टेंस है, क्योंकि जो रेसिस्टेंस है बाद में वही सपोर्ट के तौर पे काम करता है। सो यहाँ से थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि कुछ भी उछाल मिले, अभी नहीं, एक बार वेट करके जाइए। हर एक उछाल में आपको सेल ऑन राइज ही करके जाना चाहिए जी।
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This one is from Sayantan Datta. He's watching our show from Ireland. He says, hope you're doing well. Lovely to connect again from Ireland. Welcome to you and good to have you back onto the show. So, of course, it always feels good when Daily Calls reaches nooks and corners of the world where this show is being watched, and so many people from India settled abroad are interested in learning about investments, following their investment journey, and are getting connected onto the show as well. Your question is on GK Energy. 2000 shares हैं आपके पास 120 के लेवल पर। पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे प्रदीप सर कि हाउ आर यू लुकिंग एट द टेक्निकल चार्ट्स, क्या कुछ इसमें फ्लैगिश एक्शन है और इस पर आउटलुक आपका क्या रहेगा। जीके एनर्जी 2000 शेयर्स 120 पर।
देखिए, ओवरऑल देखेंगे अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से अभी भी 46% डाउन है। मंथली चार्ट पे अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं नेगेटिव में ही चल रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत बेस बना था 98 के लेवल पे, और नीचे से ऑलमोस्ट 20-25% का एक रिकवरी हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी टॉप से देखेंगे 46-47%, नियर अबाउट 50% के आसपास अभी भी डाउन ही है। सो मैं देख पा रहा हूँ यहाँ से 124 से मैक्स टू मैक्स 130 तक ही आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। बेटर होगा यू शुड एग्जिट योर पोजिशंस, क्योंकि आप अगर इतने दूर से आप वॉच कर रहे हो, देख ही रहे हो, तो ऐसे स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने का कोई ज़्यादा मतलब नहीं रहेगा। मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि अगर स्टॉक कभी भी 176 180 सस्टेन हो जाता है देन वी शुड डिस्कस, लेकिन बिफोर दैट एक बार जो मूव अभी आएगा ये सस्टेनेबल नहीं हो सकता। कहीं ना कहीं इतना स्ट्रक्चर पॉजिटिव नहीं है, तो एक बार एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक से।
एग्जिट कर लीजिए। कुछ बहुत सारे बेहतरीन स्टॉक आइडियाज प्रदीप जी ने इस शो पर आज डिस्कस किए हैं, आप उसमें भी निवेश कर सकते हैं। लगातार इस शो पर उसके ऊपर क्वेरीज पूछ सकते हैं। तो आप बढ़िया स्टॉक्स में निवेश करें जहां पर आपका जो कैपिटल है प्रोटेक्टेड रहे, प्लस आपको प्रॉफिट्स बनाने का भी मौका ज्यादा मिले। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन राजू तिवारी का है। ये प्रदीप जी आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं ईआईडी पेरी के बारे में, क्या इसे अभी करंट लेवल्स पर अक्यूमुलेट करने की सलाह होगी?
देखिए, ओवरऑल एक स्मॉल कैप कंपनी है और लगातार हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि 1200 से नीचे आते 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 आज 767 के आसपास का प्राइस है। आज जो आप मूव देख रहे हो ना, ये ब्रेकआउट नहीं, दैट्स कॉल्ड डेड कैट बाउंस। अब डेड कैट बाउंस में आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे, क्या पता कल फिर से नीचे आ जाए। तो दैट इज वाई डेड कैट बाउंस या तो कुछ भी पुल बैक शॉर्ट कवरिंग मूव हो ना, वो 2-3 दिन ही सस्टेन रहता है। अब ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी टिकता नहीं है, तो इसीलिए ना एक बार अवॉइड करने का ही सलाह रहेगा। अगर किसी के पास है तो एक बार एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है सुखमीत का टाटा स्टील पर। 100 शेयर्स हैं 220 के लेवल पर, आपसे आउटलुक जानना चाहते हैं। मेटल स्टॉक्स में भी काफी अच्छा मूव देखने को मिला है हाल फिलहाल में, प्रदीप जी क्या सलाह देंगे?
टाटा स्टील में कोई प्रॉब्लम मुझे नहीं लगता। ऑलमोस्ट 212 के लेवल्स पे आसपास प्राइस चल रहा है। हम लोग 170 165 से इसमें ऑलरेडी कॉल दिए थे, रिकमेंडेड है, डिस्क्लेमर है, क्लाइंटों के पोर्टफोलियो में हो सकता है, हमारे पास नहीं है। अभी 212 के आसपास का प्राइस है, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि अब बने रहिए। 248 से 250 बहुत जल्दी आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे, होल्ड कीजिए, बने रहिए।
ठीक है। रोहित जैन है, पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे अदानी ग्रीन के बारे में, इसमें बेस्ट बाइंग लेवल क्या रहेगा? पिछले 1 से 2 महीनों में अदानी समूह के सभी स्टॉक्स में अच्छा खासा मोमेंटम आया। इनफैक्ट अभी मैं कल परसों ही चेक कर रही थी कि इनकी मार्केट कैप वापस से 20 लाख करोड़ के पास भी आ गई है एज अ ग्रुप। तो इन सभी स्टॉक्स में अच्छा मूव रहा है। अदानी ग्रीन में क्या फ्रेश बाइंग लेवल्स भी आप सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, फ्रेश ऑलरेडी हम लोगों ने इसको रिकमेंड किया है 1150 1100 को जोन से, तो ऑलरेडी 1500 आ गया है। तो फिर से तो मैं यहाँ पे बाई नहीं करूंगा डेफिनेटली। अगर फिर से 1100 आता है, जिसका पॉसिबिलिटीज बहुत कम है अभी इमीडिएट लेवल पे, अगर आता है तो देन डेफिनेटली हम बाई करेंगे, क्योंकि अदानी ग्रुप ऐसा है, हम टॉप में बाई नहीं करेंगे। और यहाँ से भी रैली मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी आपको 1750 से 1800 एंड अबोव आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। तो जिनके पास एग्जिस्टिंग पोजीशन है उनके लिए अभी भी मैं बोलूंगा आप वेट करके जाइए, होल्ड कीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन फ्रेश बाय करना यहाँ पे रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो फेवरेबल नहीं है।
ओके, कमला राज है हमारे साथ यूट्यूब पर और लिखती है नमस्ते साक्षी। नमस्ते आपको भी कमला जी, कैसी हैं आप? वॉकहार्ड फार्मा पर इनका सवाल है, 1490 पर इनकी खरीद है। आपसे एग्जिट प्राइस और शॉर्ट टर्म का आउटलुक जानना चाहती हैं। आज ही शायद इस शेयर ने एक रिकॉर्ड हाई भी बनाया है और खास तौर पर कंपनी को जो सीडीएससीओ की तरफ से एक मंजूरी मिली है ड्रग के लिए, उसके बाद सीधा इस स्टॉक ने छलांग मार दी है, 2000 के ऊपर चला गया है और ऑलमोस्ट 18% तक की रैली वॉकहार्ट के शेयर पर देखने को आपको मिल रही है। पिछले कई सालों का यहाँ पर एक ब्रेकआउट लंबे समय के बाद देखने को मिला भी है। प्रदीप जी, कैसे आप देख रहे हैं वॉकहार्ट की इस एक तरफा चाल को?
देखिए, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि आपको ना आज ही एक बार प्रॉफिट बुक करके जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट है वोकहार्ट फार्मा का और ऑलमोस्ट अभी 18% ऊपर है। और आज अगर आप देखेंगे अपर सर्किट भी 2125 के लेवल के आसपास है, तो ऐसे ज्यादा दूर नहीं है और डे हाई के आसपास ही चल रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर से एक मौका आपको 1980 से लेके 2000 तक आपको मिलेंगे। करेंट जोन से 80 to 100 पॉइंट का एक डाउनफॉल यहाँ से पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि पहली बार अटेम्प्ट ले रहा है, तो पहली बार जो अटेम्प्ट होता है उस अटेम्प्ट में बहुत सारे लोगों का पोजिशन जो है वहाँ पे फंसा रहता है, तो लोग काटने आता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बार प्रॉफिट बुक इमीडिएट लेवल पे आप करके जाइए और यहाँ पे फ्रेश बाइंग का सलाह नहीं रहेगा। फिर से अगर ट्यूसडे एंड वेनेसडे को नेक्स्ट वीक तक कुछ भी नीचे आता है एंड प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आता है, उस प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में हम फिर से एक बार सोचेंगे। लेकिन इमीडिएट लेवल पे अगर आपका व्यू शॉर्ट टर्म है, मतलब आपने एकदम शॉर्ट टाइम के लिए लिया था और देखिए आज ही 18-20% का अभी प्राइस ऊपर आ गया है, तो यहाँ से 6-7% का करेक्शंस मैं देख रहा हूँ। अगर आप थोड़ा लंबे टाइम के लिए बाई करके रखे हो, आपके पास 12 से 15 मंथ का टाइम है, तो फिर ये राय आपके लिए नहीं होगा, आप बने रहिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगता। उस केस में आपको 2350 से 2400 का जो जोन है वो आपको शॉर्ट टाइम में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन 1-2 हफ्ते वाले जो ट्रेडर्स है उनके लिए एक बार प्रॉफिट बुक करने का सलाह रहेगा।
चलिए, तो क्या बढ़िया बात यहाँ पर प्रदीप जी ने बताई है। आज जो 18% तक का उछाल देखने को मिला है, एकदम शॉर्ट टर्म व्यू है। देखिए, ये आपको बिल्कुल क्लियर रखना है व्यूअर्स, जितने भी हमारे सभी दर्शक हैं। अक्सर क्या होता है, हमें प्रॉफिट मिलता है तो हम अपना होराइजन थोड़ा और बढ़ा देते हैं, फिर प्रॉफिट मिलता है फिर थोड़ा और बढ़ा देते हैं। आपको ये क्लियर रखना है अपने लिए कि आपका टाइम होराइजन क्या है। अगर आप बिल्कुल शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए हैं तो अभी आपको मौका मिल रहा है एक ही दिन में 18 से 20% तक की जहां रैली मिल रही है, और ऑलरेडी आपका जो शेयर आपको बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, शेयर आपने 1400 के आसपास लिया है, 2000 के ऊपर आ गया, यानी कि पर शेयर 600 रुपए का आपको प्रॉफिट मिल रहा है। लेकर निकल जाइए। हो सकता है थोड़ा इस तेजी के बाद प्रॉफिट बुकिंग होनी जायज है, लेकिन अगर 15 महीनों से भी ज्यादा का आपका व्यू है तो इस शेयर में और आगे तेजी देखते हैं। प्रदीप जी, आप इस तरीके से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं उमंग शेठ का। ये लिखते हैं, साक्षी प्लीज गेट मी एन एडवाइस अबाउट ट्रांस रेल। ट्रांसलेटिंग के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं प्रदीप जी, कैसे देखते हैं आप इस शेयर को?
देखिए, अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि चार्ट में वीकनेस है। 469 465 तक नीचे आने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है। यू शुड मेंटेन ए स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 460 एंड यहाँ पे फ्रेश बाइंग या तो एवरेजिंग नहीं करना चाहिए। 460 में स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, कभी भी हिट होता है तो एग्जिट हो जाइए।
ओके, गॉट दैट। आगे बढ़ते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास श्रीकांत का बेंगलुरु से। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू आल्सो। श्रीकांत, he says, I have a query on jewelry stock TBZ at 155. I have purchased this stock. I am holding since last couple of years. Today I have moved into profit. Should I book profit or continue to see some more upside from here? ठीक है, TBZ लिमिटेड में फाइनली कुछ साल के बाद इनको वापस से प्रॉफिट्स नजर आ रहे हैं। कैसे देखते हैं आप इसके चार्ट्स?
देखिए, आज तो ये अपर सर्किट लग गया है, लेकिन मैं बोलूँगा अगर आपके बाइंग के आसपास आया है सो डेफिनेटली एक बार आपको प्रॉफिट बुक करने के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, चाहे स्टॉक अपर सर्किट ही क्यों ना हो। मैं बोलूँगा आप एक बार स्टॉक से एग्जिट हो जाइए, क्योंकि मार्केट कैप भी ज़्यादा नहीं है। 1000 करोड़ के आसपास का मार्केट कैप है, तो एकदम छोटा कंपनी है। कुछ भी बाइंग आने पे यहाँ पे अपर सर्किट लग जाता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उतना हाई वैल्यू स्टॉक ना होने के कारण मैं बोलूंगा एक बार आप एग्जिट हो जाइए करंट जोन से।
ठीक है, एक दर्शक है हमारे, पूछना चाहते हैं मीशो स्टॉक के बारे में। 199 की इनकी खरीद है, अब इसे होल्ड करें या एग्जिट कर दें, ये आपसे जानना चाहते हैं मीशो पर।
देखिए, मीशो पे हमने देखा आईपीओ पे अच्छा, उसके बाद एक तरफा रैली, उसके बाद एक तरफा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग पे 123 तक आ गया था। उसके बाद बेस के बाद हमने देखा 225 230 के आसपास टारगेट अचीव हुआ, हमने कॉल भी दिया था। लेकिन अभी देखिए फिर से 184, तो स्टार्टिंग से कहीं ना कहीं जितना वॉलेटिलिटी है वो चल रहा है, तो फिर से मुझे लग रहा है कि एक बार ये स्टॉक आपको 140 150 आने वाला दिनों में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। तो इसीलिए फ्रेश बाइंग एवरेजिंग करना नहीं है। अगर किसी के पास ऑलरेडी स्टॉक है तो मेक श्योर जो लास्ट स्विंग लो था वही स्टॉप लॉस होगा ऑलमोस्ट। आप 119 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए। और किसी को फ्रेश बाय अभी नहीं करना, मैं फिर से बाय करने में कंफर्टेबल हूँ या तो 125 से 130 के लेवल पे, अदरवाइज 227 के ऊपर। मतलब 125 के आसपास मैं वैल्यू इन्वेस्टिंग करूंगा, उसमें मेरा स्टॉप लॉस बहुत ही छोटा सा रहेगा। अदरवाइज जो लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस था उसमें मैं 225 के ऊपर बाय करूंगा, उसमें मोमेंटम पे मोमेंटम ट्रेड अपॉर्चुनिटी मुझे मिलेंगे।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है यूसुफ का। एक्यूएस लिमिटेड के बारे में पूछना चाहते हैं। 200 पर लिया हुआ है इन्होंने, अब आगे क्या करना चाहिए? 190 पर चल रहा है फिलहाल। अगर हम देखें एक्यूएस लिमिटेड पिछले एक महीने में बिल्कुल साइडवेज मूव रहा है। हालांकि पिछले 6 महीने में इसमें मूव आया था अराउंड अप्रैल, और अप्रैल से मई के बीच में इसमें अच्छा खासा मूव आया। उसके बाद एक बार फिर से ये शेयर थोड़ा नीचे की तरफ जा रहा है। एक्यूएस लिमिटेड में क्या करना चाहिए प्रदीप जी?
मैं पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक ना मैं ट्रैक नहीं करता, तो मैं इसमें व्यू नहीं दे पाऊंगा।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं। हमारे पास ये सवाल आया है सुमेध लखर का। ये लिखते हैं CESE, ये इसके ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए क्या इसे अभी खरीदना चाहिए या फिर नहीं, ये आपसे इनका सवाल है।
देखिए, ओवरऑल इसमें रैली तो शॉर्ट टाइम में आया है, लेकिन 205 से लेके 210 के आसपास का एक बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है। मैं बोलूंगा एकदम आप फ्रेश बाय कीजिए, अभी नहीं, 210 के ऊपर पहले क्लोजिंग होने दीजिए। उसके बाद आपको 280 से 300 तक मूव शॉर्ट टाइम में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो ये बेटर रहेगा। अप टू 10 एंड अबव अगर सस्टेन होता है, आप अपने जो सिस्टम है इसमें अलर्ट डाल के रखिए, जैसे ही 208 9 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है हम बाई करेंगे, 192 का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करेंगे, 280 300 तक मूव आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
नितिन है वो लिखते हैं 2000 शेयर है इनके पास पीपीएल फार्मा के, 175 पे इन्होंने खरीदा है, इस पर इनकी क्या फ्यूचर स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, ये आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं।
देखिए पीपीएल फार्मा में मुझे लगता है कि एक शॉर्ट कवरिंग मूव अभी भी बाकी है, डबल बॉटम बनाया वीकली चार्ट में, 183 पे एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, आपको 245 से 250 का मूव मिलेगा, उस मूव में आपको एग्जिट होने का सलाह रहेगा। ओवरऑल किसी को अभी फ्रेश बाय करके नहीं जाना है।
ठीक है, चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको एक राय मिल गई है, उम्मीद करते हैं इसे आप डेफिनेटली फॉलो करेंगे। नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ भी आगे बढ़ते हैं, बहुत सारे नए दर्शक भी हमारे साथ यूट्यूब पर जुड़ रहे हैं। परमिंदर हैं फिजिक्स वाला के ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं कि अगले 6 महीने तक के लिए क्या टारगेट इस पर लेकर चलना चाहिए, नतीजे आए हैं कंपनी के, उसके बाद ये स्टॉक आज फोकस में भी है। इनके जो है पिछले साल के मुकाबले लॉसेस नैरो हुए हैं, लेकिन सीक्वेंशियली अगर देखें तो फिर से थोड़ा सा जो है रिजल्ट्स खराब होते हुए नजर आए, क्योंकि पिछले क्वार्टर में प्रॉफिट था और इस क्वार्टर में एक बार फिर से लॉस आया है।
जी ओवरऑल हम अगर मार्केट में देखेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं ओवरऑल एटेक कंपनी लॉस में ही रहा है, लेकिन मेरा व्यू फिजिक्स वाला को लेके थोड़ा डिफरेंट है। पॉपुलैरिटी बहुत ज्यादा है और इनका प्राइस भी ना आप देखेंगे कहीं ना कहीं स्टूडेंट के लिए बहुत कम है। सो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि इट विल टेक सम टाइम। जिस तरीके से स्टॉक ने एक रिकवरी दिखाया है 81 से 90 के लेवल पे और अभी 114-15 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि आपको 92 के लेवल पे एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए और बिल्कुल बने रहिए। ये मेरा एक फ्यूचर ऑब्जर्वेशन है। मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक थोड़ा टाइम लेगा लेकिन आपको ऑल टाइम हाई आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और स्पेशली देखेंगे जितने भी फास्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, इनके स्टॉक जब भी लिस्ट होता है एक तरफा रैली नहीं मिलता है। जैसे कि आप देखेंगे मामा अर्थ जो हुनासा कंज्यूमर है, जब लिस्ट हुआ था उस टाइम पे नहीं चला लेकिन अभी चल रहा है। नायका जब लिस्ट हुआ उस टाइम पे नहीं चला, बाद में चला। पेटीएम जब लिस्ट हुआ उस टाइम पे नहीं चला, बाद में चला। तो वैसे ही सेम पैटर्न फिजिक्स वाला में भी है। लेंस कार्ड वालों ने देख लिया था, वैल्यूएशन को लेके थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी हुआ था, लेकिन वो स्ट्रैटेजी उनको पता था कि मार्केट में कुछ भी हो जाए, वो उन्होंने उस स्टैंडर्ड को मेंटेन किया, रिटर्न आ गया। फिजिक्स वाला के साथ भी सेम हो गया, वैल्यूएशन कहीं ना कहीं मार्केट को पसंद नहीं आया, उस टाइम पे 145 से 80 तक आया, अब फिर से रिकवरी चल रहा है। सो मैं बोलूंगा आप एक बार वेट करके जाइए, ऑल टाइम हाई ऑन द वे बहुत जल्दी आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
फिजिक्स वाला में जल्द ऑल टाइम हाई लगता हुआ आपको नजर आ सकता है, वेट करें। और इसमें अब चार्ट्स इंप्रूव हो रहे हैं, ऐसा मानना है प्रदीप जी का। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं, शारदा एनर्जी पर सुमित का सवाल आया है। 230 शेयर्स हैं 554 के लेवल पर, शारदा एनर्जी, ये कैसा लगता है आपको?
देखिए शारदा एनर्जी मुझे लगता है कि करेंट जोन से भी अभी वैल्यूएशंस थोड़ा अट्रैक्टिव नहीं लग रहा है। मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि करेंट जोन से अगर एक बार 595 से 600 एंड अबव सस्टेन हो जाता है तब जाके ये मूव आपको कंटिन्यू होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। उस मूव में आपको 725 से 740 तक मूव आपको मिलेंगे, लेकिन बिफोर दैट एक बार स्टॉप लॉस 485 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करना चाहिए और बने रहना चाहिए। जी
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का। यूसुफ पूछते हैं बेल राइज में क्या करना चाहिए सर? मैंने 240 का टारगेट कब आएगा? 216 पर मैंने लिया हुआ है।
देखिए आईपीओ जब आया था तब से हमारा कवरेज में है और लगातार वीकली डेली एंड मंथली चार्टों में आप देखेंगे एक मैच्योर बायर्स एंड जो आप स्ट्रेंथ है ये मेंटेन हो रहा है। मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि आपको बिल्कुल बने रहना चाहिए। 250 से 260 भी ऑन द वे पॉसिबल है, लेकिन एक स्टॉप लॉस आपको यहाँ पे 194 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं यहाँ पर भी आपको पूरी तरीके से राय मिल गई है, जिसे आप फॉलो करेंगे अपने सभी पोर्टफोलियो में। जो आपको राय दी गई है इसे आप डेफिनेटली फॉलो करें। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन में आगे पूछते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है आईटी स्टॉक्स को लेकर। एक हमारे दर्शक हैं जो पूछते हैं कि सर आईटी स्टॉक्स क्या अब रिकवर कर रहे हैं, इस पे खरीदारी करें?
देखिए ये जो फास्ट रिकवरी होता है ना, ये धोखा हो सकता है। तो फास्ट मतलब इतने टाइम से नीचे आ रहा है, नीचे आ रहा है, और पहला रिकवरी पे भरोसा आप मतलब आप समझिए ऐसे कि एक बच्चा ऐसा है जो हर साल पढ़ाई नहीं करता है और फेल कर रहा है कहीं ना कहीं लास्ट 6-8 महीने से, और बोल रहा है कि नहीं मैं कल से पढ़ाई करके आ जाऊंगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो ट्रस्ट आप नहीं कर सकते अभी। तो पहला रिकवरी जो होगा ना, ये धोखा हो सकता है, बेस बनने में टाइम लगेगा, वेट करके जाइए।
अभी वेट करिए, और क्योंकि ये रिकवरी जो है इनिशियल रिकवरी है, धोखा हो सकता है, वेट करके जाइए, पेशेंस के साथ देखें। अगर ये सचमुच एक्सटेंड करता है, वापस से आप सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। संदीप कोल्हापुर से पूछ रहे हैं, मैम प्लीज आस्क मिस्टर हल्दर अबाउट 2 स्टॉक्स फॉर इन एफएनओ फॉर जून सीरीज, एंट्री विद स्टॉप लॉस एंड टारगेट। जून सीरीज में जो ट्रेडर्स हैं वो अब नजर रखे हुए हैं, क्योंकि एक फिलॉसफी बना हुआ है, सेल इन में गो अवे, रिटर्न इन जून। अब क्या यहाँ पर ऐसा लगता है आपको कि कोई 1-2 स्टॉक्स में बढ़िया रिटर्न बनाने का मौका मिलेगा जून में?
देखिए ओवरऑल लास्ट 4 से 5 साल का डेटा अगर आप देखेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं पॉजिटिव ही रहा है जून का मंथ। लेकिन फिर भी मैं डेटा के साथ ही जाने से पहले एक बार मैं लेवल टू लेवल ही चलना पसंद करूंगा। निफ्टी में मैं जो लेवल आपको बताया था 24,000, अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन इस बार हो जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि इस बार पॉसिबल होगा 24,200 एंड उसके ऊपर 24,750 900 तक आपको मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। उस टाइम पे आपको रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री, भारतीय एयरटेल जैसे स्टॉक्स लीडर्स बनते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन आज के दिन के हिसाब से, अभी 12:40 बजा है, तो अभी के हिसाब से है, अभी मुझे कुछ ज्यादा पॉजिटिव नजर नहीं आ रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं मैं थोड़ा सेफ प्ले करना ही पसंद करूंगा। मुझे लगता है कि पहले मूव आने दीजिए, प्राइस एक्शन के साथ हम चलेंगे, लेकिन पहले वो जैसे कि लास्ट 4-5 सालों में हुआ है, हो सकता है कि इस साल ना भी हो। तो इसीलिए एक बार प्राइस जैसे ही कंफर्म होगा 24,000 है वो सस्टेन करेगा, तब जाके कुछ व्यू बनाइए पॉजिटिव। जी
ओके, उम्मीद करते हैं यहाँ पर भी आपको राय मिल चुकी है एक ओवरऑल अंडरस्टैंडिंग की। और जून सीरीज के लिए अगर एक्सपेक्टेशन रखनी हो निफ्टी बैंक पर, तो क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन रख के चले?
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि ओवरऑल जून सीरीज के लिए एक बार 24,000 अगर सस्टेन हो जाता है तो 24,850 तक आपको मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एंड बैंक निफ्टी में एक बार अभी मैं देख लेता हूँ, बैंक निफ्टी का अभी ऑलमोस्ट मूव चल रहा है 54,864। बैंक निफ्टी एक बार एक मोमेंटम आना चाहिए 55,500 एंड अबव। अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन होता है तब जाके 57,800 58,000 तक मूव आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन अगर मूव नहीं आता है निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में, जो लेवल मैंने बताया उससे पहले मैं बाई नहीं करूंगा, मैं वेट एंड वॉच करना पसंद करूंगा।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए प्रदीप जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आज के इस सेशन में हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए, तमाम क्वेरीज को एड्रेस करने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं हमारे सभी दर्शकों को पूरी तरीके से राय मिली हो जो आपने आज दी है और तमाम क्वेरीज को सॉल्व किया है। वी होप दैट यू हैव अ फैंटास्टिक वीकेंड अहेड। वील ऑफ कोर्स कैच अप विद यू अगेन इन द नेक्स्ट वीक टू गेट मोर अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड इनसाइट्स अबाउट मार्केट्स, एंड होप यू हैव अ ग्रेट टाइम टिल देन। थैंक यू so much for being with us. All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note as far as daily calls is concerned. We'll continue to get you more fascinating insights from the world of markets up next. So stay tuned on to Business Today Television. The non-stop coverage on markets continues on the other side. Thank you so much.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Aggressive, resourceful, organizationally sharp. D.K. Shivakumar today is more than just Karnataka's next CM. Inside the Congress party, he has always been known as Mr. Problem Solver. From reviving the Karnataka Congress machinery before the 2023 Assembly election to managing legislators during political crisis, DK's biggest strength lies in organization and execution. He is viewed as a leader who can mobilize workers, resources and alliances quickly. The Congress leadership also trusts his ability to negotiate difficult political situations. His recent involvement in Tamil Nadu Congress affairs is being seen as another example of the High Command relying on him beyond Karnataka.
You are going to take part, sir. What could be the agenda?
But DK Shivakumar's rise also comes with complications. The biggest, his power tussle with incumbent CM Siddaramaiah. Despite being credited for Karnataka Congress's electoral revival, DK had to settle for the Deputy CM post after intense negotiations before the High Command intervened. Corruption allegations and past ED investigations also remain as a political baggage. The BJP repeatedly targets him over. For the Congress High Command, DK offers something increasingly rare and an effective regional strongman with organizational control. If Congress expands further in the south, DK could emerge as a key strategist beyond Karnataka. His growing role in alliance management and interstate coordination may strengthen his claim within the party's national power structure. But the higher DK rises, the tougher the political terrain becomes. Managing internal Congress factions while balancing personal ambition with party discipline will remain his biggest challenge. Any instability in Karnataka, alliance friction in the south, or electoral setbacks could directly impact his standing with the High Command. BJP too continues to project him as a symbol of Congress's alleged corruption politics. For now, DK Shivakumar remains indispensable to the Congress. A mass leader for some, a master political operator for others. But one thing is clear, whenever the Congress faces turbulence, DK Shivakumar increasingly finds himself at the center of the response. Bureau Report, India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
CBSE Class 12th Board Exam Evaluation, riddled with flaws, has sparked nationwide outrage. Over 4 lakh students are reviewing their answer sheets. The digital on-screen marking system introduced by the CBSE is under scrutiny after many students claimed the answer sheets they got were either not theirs or not properly marked. And now, Coempt EduTech Private Limited, the company that provided the software to CBSE, is facing the flak. The controversy dates back to the 2019 Telangana Intermediate Examination Results case. At the time, the Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education had awarded the contract for processing examination results to Globe Arena Technologies Private Limited. After the results were announced, large-scale discrepancies were reported, including students allegedly being incorrectly marked as failed, awarded 0 marks, or missing practical scores. A government-appointed inquiry committee later identified technical and administrative lapses and raised concerns over the company's software design and result processing mechanism. Globarina Technologies subsequently changed its name to Coemt Edutech Private Limited. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi posted a video questioning the selection of Coemt Edutech for the evaluation contract.
For some hidden reason, the CBSE chose the same company again. It took us 30 seconds to figure out that this company was earlier called something else. I'm absolutely...
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television. We continue with our quality coverage on top performing companies who've declared stunning set of numbers in the quarter gone by and of course have declared and been a multi-bagger stock in the past year or so. We are joined by the management of Cummins India. Ms. Shweta Arya, Managing Director at the company, joins us. Let's look at the sales number for the quarter gone by, up 22% at 3,011 crore rupees, and the net profit surging 18% at 649 crore rupees. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Arya. Fabulous set of numbers, and of course, the stock is rejoicing as our shareholders. What does the crystal ball hold for you in the coming 9 months or the next 18 months or so? How do you see Cummins performing in terms of sales and profit in the coming quarters?
Thank you. Thank you for having me on for the question. Going forward, I'll divide this answer into 2 parts. From a demand perspective, in all our segments, we do see demand for now. Power generation, railways, mining, our aftermarket business, which is our distribution business. So we see that demand, and of course there is still infrastructure spend and those projects going on. There is data center market, which is showing great demand. So all of that is positive for our organization. There are challenges though. The broader macroeconomic environment, the geopolitical crisis that we have around us and how that has impacted commodity prices, fuel prices, all of that, the impact of that is yet to be seen. So I think it'll be mixed how we see the next few quarters going ahead for us. While demand for now continues to stay strong, the macroeconomic environment and how it plays out is yet to be seen.
For the benefit of our viewers, essentially, Cummins is a part of the Indian economic landscape for decades altogether. They manufacture engines, are in the business of lubes, and have pretty much powered or electrified corporate India for the last 5-7 decades. Ma'am, let's look at the individual performance of both businesses, gensets as well as lubes. Of course, both of them are growing strongly, but where exactly is the maximum demand for electrical equipment coming for Cummins?
As you rightly said, we have been around in India for the last 60 plus years. And the businesses, the way we look at them, we are in power generation business, which is backup power demand for various segments. Then there is industrial business where we provide engines for segments like railways, marine, mining, defense, oil and gas, and construction. And then there is our distribution business, which provides service and aftermarket support to our customers. So, from our perspective, as we look at the market, power generation, backup power demand very specifically, as the economy grows and as infrastructure spending happens in the country, which has been happening over the last few years, the power generation segment has been growing. More recently, we have been seeing this growth in the data center segment, in commercial reality, in residential reality, luxury residential reality, in quick commerce, in manufacturing, in pharma. So, very broad based growth. And then on the industrial side, railways has been showing growth for us in terms of buying new equipment as well as maintaining the equipment that they bought a few years ago. Mining, which was subdued over the last year or so, has also picked up, and our order books are building on the mining side. Construction, we are largely linked to road construction and some other construction happening around the country. Road construction stays stable. It is not at the peak levels that we saw a few years ago, stays stable. So that is how I would talk about demand in the different segments that we cater to.
Ma'am, let's look at a little deeper into the financials. Of course, it's a Goldilocks scenario for Cummins. Business is amazing, margins are super good, stock price is doing phenomenally well. All your customer catchments are showing increased demand. You are debt free. At this point of time, do you personally believe that all that could go well has, and probably the company is at its peak of happiness?
We are happy looking at the demand and the infrastructure spending in the country for sure. Okay. But let me throw in a little caution here. The geopolitical environment has been tough and has become tougher in the last few. It has posed challenges, especially the LPG crisis that came in. Not exactly the LPG, because many of our suppliers shifted to alternate fuels, but that did end up raising fuel prices for them. Commodity has been on the rise. So those are challenging situations. And of course, as an organization, there are pockets of improvement that we still see internally as well. So yes, there are many things from a market perspective going right. We still have opportunity to improve internally, and there is opportunity for the geopolitical environment to improve. That would lead us to even better growth and even better margins.
Ms. Arya, given the dislocation that we've had both locally as well as globally because of the West Asian crisis, has your working capital cycle deteriorated in some way?
There is some impact, but I would not say it is very, very impactful for us. It is challenging, but it's manageable.
Said you are completely debt free and cash on the books is 3,900 crore rupees. But has working capital, the increase in working capital, become a bit of a flashing point on the top management's radar?
No. We are still managing our working capital very well.
Okay, fair point. How about the margin outlook? You posted peak operating margin of 21%. Is this the best you can get? Is it sustainable given the commodity cost pressure that is seeping into the economy?
There is definitely a lot of cost pressure seeping in now, which commodity price increases we do pass on into the market. But there is always a lag and there is always some management that we have to do. So there will be some pressure. On the other hand, our cost control measures have been helping us and they continue to help. And also if demand continues, then we are able to leverage our fixed cost really well. So there are still some opportunities. Definitely commodity will impact us and it remains to be seen how they move from here on.
Okay. What was the capacity utilizations at all plants overall at Cummins? And what are the plans of fresh capacity coming on stream in FY27?
So our capacity utilization stands at around 70% overall combined all our plants together. And for the last decade or so, and more closely for the last 5 years, we have been consistently adding capital investment into our plants. We have been modernizing our plants. We have been improving the output of our lines consistently, very specifically in the last 5 years to cater to the domestic as well as export demand that we were seeing. And we continue to do that. So even in FY 2027, we will invest on an average similar amounts and maybe slightly higher as compared to what we have been doing in the last 5 years.
Cummins has grown with corporate India over the last 5-7 decades. In the quarter gone by, in the year gone by, has the distribution reach of the business incrementally increased?
Our distribution reach absolutely continues to increase. We have customers around the country in various locations, and we promise that one of our service technicians will reach our customer sites when they are called within 4 hours. As you can appreciate that in a country like ours, with a terrain like ours, and where the assets are, it is quite a challenging proposition, and yet we manage to fulfill that for our customers. And that happens when we continuously keep expanding our distribution and service reach and continue to keep mapping where our customers are placing our assets and where do we need to be to help them maintain and get the best utilization out of those assets.
Ma'am, what is the size of the order book as of now for Cummins? How did it grow in Q4 and in FY 25-26?
I won't be able to give you the exact number of the order book, but it continues to grow. Let me put it this way, that there are certain segments which are showing good momentum and the order book is building strongly in those. And they are the data centers and the railways.
Okay, ballpark, your March 2026 number was 12,143. Is the order book a multiple of this number or sub this number?
No, the order book continues building throughout the year. Some of our lead times are within 3 months. So it's not as if today we would have the entire order book to serve 12,000 crores or more than that. It continues to build through the year.
Fair point. I'll also request our PCI to kindly show us the long-term chart of Cummins India. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were a stockholder for the past 10 years, each year the stock has appreciated by 22%, and this has grown rapidly in the previous 5, when each year the stock has gone up by 49%. So you can well imagine the kind of wealth this wonderful company has created for long-term shareholders. Ma'am, at the moment you have about 3,900 crore rupees of pure cash and cash equivalent on your books, absolutely zero debt. Any chances for utilizing this cash a little better? The more cash you have, the lesser is your ROCE.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are looking for opportunities, continuously evaluating them, but we definitely want to look at opportunities and bring in those which are accretive, which are margin accretive, and which give us a long-term revenue potential, because we, as you rightly mentioned, we do want to generate that kind of wealth for our shareholders. So while we are looking for those opportunities, we have to be cautious that they need to be accretive for our shareholders.
Fair point. A new set of anti-pollution norms were announced by the Government of India. In any way, have they pulled back growth for Cummins?
Those norms give us opportunities to work in those areas even better. So, for example, the CAQM norms, Central Air Quality Management Committee, which works out of Delhi NCR, and the norms that they adopted, and then those norms are now being adopted by various other states as well. Those give us the opportunity to provide products to the market which are differentiated. We now have CAQM compliant products available specifically in Delhi NCR and also all other states which need those. These are for those customers who want to buy new compliant gensets. And then for those who already have existing gensets, we have retrofit emission control devices which help them control the emission from the gensets that were installed prior to these norms coming in and yet fulfill the requirements. So these are all great opportunities for us in our organization.
Absolutely. Ma'am, how about exports? Obviously, you have a crisis of plenty. When you look at the domestic market, you're just unable to meet demand at the right point of time. How are exports faring, and as a percentage of sales, do you see them moving up?
Exports have been challenging. Specifically now, our exports to the Middle East in the last quarter and the quarter before that has shrunk.
Yes.
And those, of course, make sense. But even our exports to places like Latin America have been stable, not really increasing. We have seen some increases coming from Europe and Asia Pacific. There is very tough competition in these places. Our products are accepted very well in some of these locations, and yet there is growing competition. And of course, every region now, given the geopolitical situation around the world, really wants to manufacture products in their own countries. We are still far away from that, but these are challenging times. We have to look at opportunities, react to them, execute well, continue engagement with our customers and distributors in these locations, and that's how we've been winning. The times are challenging going forward. So I would not talk about a dramatic increase. We will endeavor to keep to these numbers and slowly continue to increase them.
Has this phenomenal and stupendous growth in stock price become a point of conversation at coffee breaks within the organization?
We truly work for all our stakeholders, and our stakeholders include our customers, our suppliers, our communities, our employees, and our shareholders. So we work for all 5 stakeholders, not just for one. So it is a point of conversation in the context that are we really working well for all our stakeholders or not?
Because you sit on such a huge cash pile, the treasury income is quite substantial, you know, somewhere like 450 to 500 crore rupees. Is this something that you're getting used to?
We are trying to, but like you rightly said and asked me in the last question, we are looking for opportunities to deploy the cash even better. And that's our endeavor.
Right. On this very optimistic and bullish note, ma'am, we'll call it time. Of course, you are among the handful of companies in corporate India which are facing such wonderful business opportunities. We hope that for the sake of long-term shareholders, this opportunity continues, and of course, the company takes giant strides. Thank you for spending time with us, and of course, with those wonderful answers.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the management of Cummins India. Ms. Shweta Arya, Managing Director at Cummins India, answering the questions as far as the future of this wonderful company and multi-bagger stock is concerned. Thank you for watching. Please stay glued on Business Today Television.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Did you imagine that you will be actually launching rockets into space?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets.
Launching the first ever rocket into space. What was the experience like?
Oh wow, I think it's probably the most fantastic experience of my life.
Why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
One bolt not working, some electrical connector snapping off, or some component not being built well.
When you launched Vikram S to space,
Yeah.
What was the aim behind that?
Space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
the World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy by 2035.
Where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
I look at business also as engineering. Have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people who've gone from India to space.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all. Do you know how much time it takes to go to space?
No.
Make a guess.
Maybe a few hours.
Just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah. So for example, it took me 1.5 hours to come here from the airport.
Yes.
And so that means space is closer.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Business Today podcast. I'm Sakshi Batra and today I take you with me to space. Well, India's space story is changing faster than ever before. Until very recently, you would remember that all our space missions were entirely driven by the government. But of late, things have changed. India's private startups have now started to build rockets and sending satellites to the space as well. And there is one company which is right at the center of this shift. And that company is Skyroot Aerospace. This is the company that became the first ever startup company to have launched a rocket into space called Vikram S back in the year 2022. And very recently, this is the same company that's become the first ever startup within space tech to become a unicorn as well. And to share with us the incredible journey of Skyroot Aerospace and to take us forward into a new orbit, we have with us a very special guest joining in. Let's welcome Pawan Kumar Chandna, the co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace. Welcome to you, Pawan.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Sakshi.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. And it's an incredible story that you have, truly. Give me an understanding. You started out being an engineer in IIT. Tell me, what was it like? Did you ever dream then? And did you imagine that you will be actually launching a company, starting a company that will be launching rockets into space and that will become the first ever company to do so outside of the government in the country?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets. But I think destiny, took me there. I think I'm really, really excited and very fortunate to be doing what I'm doing. But I wanted to build a company since childhood. That has been my dream. But never imagined that I'd get into building a rocket company. But yeah, so I think it's really exciting to be here.
Absolutely. So tell me, you also went on to ISRO to become a scientist after IIT. So in fact, with, your co-founder there at ISRO, I wanted to understand what came into your mind that you wanted to both leave a stable government job and probably step out to create something of your own at a time when private missions were barely existing in the country.
Yeah, no, I think because I had an ambition to start a company since childhood. There's always that bug at the startup bug at the at the back. But I was really, really super excited to be part of the space program. I was as part of the very exciting program, India's largest rocket program at ISRO. And then one fine day just got a thought why can't we do this? Because really, really India has a very strong foundation for space thanks to ISRO. And the world markets are opening up globally. And it's growing at the fastest pace. So I thought it was a phenomenal opportunity to start something. But we started at a time when there was no policy, there was no funding environment, literally nothing. We took the leap of faith. It's paying off.
Absolutely, it is. I mean, launching the first ever rocket into space back in the year 2022. What was the experience like?
Oh, wow. I think it was probably the most fantastic experience of my life. I was right there, the mission control before the rocket takes off, and I still remember the mixed emotion there, emotion of excitement because we're doing something historic, but also a lot of tension because a zillion things can go wrong in a rocket launch, and it's being broadcasted live across the globe. So it was a very crazy experience, and finally, as the rocket took off, and it was going in the right direction, everything stable. I mean, I felt super excited and probably one of the best experiences of my life. I still remember, the whole experience because typically I had a lot of dreams of rockets failing before, and when actually goes up well, incredible experience.
So, what's the difference between why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
Yeah, it's so I always think that the difference between success and failure is very, very thin, very, very thin. And typically, some of the most trivial things can go wrong in a rocket, like, one bolt not working, so some electrical connector snapping off, or like one of the systems not working, some filter not, doing well, or some component not being built well, so very, very trivial things typically go wrong. And that's what this rocket science is all about. It has to be perfect. I mean, you have to build in such a way that nothing can go wrong every time.
So give me an understanding for our wider audiences.
Yeah.
When you launched Vikram S to space,
Yeah.
what was the aim behind that, and what has it done after getting launched?
Yeah. So typically, I think many people think actually space is of the domain of governments, but in fact, space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
It's like, in fact, one of the fastest growing industries, and in fact, the World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy
Wow.
by 2035. Space is going to become, and in fact, the world's most valuable private company is a space company, which is SpaceX. So I think that shows the potential of space, and for that, the center of the space industry is rocket launching, where you need to launch satellites to space to be able to give those services, which does like a variety of services across the globe. Especially one of the biggest things is communication from space, even television, GPS, something called Earth observation, where you click images from space, and multiple industries use it, including the government. Right, so it's a pretty large industry, and at the center of it is actually the rocket launch, going from Earth to space, and then opening up the space for business. So that's where it is, and for that, building a rocket which can launch satellites to orbit is central to space economy. And that's what we wanted to build some of the best rockets in the world which can launch satellites to orbit, because there are hardly any companies and hardly any countries doing launches, and the world needs more access to space because you need to create connectivity for billions of people. And now we're talking about like even data centers in space, where the lowest cost of compute is in space, because you have almost like 10 times more energy in space than on Earth, right? So space will actually transform lives right here on Earth. And then it's a very attractive and large business with high barriers of entry, and rocket launch is like at the center of it and the most toughest nut to crack, and that's what we started off with. And so we wanted to have one test rocket where we can build with less capital very quickly to demonstrate rocket technology. And for that, we built Vikram S, which is India's first private rocket, and we built in record time from design to launch in 2 years, and successful in the very first attempt. Typically, rocket launches don't go well in the first attempt, and it went to crossed 80 kilometers and touched space, and became very successful. And then it was all done by just over 100 people team.
Wow.
And right in India, fully designed, developed, manufactured in India. We became one of the very few companies who have launched a rocket to space globally. And then the purpose of it is to test technologies which can go into the commercial rocket, which can put satellites into orbit. So it's a much smaller rocket. Just imagine it's something like a 2-storied building tall rocket, but it tests majority of the technologies which can go into a bigger rocket which can put satellites into orbit. And that's
Okay, so a rocket as high as 2 floors is
2
a
floors.
small rocket.
Is a small rocket.
So what's the large rocket then?
So now we are getting into Vikram 1, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. Not only goes to space, but it goes to orbit. That means like it crosses, even goes beyond 400 kilometers and puts a satellite at a very large velocity so that it rotates around the Earth. So that's the purpose of an orbital rocket, what we call it. India's first private orbital rocket is Vikram 1, and we are going to launch soon in few weeks.
Okay.
And that is 7-storied building tall. And you need such a big rocket to put a satellite in orbit, and this is like some of the smallest rockets in the world, So.
And how long has it taken you to make that already?
Yeah,
it's still in the making.
Yeah, so it took a development of around 4-5 years,
Okay.
and which is one of the quickest globally again. And then we are set to launch soon.
And what is the difference between suborbit and orbit? You said Vikram S was in suborbit,
Yes.
and Vikram 1 will be in the orbit. So
Yes,
what's the
yes.
difference there?
So if you want a satellite to rotate around the Earth, which is called an orbit, the rocket needs to insert the satellite at something like 8 kilometers a second. The rocket has to give that speed to the satellite, and you should take it beyond 400 kilometers so that there is no atmosphere at all there, and then leave it with that velocity of 8 kilometers per second. Then it rotates around an orbit, and in an orbit you can stay for several years. The satellite stays for several years giving services down to Earth, and it has a synoptic view, what we call a synoptic view. At that height you can watch Earth. You can give connectivity to Earth for a very wide region, etc., etc. So I think so that is orbital rocket. So rocket needs more energy to go to that altitude and give that much velocity to the satellite. And suborbit means it just it just touches space. I mean, what we have done is a suborbital space launch where it just touches space. NASA defines 80 kilometers as space, so our rocket reached 89 kilometers.
Wow.
It crossed that 80 kilometers line and then mark, and then it just touched space. And it's more like for testing we launch the rocket, but we use the same materials, we use the same propulsion, we use the same electronics, we use the same simulation. So all that, a lot of almost 80% of the tech got proved in that particular launch, and then we are taking the learnings to a much bigger rocket, which is 7-story building tall, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. So here the suborbit means it just touches space and falls down. It doesn't create that velocity or the altitude, which can put a satellite run around the Earth.
Okay, but you did say that there are very few companies and very few countries that have launched rockets so far.
Yeah.
So why is there this gap, and what were you able to fulfill, and how were you able to fill that gap?
Sure. So as we all say, it's rocket science. So it's very, very difficult to build and launch rockets to space. It's some of the toughest feats in engineering. And in fact, like the biggest challenge is that the rocket can be only tested when you can actually launch. You can test so many things on the ground, but
Yes.
the real environment is the actual test. And then you don't have many chances. You have to actually build it and launch it, and very complex. And and the Earth's gravity well is so big that you need so much energy to launch to orbit. Right, so it's very tough technology to crack, and in fact, India has a history of starting the space program in 1962, when Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started in a very small church with few inspired scientists. And that's how the space program started, and it's been more than 60 years. And now we went to Moon, we went to Mars, we built huge rockets, we built satellites, big satellites. So I think there's been an incredible journey, and we've built an ecosystem, around it for the last 60 years. So and very few nations were able to build it, sustain it. And also you need great geography for launching. You need to actually launch. You need to have a coast so that the rocket stages fall in the sea in safe zones. And it's better
So
to
is
be
that
closer
the
to
reason why many countries cannot
so many
launch
countries,
rockets?
so many countries are landlocked. That is one challenge, and many countries did not take the challenging path to build a rocket also, right? So typically, if you see like the larger economies doing it, and whether it is US, Russia, China, so they are the ones who pioneered this. And so India, in fact, Dr. Sarabhai's vision was India should be second to none in application of advanced technology to common man. And he believed that space can affect the life of common man, like whether it's television, whether it is radio, and then started the program in 1960s, where many people did not dare to start a program. And it takes that much time also, to get to that evolution. So India took early leaps in this. And then that's how where we are. We are among very few nations, maybe 8 nations, who have the capacity to launch a rocket to orbit. And we have blessed with a great geography. We're blessed with wonderful engineers and technocrats in the country, right, who have did it, who took this path, and we have, and government supporting it over decades, right. So it's a very, very rare feat, which happened, and I think we are building on top of it. I think we are not there. Skyroot will not be able to do what we're doing without the ecosystem built over the last 60 years by ISRO.
Absolutely. So you're launching Vikram 1 in just weeks from now.
Yeah.
We're very excited for it. All the very best. It is almost one moment that the entire nation and the world will be watching very, very closely as well. What's the feeling like when you do something like that?
Oh wow! I mean, like it's very satisfying. In fact, very satisfying to flag off the rocket from our facility to the launch site, which we have done a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I mean, I really know how difficult it is to actually design rocket, manufacture it, develop it, test it, and make it ready to even ship it to the launch site and start operations there. It's such an incredible milestone, because we know how difficult it is. It's very satisfying to see all come together. So typically it takes sometimes decades even to do this, and things go wrong, and you need to fix it. Sometimes you get stuck, and getting to this milestone itself is very satisfying. And then I think next step, now it's going to get integrated at the launch site, stacked on the launch pad, and take off in few weeks. So really looking forward to the major milestone. It's not only major milestone for Skyroot and India, it's also a globally major milestone, because hardly very few companies in the world have achieved it so far.
How many rockets have got launched so far,
So I
like
think,
Vikram 1?
Yeah, so globally there are like around 5-6 companies for launching to orbit on a out of that only 2 companies are regularly launching to orbit. SpaceX is leading among them.
Wow.
And so that's where we are, like we're getting into a league of elite list of very few companies.
Top 5 companies, yeah.
Yeah. So and then that makes us also doing it from a startup with a very humble beginnings, and doing it from a country when there was no space policy even in the starting, opened up recently, and even there's no funding environment actually to start off with, and now it's like a very, very burgeoning funding environment right now. Everything is coming together, and then doing it and taking it global, and doing it is very, very incredible and a very satisfying journey.
Absolutely. You raised recent funds, and that turned you into a unicorn as well, another feat, and the first startup in the space tech firm to achieve that feat as well.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Did you very easily convince your investors? Were there too many investors? Because at such a space where there are very few players,
Yeah.
you almost have a monopoly,
Yeah.
in this kind of a situation, and all the investors would be looking at your prior success and maybe looking at what opportunities are existing. You already talked about the numbers, the kind of market that it is growing to be. So
Yeah.
was there a lot of fight, and were you choosing the investors rather than investors choosing you?
No, in fact, it's been, I always say that, for us, raising capital, raising funds has been like rocket science, because it's very new sector. Very few investors have exposure to this. So actually, having conversations about very deep technology, no precedence before, very few companies in the world, doing it globally. It's a tough challenge even for investors to even fathom that something of that can happen and become into a very successful business. So I think it's been a very challenging journey to be able to cross that bridge. And I think until Vikram has launched, I think we had a tough time raising capital, but after that it became a fairly, I would say not that difficult, but still difficult, but not that difficult, because that proved a lot of capability, and we've done it in record time, record costs, and we have proved that engineering really works in flight, and so I think after that it's been relatively simpler but still challenging, and then I think I always believe that fundraising and whether it's valuations, etc., is all byproduct of the good work, focused work which is happening, and how we are getting ready for the future. And we're very fortunate that we have wonderful investors backing our vision and our journey, and many of them were new to the space sector as well, and and they're all taking the bet on the space sector, taking a bet, many of them first time in the country as well, investing in something deep tech, right? It's something happening for the first time, I would say.
Absolutely. So this is an exciting space. Is there any ask from your investors at this stage? Usually, investors, when they invest in startups, they always look at ROE. They always look at, how fast can their money double, triple, multifold.
Yeah.
What's their ask in this space, since they're also experimenting for the first time and they know that the risks are fairly large, larger than any other sector that you would be in?
Yeah. And in fact, I think we had a very I would say the most incredible set of investors, because the first 3-4 years were mainly funded by entrepreneurs who made it big, so we had angel investors who made it build successful companies backing us in the initial years, and they are in for the long run, they're in for the journey, and then from there you have some of the world's largest funds. We graduated to get the interest of one of the world's largest funds backing us, right? So it's been a very good set of investors who think very long term. it is, I mean, space is a very long journey always. I mean, like you can build incredible, companies when you can wait long, gestation periods are longer, but we exactly got the right set of investors, I would say. And our growth also has been quite good so far. I mean, like, we started very, very early on, with, we're not even 8 years old. And then, now from, starting off with like some like, $5-6 million valuation to like, crossed $1 billion now. So growth has been like incredibly fast as well. But of course, so it's still very beginning phase of the journey. I would say there's a long, long way to go. And I think this year will be a landmark year for us as we take off Vikram 1, get into commercial launching, and join this elite club in the world where, like, launching satellites to orbit.
Absolutely. So tell me, you have been an engineer and
Yeah.
an entrepreneur as well.
Yeah.
So where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
Yeah. So in fact, I don't look at both differently. That's, I think, really helped me a lot.
Okay.
Because I've seen many people thinking I'm a great engineer or a scientist or a technocrat, so business is not my forte, right? So, but I look at it as everything as problem solving. Like for example, I look at business also as engineering. So it's I look at using the scientific method, like so bring it to fundamentals. Break it down, break the problem down, logical reasoning, find solutions, experiment it if it doesn't work well. Really worked out really well, and also if you see in some of the greatest entrepreneurs, engineers, and because they are tuned or trained to have that scientific thought process, right, and also like very open to experimentation, very agile, where problem solvers have good judgment, right. So I think that really helped. I mean, I didn't look at it differently. I looked at it the same ecosystem. In fact, like when starting the company, I didn't even know what is equity. I didn't even know how to raise capital. Nothing. Literally everything from I had to learn from scratch.
Okay.
That really helped because I had no baggage. I have no learnings to unlearn. So I've learned everything from scratch, and then just stuck
What
to
was
the
your
fundamentals.
first pitch like?
First pitch like is like yeah. So we're building a rocket company, and and it's very exciting times globally, and it's a very growing, interesting market with very large barriers to entry, and then like I've been a part of the rocket industry for quite some time. Can feel the opportunity, can feel the tech, can build the tech, and it's the right opportunity for India as well to build it.
Right.
And it's great foundational elements like great talent, great geography, great ecosystem. Everything is built. So and we can build like large global companies. It's a global market,
Right.
and India can, in fact, like building a company from India can go global, especially in deep technology from space.
Yeah,
So
and you're also looking at geographically a lot of clients that could be coming into you as well. So give me an understanding there as well. How are you approaching? What kind of companies are approaching you, and how will things proceed from here?
Yeah, so in fact, like there are like quite a few, maybe a few hundred satellite companies across the globe. Some small, some very big, and many of them are planning constellation of satellites across around the Earth over a period of time, especially in the next 1 decade, and all of them need access to space. They have very limited options today, and especially you see like many of them come from US, Europe, Southeast Asia, and in Japan, and different regions across the globe, and then like and the space is global, and we're talking to almost all the key people who are planning constellations, and looking forward to working with them as we keep launching to space.
Absolutely. When you talk about Vikram 1, at your Infinity Center, we saw Prime Minister Modi flagging that off. What was the moment like to meet Prime Minister Modi? What did he say to you at this point in time? Is there a vision that he wants you to fulfill for the country?
Yeah. So in fact, I pinch myself every time, So Modi ji, inaugurating our facility. Himself, and also like talking really wonderful things about Skyroot, and as as founders that we took that leap of faith and started the company, and he said that nation is very proud of you, and and also like says that Infinity is like one of the very great symbol of youth in the country, and how youth are thinking in the country, etc. It's sort of very inspiring to see the Prime Minister of the country lauding the efforts. It really felt very satisfying, looking at that, and that actually is like really good, inspiration for us to even push ourselves further, much better, and then like really it gives us energy to run faster, do things better. And yeah, so our Infinity facility is also like a landmark facility, and I mean we built the largest facility by the private sector in India,
Okay.
which has a capacity to build one orbital rocket every month.
Every month?
Every month is the capacity, but we are yet to get there, yet to get to the production of that
Wow.
scale. But yeah, we build the capacity to get there.
Okay, and do you see this launch of Vikram 1 as India's own SpaceX moment? Are we there yet? What's the future looking like for us?
Yeah, so I think like it's a great moment for India because a private company, uh, you know, building a rocket and launching a rocket to space is unprecedented, and then like it opens up India to a wide global market, which is today India sits at around 2% of the global space market, and the ambition is to take it to 8 to 10% in the next 5 to 7 years. So I think that's a great ambition, aspirational target to have, and that needs private initiatives, private investments, growing fast, collaborating with the government, and then moving fast, competing globally. And this is, I think, is a new chapter. Like when Vikram 1 will take off and start launching satellites to orbit, it's a new chapter for India, joining an elite club of companies and countries in the world where a private company is able to launch satellites to space.
Absolutely. Did you also have a chance to meet or talk to Elon Musk, and what do you think of
Not
him?
yet, not yet. In fact, he's been a great inspiration for me. In fact, I've been following him since my college days, and incredible feats he has done. I mean, he's pushed the boundaries of what humans can do. Literally, and how he works, and the way, how he looks at engineering, how he builds great teams. Really, really inspiring, and what he has achieved is incredible. In fact, it gave a fillip to the entire space industry globally. It helped governments invest more. It helped investors look at the sector differently. It helped more entrepreneurs coming in. It's very inspirational what he has done, and I think like the space sector owes him a lot, and I'm
Did he have any role in inspiring you to get into this space?
absolutely. I think he's one of the key, one of the few inspirations. In fact, like Elon is one inspiration, and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai is one inspiration because
Have you named Vikram 1 and Vikram
yes,
S
after
on his
him
name?
because
Yeah.
in fact it's a tribute to him because I look at him as an entrepreneur who started the space program in 1960s. That's how took the bold risk. He had the best life, and he in fact he wanted to become a scientist and push space industry in India. Started he thought like India should be second to none in technologies, especially like space, and started the space program in a very small church in a fishing village, with very small set of scientists, convincing the government to start the space program. I see it as like really good entrepreneurial spirit happening in 1960s. That inspired me also, take that bold leap and start the company. And also what we are doing today is because the ecosystem is built. That's why we
Yeah,
named
of course.
our rocket as Vikram. And in fact, just to give an idea, like the next rocket we're going to launch have more than 400 suppliers, all from India. And the rocket is 100% designed in India, 100% manufactured in India, mostly sourced within India, that ecosystem, and launched from India, and with a great geography. And I think this all happened because Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started the space program in 1962.
So today we have reached that space where India is second to none, and we have all the capabilities, just like how global companies like SpaceX have.
Yes.
And do you think we can become as big as SpaceX ever? What's the kind
Yeah,
of
I
journey
think
will that take?
Yeah, I think the potential is there. How well we solve problems and how fast we get there is the question. And I think we had like very strong advantages, like we're incredibly capital efficient, very incredible engineering resources available in the country, great geography, like I mentioned, great ecosystem already built in, and so I think all the ingredients are there. It's how fast and how better you can solve the problem. And I think SpaceX is almost now I think a 25-year-old company. So it takes time as well, to build like such a, because it has that snowball effect, as you build bigger, you have a more leverage to grow faster. Yeah, I think very early phase for us, but I think we can get there.
Pawan, I also wanted to ask you, will there also be a time when you're saying that so many rockets will start launching? You yourself have a capacity of building one rocket every month, and more companies will come to you to send their satellites into space. Will it also, create the need for having many more companies like you? What's the kind of opportunity you see there? Is this space also going to get increasingly competitive?
Yeah, no, I think there'll be like few companies who will make it on a regular basis. The best problem solvers will win definitely, and but the space is a lot. I mean, like the opportunity is a lot for more people, but I think very few people will actually make it because I know how difficult it is, and even we are still in the early phase because we have to prove a lot going forward in the commercial space, and yeah, there's still opportunity for a few. And but it will definitely not be crowded because it's very difficult to make it, and the early players and the people who disrupt with new and disruptive technologies will definitely make it. Yeah.
And as an entrepreneur, I also wanted to ask you, is space the best sector to invest in right now for all the investors who are watching you right now?
I would say yes because because I can feel it, I can see it, and in fact it's this high barriers to entry market. The market is large. It's a blue ocean, and it's global market, and India has fundamental advantages. I think like it's the best. It's just the best sector to invest in.
And you've already reached this unicorn stage. What's next for you now? What's the milestone?
So next milestone is launching Vikram 1 to orbit.
Yeah.
So this is the first test flight. So we may require more test flights, to be able to prove orbital capability. And once we prove orbital capability reliably, being able to sustain orbital flights for a long time and be able to produce the rockets in large numbers and keep launching them reliably is a big challenge to solve. And then of course we're a business, getting into revenues, profits, and then like investing in of that in the future developments, future technologies, bigger vehicles, all that is very exciting. I think roadmap ahead of us.
So you've had so many firsts in your journey so far. Will you also be the first ever space tech startup to do an IPO and get listed on the stock markets?
It's difficult to say. I mean, right now we're not thinking IPO, a bit early right now, but still difficult to tell right now. But our just focus is in building and launching good rockets right now.
You've also started off the company Skyroot with the ambition of open space for all. That's the line that you use, tagline that you use. So give me an understanding, what does it really mean, opening space for all? Is it meant for private sector that you're talking about, or is it meant for everybody who dreams of going to space someday?
Yeah, so have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people who've gone from India to space, I think.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all, and that's what we want to make it, open for all. So start with open for satellite companies to launch their satellites in large numbers, but eventually, to launch humans, cargo, maybe one day settlements in space.
God.
So that's the dream, that's the aspiration, and we're taking it step by step. With the first step of we did a suborbital launch to space, then we do orbital launch to space, and then we grow bigger, and hopefully maybe one day we launch humans to space, right? And
so will that become like a common question to ask? What you asked me today, have you gone to space? Will that become eventually, like, have you gone to some country abroad? It'll become as common as that?
Yeah, I think so, and in fact, so do you know how much time it takes to go to space?
No.
Make a guess.
Maybe a few hours.
Just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah. So, for example, it took me 1.5 hours to come here from the airport.
Yes.
And so that means space is closer.
Oh my God.
To humans.
10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. So rockets typically take 10-15 minutes to reach an orbit in space. And so that's how fast the rockets are, and then so that means space is so close than what we imagine, and it's just that the gravity well is so big that it's so expensive today, and it's not still so reliable for us to go to space. But I think that's going to change soon, and in just few decades I think it'll become as common as taking a flight. and then that requires that evolution in rockets. We should go from, like today on average, one rocket launch happens every day globally, and then probably it'll in the future it'll be several hundreds a day, several thousands a day.
Just like flights.
Just like flights, and that's where we are cusp of that transformation. But if you see, like for example, in early 1900s, when the aircrafts, the Wright brothers took off, right? So it was just few flights, and now like millions of flights taking off, right? So it's that journey, and now it's like over 100 years, and this happened. And the first space launch happened in 1957 or so, first orbital mission, the Sputnik launch. And so still we are very early phases of the space, and I think that will soon transform into going to probably like all of us taking a flight, taking a holiday in space for some time and coming back. It's going to happen soon.
When are you going to space?
I would love to go to space, and now just focused on launching satellites to orbit now, but hope will grow big to eventually be able to put humans in space as well.
Absolutely. Well, that's the dream that you continue to dream on, so that we can also ever in our lifetimes, in our current lifetimes, be able to launch into space. Well, it's been a pleasure to speak to you, Pawan. There's so much more that we can go on to discuss, but we'll wrap it up on that note. But all the very best for Vikram 1. We're all glued to you, and all the very best wishes to you. This is going to be successful, and we're all watching out for this proudest moment that India will have by way of you launching Vikram 1 to space.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sakshi.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ನಾಳಿದ್ದು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವಂದು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
The long-standing leadership tussle in Karnataka has finally reached its climax. The baton is set to pass from Siddaramaiah to DK Shivakumar. And the transition, at least on camera, appears smooth, cordial and carefully choreographed. Siddaramaiah has stepped down as Karnataka Chief Minister, clearing the decks for the Shivakumara Sarkara. He submitted his resignation to the Governor's Special Secretary in the absence of Governor Thawarchand Gehlot and confirmed the inevitable. DK Shivakumar will be the Chief Minister.
Whatever legislative party takes a decision, Congress legislative party takes a decision, and High Command takes a decision, he will be the Chief Minister of the state.
He also thanked the Gandhi family for the opportunity he got to serve as CM.
2 ಬಾರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Siddaramaiah also rejected High Command's Delhi Darbar offer, insisting he has more to give in Karnataka politics.
ನನಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ವಿನಮ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಾನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, I will continue in active politics.
The resignation was preceded by a breakfast meeting at Siddaramaiah's residence, where he informed cabinet colleagues of his decision. For now, the Congress High Command appears to have pulled off what many believed would be impossible. A smooth transfer of power without open rebellion, resignations, or a split in the Karnataka unit. Bureau Report, India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
Aggressive, resourceful, organizationally sharp. D.K. Shivakumar today is more than just Karnataka's next CM. Inside the Congress party, he has always been known as Mr. Problem Solver. From reviving the Karnataka Congress machinery before the 2023 Assembly election, to managing legislators during political crisis, DK's biggest strength lies in organization and execution. He is viewed as a leader who can mobilize workers, resources, and alliances quickly. The Congress leadership also trusts his ability to negotiate difficult political situations. His recent involvement in Tamil Nadu Congress affairs is being seen as another example of the High Command relying on him beyond Karnataka.
You are going to take part, sir. What could be the agenda?
But D.K. Shivakumar's rise also comes with complications. The biggest, his power tussle with incumbent CM Siddaramaiah. Despite being credited for Karnataka Congress's electoral revival, DK had to settle for the deputy CM post after intense negotiations before the High Command intervened. Corruption allegations and past ED investigations also remain as a political baggage the BJP repeatedly targets him over. For the Congress High Command, DK offers something increasingly rare and an effective regional strongman with organizational control. If Congress expands further in the south, DK could emerge as a key strategist beyond Karnataka. His growing role in alliance management and interstate coordination may strengthen his claim within the party's national power structure. But the higher DK rises, the tougher the political terrain becomes. Managing internal Congress factions while balancing personal ambition with party discipline will remain his biggest challenge. Any instability in Karnataka, alliance friction in the south, or electoral setbacks could directly impact his standing with the High Command. BJP too continues to project him as a symbol of Congress's alleged corruption politics. For now, D.K. Shivakumar remains indispensable to the Congress. A mass leader for some, a master political operator for others. But one thing is clear. Whenever the Congress faces turbulence, D.K. Shivakumar increasingly finds himself at the center of the response. Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
CBSE Class 12th Board Exam Evaluation, riddled with flaws, has sparked nationwide outrage. Over 4 lakh students are reviewing their answer sheets. The digital on-screen marking system introduced by the CBSE is under scrutiny after many students claimed the answer sheets they got were either not theirs or not properly marked. And now, Coemt EduTech Private Limited, the company that provided the software to CBSE, is facing the flak. The controversy dates back to the 2019 Telangana Intermediate Examination Results case. At the time, the Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education had awarded the contract for processing examination results to Globe Arena Technologies Private Limited. After the results were announced, large-scale discrepancies were reported, including students allegedly being incorrectly marked as failed, awarded 0 marks, or missing practical scores. A government-appointed inquiry committee later identified technical and administrative lapses and raised concerns over the company's software design and result processing mechanism. Globe Arena Technologies subsequently changed its name to Coemt EduTech Private Limited. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi posted a video questioning the selection of Coemt EduTech for the evaluation contract.
For some hidden reason, the CBSE chose the same company again. It took us 30 seconds to figure out that this company was earlier called something else. I'm absolutely certain that the people in CBSE and the government of India were aware of this company's background.
The major concern here remains where the students and the parents are demanding and transparency and accuracy in the digital evaluation or CBSE exam evaluation, where lakhs of students have appeared for this particular exam.
The CBSE rejected allegations of irregularities in awarding the contract for digital evaluation to Coemt EduTech. In a statement, the CBSE claimed the entire tendering process was carried out in accordance with the general financial rules. Coemt EduTech CEO VSN Raju also denied the allegations in an interview to a newspaper. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan accused Rahul Gandhi of playing politics.
उनकी एक आदत, उनको एक बीमारी आ गई है। भारत में कोई भी परिवर्तन को सह्य नहीं कर पाते हैं। बाकी रहा कोई स्पेसिफिक कंपनी के बारे में वो कह रहे हैं। मेरे शाम तक मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, उन्हीं के शासित 2 राज्यों में कर्नाटक और तेलंगाना में वो संस्था 5 शिक्षानुष्ठान की OSM काम कर रहा है। अच्छा, उनकी वेबसाइट चला रहे, उनकी सॉफ्टवेयर पोर्टल चला रहे। इसलिए तो ये तो कोई कभी राहुल गांधी कोई विषय कुछ बोलते हैं तो फैक्ट चेक तो करते ही नहीं।
Rahul Gandhi, however, has hardened his stand. He is demanding the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan. Coming close on the heels of NEET mess, the CBSE class evaluation row has thrown up a fresh challenge for the Narendra Modi government. With Anmol Bali and Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. Hello and a warm welcome to all our viewers on Business Today Television. The markets continue apace, today being the last working day of the week as also the month of May. While indices have flattened out after a spectacular rise in April, the mood and the tenor of the market looks a lot better than what it was, say, about 3 weeks ago. What does the month of June and the remainder of 2026 hold for Dalal Street? To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Piyush Pandey, Senior Vice President for Equity Research at Centrum Broking. A very warm welcome to you, Piyushji. It's always a pleasure to host you. Are you sleeping a little easier these days, given that mid-caps and large caps, mid-caps and small caps have rallied substantially in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, I would say sort of like a valuation correction. So they had seen significantly more correction over the last year or so. And especially I would say last month or we have seen some relief rally in there, especially in the mid-cap stocks.
Okay. How are you reading sentiment on Dalal Street at the moment, Piyushji? What looks good? What do you think should improve after fourth quarter earnings?
See, I would say earnings for this quarter were reasonably decent, and concerns for the market has been the cost of raw materials, like say cost inflation, and there may be impact from like say rupee depreciation, and plus FIIs have been mostly on the selling side. So I would say a reasonably decent quarter, but still concerns from like say rising inflation remains. That is what I would put it here.
Okay. You're primarily a tracker of IT and telecom. Piyushji, it's been terrible times for IT. Not only have charts sort of collapsed, even earnings and guidance from many IT companies have been negative for long-term observers of stocks like Infosys and TCS. What is your own reading at this point of time after fourth quarter results? What are the top 3 IT companies doing according to you to benefit from the AI change that is happening in their industry, or maybe doing something on their own apart from AI?
See, I would say the fourth quarter results for the IT sector were mostly as per the expectations. They met on the revenue estimates, but concerns is more on the impact of AI, like for example, the revenue deflation impact due to AI. And because of that, many of the IT companies have given slightly muted guidance for FY27. However, we do feel that the negative concerns from AI are slightly overblown because there have been recent reports that AI is not cheap and it costs a huge amount of tokens and say cost in terms of power and cooling cost to run these AI models. And plus, I would say most of these models would get commoditized, and what will ultimately create value is somebody who is in the companies which are really helping to implement the AI or the applications on top of these AI models. So in a way, some of the concerns have slightly have been eased off over the last few weeks, and I would say my sense is that uh, IT companies, given the current valuation, are better placed compared to what they were like say 2 months ago.
Okay. What have you been telling the institutional clients at Centrum Broking, those who want to further reduce their exposure of IT? Has the software sector moved from a over ownership status to maybe evenly owned over the last 3 months or so?
See, currently we are recommending to be equal weight in the IT sector. Because I would say that even I would say with so much of news flow regarding Anthropic and OpenAI, IT stocks, IT index have been broadly stable over the last 2 months, and we have seen some strong rally in stocks like say Coforge, which has been one of my say top picks over the last year or so. And plus, especially if one look at the large caps like say, then Infi is better placed. So I would say index is broadly stable, but there are some stock specific rally which one can look at. And I would say that in the IT index, like so over the last 3-4 months, the correction has been mostly on account of narrative, like Indian IT companies are underinvested, and so it's sort of like narrative than the actual earnings. It's more of narrative than the actual earnings. And my sense is that as we proceed over the next few months, things should incrementally get better for the Indian IT company. So I would say worst is mostly behind, and even the investor would gradually realize that the value these companies offer to their clients is something which cannot be easily replicated by AI.
When you look at the mid-cap IT space, Piyush ji, is it a cause of comfort for you? Or, stocks like Oracle doing immensely well, stocks like maybe to some extent Coforge and Persistent able to withstand that downfall with some kind of, poise and equanimity. Is mid-cap IT looking good to you or no?
Yeah, of course. I would say tier 2 IT companies like say Coforge and Persistent, because of their like say headcount, around say 30-40,000 employees. So it would be slightly easier for them to pivot to the AI age compared to like say some of the larger names which have lakhs of employees. So one need to understand that there is going to be a shift in the method of delivery. Plus, you have to train your employees to the new age skills. So, of course, some of these names, like say Coforge and Persistent, you have an advantage to easily shift or make a easy shift, a relatively easy shift to the age of AI compared to the companies which have like say a couple of lakhs employees. Yeah.
Okay. At the same time, when IT is undergoing tremendous stress, Piyush ji, you are also a tracker of telecom, which has been on a very sharp uptrend, mainly because it's a domestically oriented sector and it's a very cozy duopoly in the market. How are you observing this very sharp uptick that is happening on the stock of Vodafone? Are the long-term prospects of Vodafone's balance sheet improving?
See, for Vodafone, especially after this AGR relief, their debt has come down by almost 50,000 crores. So obviously a big relief on the debt front, and that is something which led to this rally in the Vodafone Idea stock. Having said that, I would say that telecom is primarily a three-player market. It's a three-player market, a growing market, where we have seen regular tariff increase. So obviously, even a third player would like to capitalize on the opportunity, and where we see that Vodafone Idea is getting aggressive with its capex program over the next 2 to 3 years. So my sense is that government, even the government wants to have a 3+1 player structure. So with Vodafone Idea doing capex, and we have seen over the last 2 3 months, it's Vodafone has started adding customers from losing customers. So with consistently now with the addition of customers, plus relief on the debt front, and their 5G expansion to more than say 80 cities, I think things have definitely turned the corner. And now it depends on like say see whether they can gain markets here. That would be challenging, but they have added customers, and I would say in a three-player market, there stands to capture some value from the in a growing market.
Okay. A view that you might have on telecom equipment makers like Tejas Networks, like Valiant Communications. What is the equipment market looking to you?
See, I would say in the case of telecom equipment market, I would say I would go with more with like say makers of optical fibers. Say for example, like say Sterlite or HFCL. These optical fibers, they are seeing good demand from data centers plus 5G fiberization plus say fixed broadband. So that is a play one can look into, especially when you see that India is going to significantly ramp up its data center capacity, and plus because of primarily because of growth in AI, which ultimately depends on these data centers. So that can be one way to play. Apart from that, other equipment makers generally they tend to have a big cyclicity. So fiber, they go with the fiber player. Yeah.
We'll call it time here, Mr. Pandey. As always, it's such a pleasure listening to your views on domestic IT. Thank you for speaking to us, and here's wishing you all the best for the remainder of 2026. Have a nice day, sir. Thank you. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Piyush Pandey. He's a very well-known analyst for the IT and telecom space at Centrum Broking. Thank you for watching.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
Thank you very much, and very good evening to all of you. Minister, Excellency, thank you very much for making this time. This is wonderful to be having you here, and on behalf of the UAE India Business Council, the esteemed delegates here, all the members, as well as the India Today group, it gives us great pleasure to have you. This is not the first time I'm interviewing the minister. Remember, this CEPA that's happened with India is perhaps the fastest trade deal of any sorts that India has ever done, and credit goes to the gentleman here to get the whole Indian system moving to do that. And at that time, I had the pleasure of interviewing him in Delhi. A lot of water has flown through the Hormuz, Minister, since then. I want you to focus on not those issues, but the potential of this partnership. There's an emotional connect. I visited Dubai for the first time way back in 1998. Family lives here. It feels like India in a much better way, of course. And therefore, as the minister in charge of non-oil trade, how far should our ambition go? How much should we look up into the sky in terms of the relationship that can evolve?
Well, thank you so much. And it's a real pleasure to have many of the friends, their families, colleagues, and as the ambassador said, we really consider everyone who's living in the country as one of the national persons who are contributing to the developments and the growth of this nation. And we're going to be continuing working with the same spirit, because every single contribution is an important step toward the fulfilling the achievements and the vision of the nation. Now, coming back to the bilateral relation, we're seeing a very excellent and rapid growth in our bilateral non-oil trade. Last year, non-oil trade without oil, without services, we exceeded $76 billion. And the growth is above 17%. And we're continuing with this momentum, although the global trade is not growing with the same pace. And it shows the potential and shows as well how close both nations to each other and the potential in this relation. Now, if we look at the emerging economy, if we look at the growth in Asia, as well as the growth in our neighboring regions, especially Africa, the growth is massive. And I just came back from Rwanda, and we announced some of the numbers that we're having last year with Africa. We exceeded $160 billion. We were not even expecting to reach 140 or 135, but we outperformed. If both UAE and India join forces, we can do amazing job in Africa and our surrounding region and Asia, etc. Just matter of us putting the right efforts and the right brains and heads together, and the growth is going to be massive. It's not only for our own market, but also to the region that we're covering from here. And if you remember, it was one of the main purposes even for the CEPA. It's not only about the bilateral, it's about the connectivity of both nations. And guess what? Even in all my visits, some of the Indian colleagues are part of my delegation. And it shows that we're really ensuring that we're opening up businesses and doors and market access to them wherever we go outside. We really maybe one of the stories I always love to say, and I said it even in Rwanda, one of the most impactful investor in Africa, or a UAE-based company in Africa, is an Indian colleague called Gagan. He's the owner, and he's the founder and the CEO of Arise. And they're doing an excellent, impactful investments in Africa. That is a small example of many, and I'm sure many of our business people here are doing the same. So it's not only about the numbers, it's about the impact that we're going to do in the neighboring regions, and I'm sure the many opportunities which we can do together.
Minister, before I ask you some follow-ups on the potential of our partnership, I want a broader comment from you. There are businessmen here, and as we were preparing for this event, we realized that the only thing certain for a businessman anywhere in the world, particularly in this region, is uncertainty. That is the only certain thing, and many businesses are evolving, many are not. From your perspective as someone who's not only pursuing that and is the minister in charge, but because of your own personal study, has the multilateral global trade order that we all grew up in and the benefits of which have led to economic development for many nations across the world, has that permanently altered and changed, and is regional trading now the future?
See, the principles of multilateralism are still there, because we're still working around the same principles, foundations that has been set by those international organizations. But is it changing? Absolutely. And is there an intervention that is happening in the global system? That's what we're seeing today. And we're going to continue seeing, because the model has been built for a certain period when certain groups were much powerful than others. Now we're seeing an excellent and strong growth by many countries, especially India lately and some of the emerging economies, which moving much faster. I remember 5 years ago, I was doing a lecture to one of the students in New York University, and I said the G7 countries are going to be replaced by the E7, emerging 7 countries.
That's a good line. The G7 will be replaced by the E7.
We're talking about 5 years ago. We're not talking about it today. And in reality, yes, the highest growth are happening in those E7. And who are they? It's India, it's Turkey, it is Brazil, it is South Korea, it is South Africa, it is Mexico, and it's Indonesia. So those countries are going to be almost have double the growth of the current G7 by 2050. And are we seeing that growth? Absolutely. And those E7 are going to be the countries which is going to have an impact on the growth globally, industrial, supply chain, capital movements, etc. Now, going back to your question, is the multilateralism going to be the basis for, is going to be changing the way that we move forward? Absolutely. We should not continue thinking that the old system is going to continue, otherwise we're just fooling ourselves. We have to adapt, we have to be resilient, and we have to be ready for the unknown that is might happening. But let's be fair with ourselves as well. If life is going to continue with the same quietness and relaxations, we will not be strong. And the different incidents that's happened in the last 10 years made us as nations, as governments, as economies, much stronger than before. And we're learning from those incidents or international crises, and we're becoming much stronger than before. And that's exactly what is happening. If you count the last 4 or 5 years, COVID and geopolitics, and now the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist attacks by Iran, it all makes us much stronger and more resilient and coming up with new ideas. If that's not the case, we'll not be able to be innovative in the way that we're running the businesses, and we'll not even find our real friends and partners like India.
Absolutely.
So we need this to shake up the system and ensure that who is going to back you up and work with you during those tough times, and who are going to be exposed immediately the minute such crisis happens. So we really appreciate that, and I'm telling you, sometimes it's good to shake up the system so you know who your real friends are.
Very, very straightforward answer, and thank you for that. Since you mentioned the word learning, I want to follow up. The UAE is an economic miracle, and it stands out almost like a jewel. What learnings in the immediate term have been learned from the recent crisis, particularly with regard to resilience in the supply chain? I'm not only talking about oil, but non-oil trade as well.
I'll tell you some secrets. Our non-oil trade grew up in the last 4 months, and we had the growth much better than last year, but we did not announce it. It was going to be announced at the right time, but we had the growth. So yes, it got disturbed in the first 2 weeks, but we adapted ourselves, and we started maneuvering around the issue. But in general, we had an excellent growth, even in comparison to last year, much better growth. So now, come back to how we're going to be resilient and overcome the issue of the disturbance of supply chain. The most important thing that every nation or economy has to do, the investment on infrastructure, investments in logistics. And your logistics should not be only focusing on your own domestic infrastructure. You have to connect it with your international investments. Otherwise, we will not be able to maneuver around the challenges. And we're connected to more than 400 cities, points, airports, ports, and mainlands. That gave us the flexibility to move things much quicker and ensure that there is a continuous supply chain to the country and from the country. The second point, which is an important one, and we're seeing it with others, not necessarily our neighbors, but others. We have to ensure that there is international investments. Otherwise, your businesses are going to die. It's going to be affected in 2 weeks or 2 weeks to 2 months. Your international investment is going to cover up many of your losses or challenges here locally, and vice versa. Because the world is disturbed, the geopolitics is everywhere. If something happen in one point, your domestic one will compensate that. Ask colleagues from DB World, I'm sure they're speaking highly about their international investments, which compensated their internal disturbance of their businesses. That is a small model of many of our international investments, and that's why the message that we always carry for our investors, even the international ones who are living with us, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's not only about investments here. It's about we open up your market, and the market access that we're offering from the UAE is much bigger than the 10 million or 12 million that we're having in the UAE. we're covering a 3 billion population from the UAE through the different CPAs. Ambassador was talking about 34, 35 CPAs. We reached 37, and we're about to close another 2 in the coming few weeks as well.
You know, this conversation could go on for half an hour, but I know you're very short of time. I'll still try and squeeze in one final question. This target of 200 billion, and since 100 billion has been done well ahead of time, I ask you as a newsman, how soon will the 200 billion target be achieved?
Well, with this speed, we will achieve it, but I will ask Nil and Adib because they're going to be responsible about it.
Okay, and one final message to all the businessmen, particularly from India and Indian companies who are here, some of them I know who are right here in the hall. What message do you have to them regarding the resilience of the UAE to operate and continue to flourish in what are uncertain times?
Well, we're going to continue diversifying. We're going to continue bringing the talents to the country. And we're going to be as well strengthening our relation with our real friends. And that is one of the main messages or lessons that we learned and we're carrying from the last two months. The real friends, we're going to double down. We're not going to stop our engagements with the other countries, but will not be as strong because you know where you're putting your investments, your trade, your agreements, etc. The second one, which is as well an important one, we're going to double down on our investment domestically in our infrastructure when it comes to data centers, especially in the Northern Emirates. We're going to increase the capacity of our ports in the Fujairah, Farfakhan, and even other cities which are going to have more expansion. We're going to have more logistical connectivity to that area. We're going to double down on the technology when it comes to food security and pharmaceutical products. And as well, we're going to double down on the projects which we saw was highly needed during those times. One of the main lessons here when it comes to supply chain, and maybe this is related to your previous question, will not be dependent on any country providing more than 50% of any commodity. We'll make sure that there is a diversity, and we'll make sure that there are some other sources to bring the commodities from, in case something even not happening here in this region and in their part of the world will not disturb our supply chain.
One final word, Dr. Thani, as we end this. For the UAE India Business Council, clearly a very important entity which is operating only to boost trade and business ties between our two economies. What sort of role would you want them to continue to play in the future?
Well, we need to work together in the strategic sectors. We need to work together on the sectors which is going to have a positive impact on our people in both nations. And I think it's time for the private sector to start taking the lead, because even the projects which His Excellency the Ambassador was mentioning, IHC, the ADIA, as well as the Emirates and BD, those are the mega projects or mega companies that we're having, and those are the big transactions. It's time now to do a joint collaboration, joint ventures between our big business people and having impactful investments between both nations. I see that still a gap which we haven't cracked, and it's going to be one of my KPIs with His Excellency Piyush in the upcoming few months to start bringing big projects led by our private sector and the big business people. That is going to be a big milestone for me personally to see in this relation.
Here's to real friendship. Here's to the UAE and India working together, making the lives of their people much better and proving to be strong, perennial, and ultimate partners in this very uncertain world. Thank you very much, Minister, for your time with us today. A round of applause for the Minister.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Hello and welcome. I'm Neetu Chandra Sharma and you are watching Business Today. Sun Pharma has reported another year of growth led by its India business and innovative medicines portfolio, while also announcing one of the largest global acquisitions with the proposed Organon deal. To understand how Sun Pharma is balancing growth, integration, R&D investments and capital allocation at this stage of its journey, I have with me on the show Jayashree Satagopan, Chief Financial Officer at Sun Pharma. Jayashree, a very warm welcome. Pleasure to have you with us on the show. And since we last spoke about the Organon acquisition, you told us that the transaction is expected to expand Sun Pharma's presence in women's health biosimilars and several international markets. So now looking at this quarter, innovative medicines now contribute more than 20% of Sun's sale. How's that's changed the way you think about the capital allocation and growth priorities compared to 5 years ago?
Thanks for having us on the show. As I mentioned earlier on, I think the focus for Sun continues to be to grow the innovative medicines portfolio. Organon will definitely add to this. And from our 20% to the total sales, innovative medicines business could have a potential to grow about 25%. So in terms of looking at what this deal could bring to the table, is a faster or an accelerated growth path for the innovative medicines business. Clearly, women's health is an attractive portfolio which will add on meaningfully into Sun. The capital allocation obviously has been to see how we can increase innovative medicines portfolio, and that also augurs well with the Organon deal. Apart from that, Sun will continue to evaluate interesting opportunities in the therapies of interest. And depending upon what comes in, we are open to look at those on a selective basis.
All right. So, Jayashree, Sun's India market share gain this year was the highest since the Ranbaxy acquisition. So, what structurally is working better for the India business now for you?
See, India business has been growing from strength to strength. It's not something we have done only in Q4. Over the past few years, there have been multiple things that have been happening in the India business. To name a few, the connect that we have with the prescribers and the doctors' fraternity has improved a lot. We have invested in the field strength, and currently we have almost close to 16,500 sales force on the street who are able to connect meaningfully with the doctors. We have also decluttered our portfolio over a period in time and brought in new products which makes perfect sense to the doctors and to the patients to cater to the healthcare requirements. And above all of this is a strong execution focus that the India business has in terms of delivering their results.
So let's also talk about the US market. The US generics market remains volatile, yet Sun continues to expand its innovative medicines business there. So how do you see that balance between specialty growth and generics risk evolving?
The focus for US market definitely is on innovative medicines business. And that has also been demonstrated by the good growth that we have had over the past few years. And we will continue that focus even for the coming years. Generics is also a very attractive portfolio. However, as we all know, in US, there is pricing pressures, and that's the reality of the market. And therefore, continued pricing pressure will also mean decline in revenues, which can be offset with new product introductions in the markets. And as our plans get fully compliant, we will also be able to complement it with additional products in the market, which will also trigger another set of growth.
Okay, so let's also talk about the research and development part of it. So Sun Pharma spent more than 3,550 crore rupees on R&D in FY26. So how do you internally measure whether this investment is, delivering adequate returns? So how is that going forward?
So we do have measurements for all our activities, including research and development. Part of it is also the number of ANDAs and NDAs that we file, the number of formulation life cycle extensions that are being worked out both for our domestic formulation business as well as the innovative medicines portfolio. So there are reviews that happen on a periodic basis internally to look at the investments that have been made in R&D and how each of those are happening, A, on time, B, is also able to generate a return that we had envisaged as we approved the R&D spend.
So also tell our viewers that how should investors think about Sun Pharma's margin profile over the medium term as the business mix shifts further towards, innovative medicines and specialty products?
Normally, we do not give a guidance in terms of margin or margin profile, but one could look at the past and then have their views accordingly.
All right. So after Ranbaxy and now Organon, what has Sun learned about the integrating large global businesses without affecting the operational discipline? If you can tell our viewers about that.
Yeah, I think the first and foremost thing about the integration is about appreciating both are very large companies. Both have their own strengths, both in terms of products, geography, as well as the segments that they are operating in. Therefore, understanding and appreciating the strength that both organizations bring in is going to be extremely critical. The second one is all about the culture. I think Sun is a very large Indian pharma company which has a large global presence. Organon is a US company having global presence. Therefore, cultural integration is also going to be key. And this is where we look at our values of humility and also be in a listening mode to understand what Organon could bring into the table, find the best of both worlds, integrate, and then build in a much stronger combined enterprise. So that's the second part of it. Third one, obviously, in these integration is also to play on the strength, whether it is the complementary markets or the products that we have, but more importantly, the scale which gives us the ability to go and work for new pipeline products. Working through that over a period in time, we believe that this combined organization should be in a position to steer growth as well as work on the synergies that had been identified.
So also help us understand one thing, that the Organon business has seen limited growth for several years. So what gives Sun Pharma that confidence that it can revive growth where others could not?
Look, the issues that have been with Organon is it was a spin-off from Merck. And as it was spun off, it had a large debt in its balance sheet. And over the past few years, the strong cash generation has gone in partly in terms of servicing the debt and also large dividend payouts. Last year, Organon had also indicated that they are cutting down their dividend payouts. With the combined organization and the strong cash flows, almost close to $2.5 billion on a pro forma basis, I think this would be good cash that can be used for paying off the debt and also used purposefully for some of the pipeline products. But more importantly, there are geographies that are completely complementing each other. There are Sun's products that could be sold in Organon's territories, and there are good Organon portfolio products that can be sold in geographies where Sun has a very strong presence. I think complementary markets, scale of operation, and also a very disciplined approach towards cost, we believe will all enhance the cash generation from the business, which could be used both for new pipeline products, which will generate growth, and also faster or accelerated payout of the debt, which also will mean that you have money which can be purposefully used for further growth.
So having said that, you also spoke about the R&D spends. So with those debt levels rising after the acquisition, how do you protect the R&D investments while maintaining the balance sheet discipline?
As I was mentioning, there is good cash generation from both the entities. On a pro forma basis, it's about $2.5 billion. So that cash will be purposefully deployed both for debt repayment as well as considering some pipeline products. We believe that the R&D spend that Sun is doing will not be curtailed because Sun has always been a very growth-focused company and we would continue investment in R&D.
So also help us understand that what areas of the business do you believe will contribute most meaningfully to the Sun's next phase of growth over the next 3 to 5 years?
I think all aspects of business would contribute meaningfully. We do not see anything that would fall behind. The generics business is an interesting opportunity and it will continue to grow. Biosimilars will add meaningfully into this space. The established brands business that comes in complements very well with our branded generics. These are very large opportunities, as we mentioned earlier, both in terms of life cycle management, extensions, formulations, combinations, so on and so forth. Women's health will add to our innovative business portfolio. Already our innovative business portfolio is been growing. This will also meaningfully add to that. Overall, we think opportunities in terms of the various products is exciting. The market reach is even more with 140 countries and almost 18 countries where we will have presence with a significant revenue of more than $100 million. I think there are several growth levers that we can work upon.
All right, Jayashree, thank you so much for speaking with Business Today and sharing insights on the company's performance and outlook going forward. All the best to you and appreciate your time, and we look forward to speaking with you again in the next quarter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very good evening to all of you. Minister, Excellency, thank you very much for making this time. This is wonderful to be having you here, and on behalf of the UAE India Business Council, the esteemed delegates here, all the members, as well as the India Today group, it gives us great pleasure to have you. This is not the first time I'm interviewing the minister. Remember, this CEPA that's happened with India is perhaps the fastest trade deal of any sorts that India has ever done, and credit goes to the gentleman here to get the whole Indian system moving to do that. And at that time, I had the pleasure of interviewing him in Delhi. A lot of water has flown through the Hormuz, Minister, since then. I want you to focus on not those issues, but the potential of this partnership. There's an emotional connect. I visited Dubai for the first time way back in 1998. Family lives here. It feels like India in a much better way, of course. And therefore, as the minister in charge of non-oil trade, how far should our ambition go? How much should we look up into the sky in terms of the relationship that can evolve?
Well, thank you so much. And it's a real pleasure to have many of the friends, their families, colleagues, and as the ambassador said, we really consider everyone who's living in the country as one of the national persons who are contributing to the developments and the growth of this nation. And we're going to be continuing working with the same spirit, because every single contribution is an important step toward fulfilling the achievements and the vision of the nation. Now, coming back to the bilateral relation, we're seeing a very excellent and rapid growth in our bilateral non-oil trade. Last year, non-oil trade without oil, without services, we exceeded $76 billion. And the growth is above 17%. And we're continuing with this momentum, although the global trade is not growing with the same pace. And it shows the potential and shows as well how close both nations to each other and the potential in this relation. Now, if we look at the emerging economy, if we look at the growth in Asia, as well as the growth in our neighboring regions, especially Africa, the growth is massive. And I just came back from Rwanda, and we announced some of the numbers that we're having last year with Africa. We exceeded $160 billion. We were not even expecting to reach 140 or 135. But we outperformed. If both UAE and India join forces, we can do amazing job in Africa and our surrounding region and Asia, etc. Just matter of us putting the right efforts and the right brains and heads together, and the growth is going to be massive. It's not only for our own market, but also to the region that we're covering from here. And if you remember, it was one of the main purposes even for the CEPA. It's not only about the bilateral, it's about the connectivity of both nations. And guess what? Even in all my visits, some of the Indian colleagues are part of my delegation. And it shows that we're really ensuring that we're opening up businesses and doors and market access to them wherever we go outside. We really maybe one of the stories I always love to say, and I said it even in Rwanda, one of the most impactful investor in Africa, or a UAE-based company in Africa, is an Indian colleague called Gagan. He's the owner, and he's the founder and the CEO of Arise. And they're doing an excellent, impactful investments in Africa. That is a small example of many, and I'm sure many of our business people here are doing the same. So it's not only about the numbers, it's about the impact that we're going to do in the neighboring regions, and I'm sure the many opportunities which we can do together.
Minister, before I ask you some follow-ups on the potential of our partnership, I want a broader comment from you. There are businessmen here, and as we were preparing for this event, we realized that the only thing certain for a businessman anywhere in the world, particularly in this region, is uncertainty. That is the only certain thing, and many businesses are evolving, many are not. From your perspective as someone who's not only pursuing that and is the minister in charge, but because of your own personal study, has the multilateral global trade order that we all grew up in and the benefits of which have led to economic development for many nations across the world, has that permanently altered and changed, and is regional trading now the future?
See, the principles of multilateralism are still there, because we're still working around the same principles, foundations that has been set by those international organizations. But is it changing? Absolutely. And is there an intervention that is happening in the global system? That's what we're seeing today. And we're going to continue seeing, because the model has been built for a certain period when certain groups were much powerful than others. Now we're seeing an excellent and strong growth by many countries, especially India lately, and some of the emerging economies, which moving much faster. I remember 5 years ago, I was doing a lecture to one of the students in New York University, and I said the G7 countries are going to be replaced by the E7, emerging 7 countries.
That's a good line. The G7 will be replaced by the E7.
We're talking about 5 years ago. We're not talking about it today. And in reality, yes, the highest growth are happening in those E7. And who are they? It's India, it's Turkey, it is Brazil, it is South Korea, it is South Africa, it is Mexico, and it's Indonesia. So those countries are going to be almost have double the growth of the current G7 by 2050. And are we seeing that growth? Absolutely. And those E7 are going to be the countries which is going to have an impact on the growth globally, industrial, supply chain, capital movements, etc. Now, going back to your question, is the multilateralism going to be the basis for, is going to be changing the way that we move forward? Absolutely. We should not continue thinking that the old system is going to continue, otherwise we're just fooling ourselves. We have to adapt, we have to be resilient, and we have to be ready for the unknown that is might happening. But let's be fair with ourselves as well. If life is going to continue with the same quietness and relaxations, we will not be strong. And the different incidents that's happened in the last 10 years made us as nations, as governments, as economies, much stronger than before. And we're learning from those incidents or international crises, and we're becoming much stronger than before. And that's exactly what is happening. If you count the last 4 or 5 years, COVID and geopolitics, and now the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist attacks by Iran, it all makes us much stronger and more resilient and coming up with new ideas. If that's not the case, we'll not be able to be innovative in the way that we're running the businesses, and we'll not even find our real friends and partners like India.
Absolutely.
So we need such this to shake up the system and ensure that who is going to back you up and work with you during those tough times, and who are going to be exposed immediately the minute such crisis happens. So we really appreciate that, and I'm telling you, sometimes it's good to shake up the system so you know who your real friend are.
A very, very straightforward answer, and thank you for that. Since you mentioned the word learning, I want to follow up. The UAE is an economic miracle. and it stands out almost like a jewel. What learnings in the immediate term have been learned from the recent crisis, particularly with regard to resilience in the supply chain? I'm not only talking about oil, but non-oil trade as well.
I'll tell you some secrets. Our non-oil trade grew up in the last 4 months, and we had the growth much better than last year, but we did not announce it. It was going to be announced at the right time, but we had a growth. So, yes, it got disturbed in the first 2 weeks, but we adapted ourselves, and we started maneuvering around the issue. But in general, we had an excellent growth, even in comparison to last year, much better growth. So now, come back to how we're going to be resilient and overcome the issue of the disturbance of supply chain. The most important thing that every nation or economy has to do, the investment on infrastructure, investments in logistics. And your logistics should not be only focusing on your own domestic infrastructure. You have to connect it with your international investments. Otherwise, you will not be able to maneuver around the challenges. And we're connected to more than 400 cities, points, airports, ports, and mainlands. That gave us the flexibility to move things much quicker and ensure that there is a continuous supply chain to the country and from the country. The second point, which is an important one, and we're seeing it with others, not necessarily our neighbors, but others. We have to ensure that there is international investments. Otherwise, your businesses are going to die. It's going to be affected in 2 weeks or 2 weeks to 2 months. Your international investment is going to cover up many of your losses or challenges here locally, and vice versa. Because the world is disturbed, the geopolitics is everywhere. If something happened in one point, your domestic one will compensate that. Ask colleagues from DB World, I'm sure they're speaking highly about their international investments, which compensated their internal disturbance of their businesses. That is a small model of many of our international investments, and that's why the message that we always carry for our investors, even the international ones who are living with us, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's not only about investments here. It's about we open up your market, and the market access that we're offering from the UAE is much bigger than the 10 million or 12 million that we're having in the UAE. We're covering a 3 billion population from the UAE through the different CPAs. Ambassador was talking about 34, 35 CPAs. We reached 37, and we're about to close another 2 in the coming few weeks as well.
You know, this conversation could go on for half an hour, but I know you're very short of time. I'll still try and squeeze in one final question. This target of 200 billion, and since 100 billion has been done well ahead of time, I ask you as a newsman, how soon will the 200 billion target be achieved?
Well, with this speed, we will achieve it, but I will ask Nil and Adib because they're going to be responsible about it.
Okay, and one final message to all the businessmen, particularly from India and Indian companies who are here, some of them I know who are right here in the hall. What message do you have to them regarding the resilience of the UAE to operate and continue to flourish in what are uncertain times?
Well, we're going to continue diversifying. We're going to continue bringing the talents to the country. And we're going to be as well strengthening our relation with our real friends. And that is one of the main messages or lessons that we learned and we're carrying from the last two months. The real friends, we're going to double down. We're not going to stop our engagements with the other countries, but will not be as strong because you know where you're putting your investments, your trade, your agreements, etc. The second one, which is as well an important one, we're going to double down on our investment domestically in our infrastructure when it comes to data centers, especially in the Northern Emirates. We're going to increase the capacity of our ports in the Fujairah, Kharfakan, and even other cities which are going to have more expansion. We're going to have more logistical connectivity to that area. We're going to double down on the technology when it comes to food security and pharmaceutical products. And as well, we're going to double down on the projects which we saw was highly needed during those times. One of the main lessons here when it comes to supply chain, and maybe this is related to your previous question, will not be dependent on any country providing more than 50% of any commodity. We'll make sure that there is a diversity, and we'll make sure that there are some other sources to bring the commodities from, in case something even not happening here in this region and in their part of the world will not disturb our supply chain.
One final word, Dr. Thani, as we end this. For the UAE-India Business Council, clearly a very important entity which is operating only to boost trade and business ties between our two economies. What sort of role would you want them to continue to play in the future?
Well, we need to work together in the strategic sectors. We need to work together on the sectors which is going to have a positive impact on our people in both nations. And I think it's time for the private sector to start taking the lead, because even the projects which His Excellency the Ambassador was mentioning, IHC, the ADIA, as well as the Emirates MBD, those are the mega projects or mega companies that we're having, and those are the big transactions. It's time now to do a joint collaboration, joint ventures between our big business people and having impactful investments between both nations. I see that still a gap which we haven't cracked, and it's going to be one of my KPIs with His Excellency Biyosh in the upcoming few months, to start bringing big projects led by our private sector and the big business people. That is going to be a big milestone for me personally to see in this relation.
Here's to real friendship. Here's to the UAE and India working together, making the lives of their people much better and proving to be strong, perennial, and ultimate partners in this very uncertain world. Thank you very much, Minister, for your time with us today. A round of applause for the Minister.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television. We are at the moment navigating the last working day of the F&O expiry for the month of May. The markets are in pretty good shape. Strong rallies are witnessed in mid caps and small caps, even as the broader market remains flat. What is the way forward for the markets in the month of June, as also in the remainder of calendar 2026? To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Deven Choksi. He's the Managing Director at DR Choksi Finserv Private Limited and a long-term watcher of Dalal Street. Good afternoon to you, Deven Bhai, and a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, Shane.
How are you at the moment analyzing the month of May? We have seen terrible days and we have seen fairly volatile times as well. As a reader of sentiment, how do you feel about this broadening of the rally?
So, good afternoon, Shail. Well, on one side, I think we are finding that investors are quite resilient to this kind of volatility. No more panic of yesteryears. I think, given situation, I think a real investor would panic. These days, investors don't panic. So that is a very good and matured sign that you can find in the marketplace. Most of the fund investors, the AMCs, they are equally very, very agile and alert, I think, with the kind of volatility in the markets. They are receiving the SIP money on a regular basis, and that's a good sign. Investor has not stopped allocating funds for the investments. But at the same time, I think most of them are equally, I think, asking a question that how do we invest in a given situation when the market is so volatile? So yes, I think this volatility in a given context, in a given situation is bothersome. And even though the stock prices have recovered, and even though mid-cap and small-cap prices are also, I think, reasonably recovering, in my viewpoint, I think the confidence level of the investor is today still missing, not as much as I think they would have otherwise invested. So that's a story at this point of time.
Okay. So what are you telling your clients at this point of time? Are they, in sync with the rally that is there in the mid-cap or small cap space? or are they primarily holders of large cap stocks?
So mix of all. I think I would say that we, as a house, we have always been positioning our recommendations in some of the best quality stocks for investment. So generally, the clients' portfolios are covering those stocks, which is our coverage stocks, our recommended stocks. So over there, I think we are not seeing too much of a confidence loss or a dent in the stock prices. But at the same time, I think those retail clients who are probably operating on their own, they may have some junk of stocks, I think, which are not performing as well. Over there, we are helping them by restructuring their portfolio as and when and wherever it is possible. So that's what I think we keep doing it. But whole endeavor and effort is to keep the portfolio in a good quality stocks, fundamentally sound companies.
Okay, fair point. You are obviously noticing the very sharp rally that we are seeing in small caps and mid caps. Pharma has been one of your favorite hunting grounds, in particular Divi's Lab, Sun Pharma. We have often discussed Aurobindo Pharma and Granules as well. How do you see this record high on the pharma index? Is there more to it in the coming months given the depreciation of the rupee?
Yes, I think the selectively few names, they appear good to us, and they are giving the clarity about the growth in coming quarters and months. Not that I think they are going to be exponentially growing, but I think a good level of growth with likes of Sun Pharma, likes of Cipla, Dr. Reddy's, even Divi's for that matter. I think these are some of the companies which are on a niche model. Business model is, I think, quite niche in which each one of the cases. Along with, I think, the therapeutical segment and along with the complex generics business in most of them is giving a good amount of visibility for the growth purpose. Maybe 15 to 20% kind of a growth in a given situation for this company on a size of the business that they are operating is definitely understood. Maybe I think few distinct signals that we are getting out here is some of the new launches that the companies are planning. Even inorganic growth approach adopted by Sun Pharma of late, I think, in acquiring the company in US. They are all some of the very distinct possibilities where we see the higher amount of growth in likely time to come. So we have selectively focused on few companies, not across the board as far as pharma is concerned.
Fair. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the rupee. We've had a very, very sharp fall, and that has been beneficial to at least the pharma space because they are export-oriented sectors. By and large, do you agree with the RBI governor's statement that now the rupee looks undervalued after the sharp fall and it's reached its rear level?
Well, I think in my viewpoint, the fall in the rupee is on two accounts. On one side, of course, the crude oil related situation forced most of the people to believe that the current account deficit will go out of control. And that's where probably rupee had to go down. And that's what I think the speculative element in the market prevailed upon at such point of time with that negative sentiment. Fortunately, the current account deficit is far, far better managed in the country. And that is not the situation which the traders feared about. So quite possible that some part of the short covering of the rupee, I think, might take place. And rupee may assume a little bit more stability than what I think it has seen in the recent past. So that is distinctly possible. Also, the fact that if the crude oil prices are showing the signs of recovery, forget the full recovery, but signs of recovery, and coming in the vicinity of around $80-85 to a barrel, then in such situation, rupee might strengthen from where it is today. That is a distinct possibility. So we are counting on such possibilities. On the other side, the FIIs and FPIs, they have been relentless sellers in the market because they have been shifting the portfolio out from India to countries like Taiwan and South Korea, particularly in the area of semiconductor space. So to a greater extent, I think that also put in significantly large amount of pressure on the rupee and rupee fell. But in my viewpoint, I think these are all the equations which are subject to corrections. With the new FDI coming in, along with new FPI money also will come in. that could possibly address the situation of stability in rupees. So I am relatively more optimistic about the possibilities going forward.
Devan bhai, we have navigated similar and deeper crises in the past. Whether it was the global financial crisis in 2008, before that the dot-com bust, before that the Harshad Mehta issues. What have your learnings been with this West Asian war? Earlier, when the war started, we were hopeful that it will be short-lived. Now it seems that it is another Ukraine-Russia in the making. What is your gut feel?
Frankly, if you ask me today, both the parties are on the negotiation table, and probably I think some give and take has already started. On one side, I think that Trump has already given a proposal that they would lift the sanction on Iran, and that is what I think the country was deprived of for selling the products. If the sanctions get lifted, probably some of the assets which are locked, I think they may also find its release. So that is a good point. Against which I think they are demanding the Strait of Hormuz should be free from all kind of trouble, and I think the logistic movement should get restored. So that is one point on which we believe the resolution is likely to happen sooner than later. The second point is about the uranium. The uranium component also negotiations are working very hard, wherein Iran is confirming that they would not like to go into the nuclear weapon attacks or anything. And that is where probably I think a part of uranium can be shifted out of Iran. That is what America is arguing for. And that's where I believe that I think the give and take might probably prevail upon. So as far as the war-related situation is concerned, today, at least at this point of time, I believe that the chances of war
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
This investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching the Business Today show. I'm Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on Dalal Street. First up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Stock markets erase early gains amid West Asia tensions. The Nifty now slips 300 points to near 23,600. The Sensex also falls 1,000 points to now trade below 75,000 mark. IT stocks gain while oil and gas and auto sectors come under selling pressure. Delta Corp crashes 16%. Nazara also slips in trade after Supreme Court upholds the retrospective 28% GST on online gaming. Setback for gaming firms as court says full face value of bets is taxable under GST law. This year, the monsoon rainfall is expected to be below normal. Southwest monsoon is now seen at 90% of the long period average, lower than the earlier estimate of 92%. June rainfall may also stay below the normal as El Nino now strengthens. RBI projects the India's GDP growth at 6.9% for financial year 2027. This is down from RBI's own estimates of 7.6% in FY26. Remember, this has also flagged downside risks from West Asia conflict, high energy prices, global volatility. Economy remains resilient despite headwinds. And Meta launches paid subscriptions for Instagram, Facebook and WhatsApp. New Plus plans start from $2.99 per month. The company pushes AI tools and premium features to reduce dependence on ad revenue. Global rollout begins mixed amid user reactions. We'll straight away look at the big breaking news in terms of the stock markets, viewers. A sharp fall as the Nifty is now tumbled 300 points in trade. The Sensex also slumps 1,000 points. The Nifty Bank also falls 600 points in trade. You're looking at the Nifty at around 23,514. There's a sharp near 400 point of a crash onto the Nifty, 1.6% lower for the Nifty index. We're also looking at the Nifty Bank falling by over 600 points. The Sensex is already down by 1,000 points. This is despite the fact for large part of the session today, the Nifty managed to hover around 23,900 odd mark, 23,850 odd mark. But suddenly we have seen a sharp shift and we are seeing India VIX rise by 8%. That's the volatility index that talks about and shows how the fear is getting, ingrained into the markets right now. Barring the IT sector, rest all of the sectors on the Nifty have slipped lower in the session today. You're seeing a sharp cut on the metal stocks, 2% lower. FMCG stocks are down by 1.7%. Infrastructure, financial stocks, mid caps and small caps have all dragged, barring IT sector, which is now up just about 0.3% in session. We are seeing a sharp crash coming in onto the markets. On the Nifty, viewers, only 4 stocks remain into the green. You have Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, Wipro and L&T. Rest all of the stocks onto the Nifty have also slipped lower in the session. Remember, markets have slid sharply from the day's high point. The Nifty is now down 500 points from the day's high level. The Sensex is down 1,500 points from the day's high point as well. Let me go across to our guest. We have Avinash Gorakshaka, founder of Avinash Mentor Research, to give us what exactly happened into the markets. Avinash, good afternoon. Good to have you with us. What do you think has suddenly disturbed the sentiment on the Dalal Street? We are ahead of a weekend. What do you think is happening and what could augur now for the markets?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sakshi. See, I think my sense is the selling started around 3 o'clock today. And I think, one reason which I think most people would agree is that today the MSCI rebalancing is happening. So that could be one of the reasons why, you're seeing such a big fall in the market. I don't think fundamentally anything has gone wrong. The markets were very well up to say 3 o'clock. But now I think with this rebalancing happening, maybe for some time the markets will be volatile, but I think they would recover soon. So nothing to worry. I don't think there's going to be any panic, selling or maybe intentional selling. But yes, this rebalancing till the time it gets completed, you're going to see the markets, getting more volatile, and that's why the negative bias, in the market continues.
Absolutely. So nothing to worry too much, viewers. The selling has started. Yes, there could be an impact of the MSCI rebalancing that we are seeing into the markets, but nothing so stark that could disturb the current ongoing trend into the markets right now. There is a sharp fall, yes, but no panic should be done at this point in time is what we are giving to understand. Let me also go across to see what exactly is the news flow we are getting with regards to the biggest, stock market index stock that we have, that's Reliance Industries. There are no fresh timelines for Jio Platforms IPO in Mukesh Ambani's latest shareholder letter, though Reliance also says that it will continue evaluating strategic options for the long-term value creation, with RIL AGM now set for June 19th and investors eyeing key updates, including the Jio IPO, AI as well as the green energy plans. Let me go across to Krishna Gopalan for more details onto the same as well. Krishna, this is with regards to the upcoming Jio IPO. This has been the most anticipated IPO of FY27 that everybody is glued on finding out as to when the IPO details will come in. But we initially got to know that there were some hiccups in terms of the market conditions that there could be a delay in the Jio IPO. And now we're trying to understand whether there is any direction on Jio Platforms IPO from Mukesh Ambani's letter to the shareholders of the Reliance Industries.
Yes, the letter that's gone into the shareholders of Reliance Industries has clearly outlined Mukesh Ambani's plans for various businesses. But easily nothing is more important than the much-awaited IPO of Jio Platforms. There's a bit of a background to this. At last year's AGM, Mr. Ambani clearly outlined the fact that the endeavor was to get the company listed during the first half of 2026. But a lot has obviously happened since then. We've had the West Asia conflict and a lot of other companies, including PhonePe, having to hold back their IPOs because of market conditions that can be described as, at best, lukewarm or indifferent. So in that scenario, it's obvious that Reliance is looking to get the best valuation for the Jio Platforms business, something which may be a little challenging at this point in time. Mr. Ambani in the letter outlined a particular facet of this to drive home the point. He said the company is identifying strategic pathways to basically enhance stakeholder participation. So the company is obviously looking to go public at the earliest, but obviously at a time when the market is looking good. 2/3 of the company is owned by Reliance Industries, and the other prominent investors in Jio Platforms include Meta and Google. So at least he's identified a clear roadmap in terms of strategic pathway, and we have to wait and watch what really will happen in terms of the outcome of the Jio Platforms IPO.
What could be the next round here? Can we expect some clarity on the issue at the AGM that's slated on June 19th? Could we get more details then?
Yes, I think all eyes will therefore be on the annual general meeting for 2026, scheduled to be held on the 19th of June. It will be a virtual event. It's expected that Mr. Ambani will identify some kind of a timeline for the Jio Platforms IPO. There's an interesting point that needs to be mentioned here. Every time the AGM takes place, he chooses the occasion to make a big ticket announcement. Could be a bonus issue or the fact that Jio was launched, that is way back in 2016. Or the foray into new energy. So if one is going to be slightly optimistic about this year, there's a good chance that he will make an announcement as far as Jio Platforms IPO is concerned. One final point which I'd like to mention is it will be the first IPO from the Reliance stable since 2007, when Reliance Petrol went public. So there's obviously a lot of enthusiasm and appetite from the market point of view.
Thanks, Krishna, for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep an eye out on the upcoming June AGM and see whether there are any updates with regards to what is being touted as the biggest ever IPO that Indian markets could see, when it comes to Reliance Jio's IPO. But let's move forward. The biggest news that we've been tracking since morning for you is the IMD, latest forecast that we have, which talks about a 90% LPA below normal rainfall forecast. Let's actually get speaking with Dr. Mrutyunjay Mahopatra, the DG of IMD, to help our viewers understand what the latest forecast truly means. A warm welcome on the show, Dr. Mahopatra. Good to have you with us. First up, explain to our viewers, you have reduced your forecast of the monsoons, the southwest monsoons. It was pegged at 92% LPA earlier. Now it is 90% LPA. What does this mean? Is there a huge difference? What should investors understand from this?
Yeah, you told correctly. The second update on the monsoon season rainfall for June to September 2026 has been issued today. So we have revised our estimate from earlier 92% of the long period average to 90%. For the country as a whole, we actually get about 87 centimeter of rainfall during 1st June to 30th September. And this year we are expecting that it will be 90% of that. So this model which is utilized has a model error of plus minus 4%. So therefore, while it is most probable that it will be around 90%, but it could be between 86% and 94%. When the rainfall is between 90 and 95%, it is called as below normal rainfall category. So if
is there a downside risk to even 90% you are saying, since you say it could be anywhere between 86 to 94? Do we understand that there is some sort of a downside risk even below 90%?
Yeah, therefore, that model uncertainty, if you look at, then we have to be prepared for 90 plus minus 4, that is 86 to 94%. And
so
if you
when
look
we,
at,
yeah, please go ahead, sir.
If you look at the distribution of rainfall expected, then our forecast says that many parts of the country will have the probability of below normal rainfall during the season, except some parts of northwest India like Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, and adjoining Himachal Pradesh, and northeastern states, of course, and then southeast peninsula like say Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and adjoining areas of South Odisha or South Chhattisgarh, where you can expect normal to above normal rainfall activity. In some parts of Tamil Nadu also you can have normal to above normal rainfall activity. So therefore, there are certain areas where you have some kind of positive forecast also that rainfall will be normal to above normal. But in general, for the country as a whole, it will be below normal rainfall.
Sir, what do you think about how serious is El Nino threat this year? When will its impact peak out, and which are, can we avoid a drought-like situation if we continue to see this below normal for the large part of the country, you are saying?
No, we have not predicted any drought. We are told only the below normal rainfall expected, and drought depends on many other factors, and also so much deficient rainfall we have not predicted. We have predicted only 10% below the long period average. And as far as El Nino is concerned, yes, we have predicted that El Nino will be there during the monsoon season, and we are expecting weak El Nino conditions in June, which will be moderate El Nino condition in July and August and September, and towards the end of September it may be a strong El Nino conditions. That condition will continue in post-monsoon season, that is October, November, and December. If we look
Sir,
at
are you also predicting delay in the onset? It used to be 1st of June for a lot of parts in the country. Is that also getting delayed, and other parts as well? Do you see there is a delay now in the onset?
Yeah, I will come to that. Before that, let me tell that in the past, if you take the data from say 1951 onwards, all the El Nino years, it is found that 60 to 70% of years when there is El Nino condition, rainfall becomes below normal. It is not like that all El Nino years becomes affected. So therefore, there is no one-to-one relationship, but we will be monitoring and getting update for El Nino condition also every month and also the rainfall forecast. So regarding the monsoon onset, yes, today we have issued the forecast for rainfall over June. Rainfall June says that in many parts it will be below normal, and country as a whole it will be below normal rainfall. But however, South India, especially in the eastern part of South India, will have normal to above normal rainfall activity.
Got that.
And usually monsoon advances over South India first, then goes Northeast India, then around last week of June only monsoon comes to Northwest India. So therefore, rainfall over June is mainly attributed by that type of occurrence over South and Central and Eastern India. And advance of monsoon, we have told within a week, monsoon is likely to advance into southern parts of the South India and some parts of Northeast India, which is near normal.
All right, Dr. Mahapatra, thank you so much for getting us all of those updates. We'll, of course, keep getting in touch with you as and when you keep, updating us with the newer forecasts of the monsoon. But right now, below normal rainfall is what we're expecting at 90% LPA. But let's move forward to another big news that we've been tracking. U.S. ambassador's big message on the trade deal has come in, viewers. India-U.S. trade deal is likely in just weeks. That's what Sergio Gore has said. Interim trade pact is in final stages. US delegation, remember, will be visiting India next week, and India team has closed last 1% of the talks during the US visit is what he's also talked about. Let's listen in to what the ambassador had to say.
Just last week, India had sent a team to Washington, D.C. to finalize the last 1% of that trade deal. Next week, we will welcome a U.S. delegation here to continue those talks. We fully expect that the trade deal will be signed over the next few weeks and months. Today, the United States is one of India's largest trading partners, and India is among the top trading partners of the United States. Importantly, this growth is increasingly driven by innovation, investment, and high-value sectors.
Let me go back to our expert of the day. Avinash is with us. Avinash, so many cues. One on the domestic front, the monsoon update that you heard the IMD representative talk about, below normal rainfall, El Nino impact is strengthening at this point in time. Delay in the onset is also being seen. On the other hand, something that the markets have been hooked on to finding out when are we finalizing the India-US trade deal. Signs are now pointing out to a positive. So globally, there could be a positive news, but domestically, on the economic level, there could be a reduction in the monsoons. How would you look at both these news flows?
No, I think the US-India trade deal is definitely a positive. I think most of the exporting companies to the US could benefit, and I think a lot of overhang in the system could get corrected. But looking at the domestic, monsoon forecast, I think this is definitely not a good sign. I think a little disappointing news flow because a large extent of rural India depends on monsoon. And if monsoons are going to be weak, then I think, we'd like to see what is the progress of the monsoon, what is the spatial distribution of the monsoon. And I think these are things which are going to worry the markets. In fact, on the 5th of June, Sakshi, the RBI policy is there. We'll probably get some commentary from the RBI governor on this. So I think we'll have to keep our fingers crossed as to what kind of damage is expected. But definitely a little bit of negative news, on the monsoon front.
Absolutely. Let's move forward, and there is the tech news update that we need to share with you. This is with regards to Meta, which is now planning a major shift beyond advertising, with the company now announcing paid subscription plans for Instagram, Facebook, and even WhatsApp. Meta's head of product, Naomi Glate, has said that the company is also exploring more subscription-based products focused on creators, businesses, and even AI tools. Let's listen in first.
We're starting to roll out Facebook Plus, Instagram Plus, WhatsApp Plus with enhanced features that our community already loves. These subscription plans offer richer ways to express and connect across our apps with more fun features to be added. We're also testing new subscription plans that offer premium features for those who want to unlock more from our apps and AI glasses. We're starting with plans that give people who use Meta AI more to work with, more capacity, bigger, more complex requests, and more room to create. For businesses and creators, we're offering premium tools that allow you to enhance presence, supercharge content, automate tasks, and protect your brand. We're also thinking about how to bring this all together in a way that makes sense. you may see us testing subscriptions under the name Meta One. While we're still testing and learning, eventually we see Meta One as the one place that brings our subscriptions together across all of our apps. This is just the beginning with a lot more value to come.
To understand more on the subscription model, I'm now joined by my colleague Cyrus John, emerging tech editor for India Today. Cyrus, you know, the good period of using WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook for free seems to be now past us. What are the paid users getting compared to the free users right now? And how much will the paid tier of the service cost?
Well, I feel, Sakshi, this was inevitable, considering the cost that AI has on these companies, because there's a lot of infrastructure, there's a lot of data processing that these AI companies need to do. I feel this was in the coming, that they had to now finally ask people to pay for subscriptions. Now, before we get to how much they will pay, let's just talk about some of the features that are coming to Instagram, especially the premium tier. Now, story durations, by the way, are going to be extended to 48 hours from 24 hours, which again gives them more visibility with their followers, and they will also be able to see who is following them back. Another feature is better analytics for their, for their stories, for their reels, because a lot of these are commercialized now, so they are earning revenue, so they get more analytical tools, and they get customization options for their profiles, because people who are maybe having more than 1 million followers, they need more customization options as well. But the one feature that a lot of people will be looking forward to is how to watch stories anonymously, how to watch people who have been watching your stories anonymously. So that's something that there's a lot of ambiguity around, and people will be able to use these features. And that's just for Instagram, by the way. And for WhatsApp, you are getting more options to pin more messages on the top, because that's something that a lot of business option users also deploy. And you get premium stickers, customizations for your ringtone. So these are some of the features that are coming to both WhatsApp and Instagram. Facebook also gets some story views and analytical tools for the users. However, when it comes to pricing for all of these, now expected pricing is between $3 and $5 in the US, where it translates to around 300 to 400 or 500 rupees in India. Now, the pricing has not been confirmed as yet, but as and when they come here, expect the pricing to be between 300 to 500 rupees. And rollout is going to be in phased manner, because a lot of the countries are getting the services. Singapore is getting, and India is a vital market for Instagram and WhatsApp. So expect the features to be entering India in about 2 to 3 weeks from here on.
But why is Meta doing this right now? What's the key reason for this?
The one reason I feel is that AI is getting expensive. There's nothing, because Meta also needs to come up to the competition. OpenAI, Anthropic, they are investing heavily on their resources, the data centers, and Meta is now trying to push users to pay for some of these AI features. So till now, everybody was using Meta AI for free, right? So they need to invest in the data centers, also model training. So all of that incurs cost. And Meta is saying, yes, they have their billions of dollars coming in from ad revenue, but they want it to be future-proof. They want users, if they are using their AI features, they want users to now finally pay for it. And it could be another subscription model that could help Meta maybe invest in other AI divisions. So I feel it's the pressure that's coming in from the competition, and also the cost they are incurring in the AI division that they are having these premium subscription models now.
Thanks, Cyrus, for getting us all of those updates. Well, of course, Cyrus will keep getting us more updates on when the India rollout will finally happen, what will be the price, and we'll keep getting Cyrus on Business Today for you as well. Thank you so much, Cyrus, for being with us. We look at the markets close now, viewers. We are now down 298 points at the close of the session. But the good part is we did see the last low being bought into. So the markets have managed to close above 23,600. We were hovering around 23,500 towards the end of the session, but you just saw that dip being bought into towards the last point, 1.25% lower for the Nifty today. Let's pull up the Nifty Bank as well to see where the Nifty Bank shut shop at. You had a 1.1% downtick there. Again, a similar reaction there. We've seen the last dip being bought into on the Nifty Bank as well. IT was the only sector that managed about 0.6% gains. We had autos dragging almost 2%, metals dragging lower, banking names, financial names, pharma, oil and gas about 2.5% lower. And that was the top most losing index in the session today. Broader markets also gave up about 1% in the session in the trade today as well. Barring just 3 to 4 names on the Nifty, rest all of them slipped. Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, Wipro from the IT pack gained a tad bit, and you also had Larsen and Tubro up into the green, but on the declining side. Indigo, that fell by 3.6%. Eicher Motors, Power Grid, ONGC and Tata Steel, these were the top drags as far as the Nifty laggards are concerned. We'll quickly now look at Avinash and take a view from him. Avinash, what do you expect on the markets? We've closed about 359 points lower at about 23,547. Look at the kind of volatility that we saw towards the end. The settled price is about 50 points lower than what we saw initially. What's your sense?
No, I think, markets in the coming week will look at finally how the US-Iran deal materializes. I think, there have been some news reports that the ceasefire will continue for another 60 days, but the final agreement is still awaited. So I think this is going to be the near-term trigger, because now with tomorrow, I think most of the earnings season numbers are complete. So I think, markets are not going to focus on earnings numbers at least coming week. But yes, I think this macro news about the ceasefire and the geopolitical development is important. And of course, what comes out in the RBI policy. So I think, Sakshi, these are going to be two important data points which are going to drive the markets. But I think, I don't think the markets could fall beyond this level. The markets have corrected sharply. So possibly, you could expect a small bounce back in the coming week. Hopefully, if the US geopolitical situation improves. And obviously, if the macros continue to be good, I think I would not be surprised that if crude prices soften further, then I think that would help the market sentiment going forward.
Okay, we'll take some queries with you. Avinash, we have questions coming in from our viewers. Sanju Verma from Bhopal asked the first question. He says, is it the right time to invest in agri-theme stocks? Would you advise that, especially keeping in mind what we discussed today with the El Nino effect and the below normal monsoon expectation?
No, I think it's better to wait for some time. See, because normally for agri companies, April to September is the peak period. And, if there is a delay in the monsoon, then I think that obviously would impact the sales and revenues of most of these agrochemical companies. Although Q4 has been quite decent. So my sense is that it's better to wait for the first quarter numbers to come out. The monsoon progress will also come to be known mostly by June end or July. And that would, I think, be a better time to look at these companies.
Okay, we also have a question from Nikhil Patil from Pune, who says, will the IT stocks rally continue, and which IT stocks should I be looking at? Today, of course, bucking the trend is just the IT names. For the last couple of sessions, we've seen a pickup take place. Are you confident of the recovery?
Yeah, I think my guess is that investors who buy into IT stocks now should take a slightly medium to long-term kind of time frame. Companies like Coforge, Persistent, HCL Tech, TCS, these are great companies, but I think if you want to invest now, you've got to give in a time frame of at least next 12 to 15 months. Maybe the near-term momentum could result in a little bit of profit booking in the coming week. But yes, I think from a longer-term perspective, valuations are now very attractive.
All right, and what's supporting the sentiment in the IT stocks is, of course, the rupee move, but now the rupee is seen strengthening by 60 paisa today. Rupee also has ended higher at 95.09 per dollar versus 95.69 per dollar earlier. So we have seen some improvement in the rupee. So we remember we had slipped past the 96 mark, and now we are further looking at a recovery from those levels as well. Avinash, how do you look at the rupee recovery here? Does it finally give us a breather?
Yeah, I think some marginal benefit, because this is going to definitely benefit for the country as a whole, and also for most of the dollar importing kind of sectors like oil marketing companies, chemicals, paints. So I think it's a small relief, but I think we still need a little bit of more hardening for the rupee, because only then I think margins could be protected. So I think it's a good move, but some more improvement if it comes in, that will be definitely be liked by the markets.
All right. Thank you so much, Avinash, for being with us on the program and for helping all our viewers get an insight into their queries as well. Good to have you with us. And with viewers, with that, it's a wrap on the Business Today show. In case you too have any questions about your investments in mutual funds, in stocks or SIP, gold-related queries, ask them those queries to us on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screens. We'll be happy to address that with our top market experts. And of course, thank you so much for tuning in onto this edition. We'll be back now on Monday morning to get you all the market opening action at 9:05 a.m.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Hello and welcome to Business Today Television. Today is the last working day of the F&O expiry for the month of May. The markets are in pretty good shape. Nifty flat at the moment. Remember, yesterday it had rallied 400 points, 49 points higher still. And you have a very strong momentum in the mid-cap and the small-cap space. 349 points higher on the Nifty mid-cap 100 index, about a percentage point uptick on the Nifty small-cap index, and the Bank Nifty is also 200 points higher. The rally across the board in the broader market